Ah, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hope everyone's having a good day. I am feeling way better. In case anyone was worried, I had a really bad migraine yesterday. I literally sat in front of my computer, set everything up. I turned on the light for my tracking. I have a face light above my screen, and it was like daggers in my head. It was like, okay, no, can't do this. Can't do this. And I gave it like 30 minutes and it just kept getting worse. And it was like, okay, not today. But feeling a lot better today. Thank you, Neko, for the hydrate boss check. And ah! I'm excited for this one. It seems like we're gonna maybe get some answers. I also think we're probably gonna get a big cliffhanger. I feel like we're gonna get to a point where it's like something's almost gonna happen. And then nothing's gonna happen. We have to wait till the next one. Because I already know there's no cinematic right now, right? So cinematic's got to be coming in the next one. But we'll see. I'm really curious about the picture. Thankfully, it's not overly spoilery. Because they talked about what the image of the chapter is. Kind of. But I still find it really interesting. Anyone that was, if you were there when I finished the Star Rail story the other day, the boss has a move that looks identical to that, which is kind of crazy. And it really makes me wonder if there's any kind of connection. Software, are you not picking up the game audio? Now you can hear the elevator open, and me being welcome. Or, you know, lag. That's always something to experience. There we go! Woo! I'm gonna stop my music when this song ends. Okay. I haven't touched the Sele event yet. I don't know exactly what it's like, but it looked like it might have... Like, it's probably cutesy, silly stuff, but it looked like it might just be like a little mini visual novel type thing. So I noped out of it when I clicked on it the first time. Which, fun fact, I found out a way to get out of these. Whenever you click over here and it puts you in a web event, claim other stuff. But if you go and it clicks and it puts you into a web event, apparently if you hit escape, it'll immediately go out of it and ask you if you want to leave the game. You'd think that'd be obvious. I never once thought to try using escape to get out of a web event. I swear I've tried it in the past and it didn't work. I don't know. But works now. But let's get dailies done quick. Good morning. Oh, there's nothing I want there. So hopefully I remember to check that later. Donate that. Oh. still bugging me, but that's an everyday thing. Honestly, I think part of the problem, my chair's too far back. Getting a lot of random lag. Oh, don't have enough. Okay. Don't burn too much stamina. I have thousands. I'm good. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm still gonna finish off my dailies and then I'll just claim a bunch. Stamina's like infinite in this game. But let me peek at Task Manager. Yeah, I'm gonna close my browser so chat will disappear for a second for me. I love Firefox. It generally works better than any other browser I've used much. The biggest issue I have with Firefox is it has memory leaks galore. And if I leave it open for more than like a day or two, it starts just devouring memory. And then I just close it, reopen it, and hey, look, it works perfect again. But you have to close it so often. It's so annoying. Okay. I apologize, there's no music when I do this, because for some reason, Honkai likes to minimize, and even though it's Unity, and it fully has the ability to go full screen windowed, Hoyoverse refuses to set that for some reason. I honestly should just make desktop shortcuts to open it full screen windowed. It's Unity, I know how. It's just it's weird to think that I would need a different shortcut for updating the game and for playing it if I did that. But oh, I haven't watched this special message thing yet because I feel like I should wait until I finish the chapter. Ooh, I had exactly enough. Perfect. Do I need to buy anything in the shop? No. Ah. Get a button in there to restart. I mean, it's not that bad to just close it and reopen it. I already have it set to save my session. Oh, oops. Escape! I will say, as much as that's convenient, I wish escape was just a back button. I don't get why. So many gacha games do this. No matter where you are, escape is, oh my god, do you want to close the game? Turner packets. What? Asteroid. So much. And then we wait and try and get the second one too. Whee! And you know what? Why not? I'll do the... Is it here? No, where's the frickin'... I know I've used it before. I don't remember where it is. The frickin' packet emote they're using. There's so many silly emotes in this game. And I feel like I've gone way too far. There's no way it's that far. Oh, it's right frickin' there. Ah, I did it again. The red dot, it baits me. But yeah, this, anyone who's done the most recent patch of Star Rail. Looks familiar. I'm still wondering who Saw is. Yeah. Time to do the story. For people who weren't here last time, we did a recap where we learned more about Kira and what she did and why she's here. And we found out that many worlds are gaining some sort of infinity. They're gaining something infinite. And that infinite thing eventually causes their destruction. The example we saw was something they were calling Star Rock. That was basically an infinite source of energy, but if you used that infinite source of energy, it eventually explodes, causing catastrophic damage. And that stuff seems to come with the power of wishes, like it came out of nowhere. And we learned that most likely that was part of the work of a being known as Sa. Some sort of destructive being that hides in the Sea of Quanta. And again, just... I'm wondering... Yes, I know it's technically a different game, but same universe. I'm wondering if Sa could potentially be related to the Ravagers from Star Rail. It seems very likely. Huh. It's interesting that it's actually 3D. Like, where they put the mark specifically, not the model. I knew the model was 3D, but it's interesting that this mark actually follows the tower. They thought about it. But I need to claim stuff. How many missions is there actually? It doesn't say there. I have to go back one more. There's 8. Means I need 80. I'm gonna assume that it's gonna take a decent amount of time. I probably don't need to claim 80. So let's go with something like... Yeah, I'll go for 55. I am going to assume it's going to take me more than 2.5 hours to get to the last mission. Oh. But let's see what's going on. And if they can figure out what the rule of this universe is and how to fix it. Oh. It didn't show the character. It usually tells you what characters you're gonna use. It didn't do that this time. They're being sneaky. They're keeping secrets from me. Or the first mission is just a cutscene and there's no combat, but you know. Twin bubble universes saw an existence that dominates this world's rules, and a Hersher born in the Sea of Quanta. I mean, it makes sense. A Hersher's power comes from an imaginary singularity. Just replace that with a quantum singularity. If anything, I'd say a quantum singularity makes more sense than an imaginary singularity in a scientific way. A grand tapestry beyond anyone's imagination was quietly unfolding, but the creator remained elusive. Seele and the others sank deep into their thoughts until someone finally broke the long silence. Oh yeah, they should skip it. It's just shocking that it actually did. Forget it. Thinking that does us no good. If you ask me, the most urgent business at hand is to stabilize the situation. We can figure out what to do with the saw later. Seele used the Sage's authority and temporarily held the bubble universe in place. But merging is still going on. This could indeed be the underlying rule established by Saw at the very beginning. If that's the case, the 3 keys I mentioned earlier, they could open the door to hell. It's no time to be sentimental. Professor Rock, you said there was a way to anchor the 2 worlds to a point and project them onto the proper world, right? Theoretically, but as I said, we must first make sure the anchor's stability. Clumsy imitation of what Durandal did is no short of suicide. I know, that's why you want the authority of a Hersher from the Sea of Quanta, right? You guys have mentioned another kind of authority dozens of times. Can it work too? Another authority? You mean... Am I too quick to follow? The Sage's authority, of course. Yes, you're no Hersher, but the authority does come from the Sea of Quanta. I'm still of the opinion that the 2 Seeles are a Hersher, but maybe the fact that they were in the Sea of Quanta so long cancels it out so people can't tell? But the Hersher of Death had to have come alive at some point in order for the whole story to have happened, so... Sage's authority is not comparable to a Hersher's from the proper world, and it cannot serve as a fixed point mathematically. Wait. Dr. Schrödinger, fundamentally we need to stabilize the 2 bubble universes to stop them from being eroded by the Sea of Quanta, right? Oh my gosh. Yes. This is why we need a mathematically fixed point within this world. What if I say we already have it? Because in these 2 worlds, there's an everlasting axis. Wait. Ah. I see. Like traveling across the whole world to find something that's 1 step from you. I still want to know Vita's role in this. We've already seen somewhat of a spoilery image of Vita, and I wonder what that means, but Vita is still one of the most interesting characters in this whole thing, because she clearly doesn't seem to belong. Ah, you all get it! What does the main axis mean? Usana, look up. Stone lifted a finger to the gigantic salt crystal on top of the tower. The high tower with the sage is in every way an eternal location for the two worlds. Maybe it can serve as the anchor, right, Dr. Schrödinger? We have to see, but ironically, this might indicate the tower itself only came into being due to Saw's implemented rule. But we've got to turn it against Saw. It's like using Honkai energy to fight against Honkai in the proper world. Yeah, that's kind of what we did, Kira. That's kind of the entire story of Honkai Impact. Using Honkai to beat the Honkai. The old saying goes, don't mind the details. Anyway, let's hope we can set the anchor with the axis. Well, let's... So fast, Herrscher of Sentience. What's wrong again? In Durandal's case, we had a device that could naturally integrate the bubble universe and concentrate all spatial information at one point to accomplish the inversion. But right now, the High Tower isn't in full control of the black and white worlds. Am I right, Miss Stone, Prometheus? Indeed, but I have a theory. I keep forgetting that when there's like a crystal on the screen that's supposed to be Schrödinger. I really wish they would just show Schrödinger's face. Can you try to use the Sage's authority and feel the place where the spatial energy is the most dense in the bubble universe? Consolation might do it. No, I'll try. Seele put her palms together, closed her eyes, and lowered her head, as if praying. Very soon, a faint glow began to emerge in her hands. Seele opened her eyes again. I can feel it. Professor Rick. New character. Just imagine, we had the most powerful warrior on Earth, Kevin. Now we have the smartest professor in the universe, Rick. People would lose it. Let's just have basic, boring names for everything. Like fireflies in the dark, a few special points of light. I think I can find them. These places might be the key to putting everything together. They're the key nodes of consolation and nexuses to ensure Sage's authority can reach everywhere in this world. Makes sense, but to replicate Durandal's feat, we need at least one pair of coordinates that can connect to the proper world. In plain words, a path leading back to the proper world. Back then, this was solved automatically by genius. But now we need to work on our own to make it happen. I was gonna say we have 2 stigma, but we don't. We have 1. We kinda sent the other one back to stigma space. Fuck. Unless we find out something new about Vita. Oh. That's easy. Seele and I had swum in the Sea of Quanta for a long time. Locating the proper world. We've once done that for Bronya. Oh, I know. It was in the Eye of the Deep, right? Alright, Susanna, mess with you. I've done it sometimes. See, my issue is I think in sound, not in letters, right? So when I type something out, I'll type it the way it sounds. So sometimes I'll use, like, the wrong there, or the wrong anything, right? Like, I'll use words that sound the same, or letters that sound the same, but are spelt wrong. And I'll look at it, and it's like, oh. Like, my brain went on autopilot to just type out the sounds. It can be comical at times, but it could also just be a yikes at times. Might not be able to do that. Huh? After entering this bubble universe, my perception of the Sea of Quanta has stopped working. This world seems to be blocking my senses. And right now, I can't really leave the high tower. Maybe it's your connection with the sage that has subjected you to the rule. If Saw is real, it won't be happy to see someone running away with its world. I happen to know a better candidate. What about the ex-World Serpent agent over there? Isn't she good at reaching out her claws from the Sea of Quanta to snatch someone in the proper world? Now it's your time to shine. Yeah, I wasn't thoughtful enough when I got you into this trouble. I'll reflect on it and take the responsibility. Okay, so it's gonna be Veliona and Misteln? Many words aren't going to solve the problem. That she'd take the responsibility, but it's very likely your hope on her will fail. Misteln does have the ability to manipulate space, but it's not the same as the Herrscher of the Void or the Cosmic Juggernaut. It's funny hearing her say that, because it's like, it's not the same as the Herrscher of the Void, or the Herrscher of the Void. That's... Cosmic Juggernaut was literally made. Same powers. Redundant Prometheus. Take our journey in the Sea of Quanta, for example. She has to use the relative locations of bubble universes and the perception of abnormal stigmata for a rough direction, and also make abnormal stigmata beacons to rely on. She can only do that. How did you manage to kidnap Sele here? And you too. HH? Confusion? Alright, that's besides the point. I love the friendship between these two. It's so good. No sniper. I've only got one of those as a fox. Just use your anti-air casters. You have those, right? What? What? Okay. Yeah, just use your anti-air casters. Everyone's got those, right? Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like Veli and Senti are just... they get along too well. With all these, like, sarcastic remarks. The funny thing... I think the best description for Veliona and Senti is that they're bros. This is, like, the most bro relationship ever. of the two of them just saying things and then like elbowing each other in the side, making fun of each other. It's the best way I could describe the two of them. It's so funny. I love it. Yeah, now it's canon in the story. Because it has been in some events. I mean, heck, I still remember one of my favorite things ever was the Genshin collab when we had Veliona, Senti, and Fischl, and the three of them just causing havoc. It was the best thing ever. Oh, I just tried over and over again, in the rough direction of the proper world. I kept making and transferring fissures. Of course, only targets meeting certain conditions can get through. Simply put, it's like playing a claw machine, maybe. My luck was good, and I got 2. No, 3. Apologies, that wasn't a proper analogy. Are we not in a bubble universe apart? I'd spill your blood now. Yeah, I love fights. I can't get over these two. I'm just like going back to chapter 23 in my head and imagining when Veliona first got this form and started wrecking puppets, and just imagining Senti in the background, just yay! Cheerleader. Calm down. Don't squish my vessel. Do we have any other way to get back? Judging from the current circumstances. Hard to say, and according to you, the fissures I made appeared near imaginary singularity in Nagazora. Looking back now, this might have something to do with Saw's influence. Wait, on the other side. Ah, indeed. Influence. Thinking of something important, Miss Dunn turned around and walked to the stairs. Hey, where are you going? Leave the proper world coordinates to me. All you need to do is connect the base anchor to the axis and build a world-level anchor. Base anchor, world-level anchor, what do they mean? Without answering the question, Miss Dunn left abruptly. They just walked off. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate posture check. I think she meant the actual nodes perceived by Sele through consolation, and the not yet present anchor that can control the whole world just like the one inside Durandal. You just slept for 17 hours? I had a funny feeling you fell asleep. Last night when I went to bed, I was like, either you're watching everybody play League, or you just passed the hell out and you are just unconscious in the chat room. I see it was the latter. I hope you enjoyed your sleep. As we discussed, the High Tower and the Sage can work temporarily in similar way as the Holy Blade and Durandal. Yeah, that D&D video was hilarious. In the long term, as soon as we get back to the proper world, we can get help from Kiana and the others. It makes some sense, but still I feel something is off. Yeah, who knows what kind of harmless idea she'll come up with again. No. And she decided to do it alone, perhaps. Please rest assured. I believe she has learned a lesson from before. Itchy ear, sorry. Really? Anyway, she looked confident. Silly, you're not. Yeah, if we don't put trust in this strange lady, we're sitting ducks here. So it won't hurt to trust her, will it? I love how the two... Now, at first it was just Veliona, right? Veliona was tired. It's like, Sele, you're too trusting. You're too trusting. Kira comes around. It's like... Sele? Really? Cute little innocent Sele just trusting everyone. And she slowly has this crowd around her just face-palming. You're her victim. You can if you could forgive her, what can we say? Thank you for your trust. Don't flatter yourself. We're not trusting you. We only trust our judgment. That's right. As long as there's agreement. To make sure the plan works, I have to remind you. There's someone at your side who hasn't spoken yet. Everyone hesitated. And then they turned their eyes to the same person. Huh? But why are you all looking at me? It's not like I have a say in this. I still say she's more important than she leads off. Oh, I'm a nobody. I just have slightly better luck. As if trying to avoid the topic, Vita ran to Sile and reached for her hand. Just then... Huh? Oh, Guardian don't like Vita. Why doesn't the Guardian like Vita? God damn it, it wasted the dash. Oh well. Well, something broke its shield. I don't know what broke it, but... Oh, okay. Oh, there's two of them! Oh, this one's better at AoE. I see. What? Okay. That was random as hell. Vita, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm not good at anything. My reflexes are quick. Sorry, the Oracle's the Sage left behind. I don't know why they... Okay, yeah. Thank you, Kira. Thank you for someone being suspicious of, wait a second, why did they try to attack Vita? Is Vita an outsider? I am assuming Vita is not from this world. Seems it has happened before. Ah, indeed, the first time we arrived in Salt Snow Holy City, Vita was also attacked by the Oracles. That was... The oracles are part of Sage's authority. Generally speaking, they won't attack someone without the Sage's order. At least while Miss Down and I are here, no one in Salt Snow Holy City was attacked. The oracles, they seem to be guarding against Vita. Why? Isn't Vita a good citizen? Is Vita even from here? The Sand Servants on our side tried to attack Wisps who were citizens, but the Wisps were immersed in my dream. Ah, maybe that's why. These Wisps were in my control and they went against the Sage's rule. Very likely. The Sand Servants and the Oracles are the two sides of the same coin. They did that for a reason. Again, everyone's eyes focused on Vita, who seemed to be getting nervous. Indeed, an innocent civilian. I don't think so, Vita. Right, it must be so. Like assisting the machines in the city. The oracles run on software developed by you, the Great Envoy, right? No. Must be a software or something that wrongly identified me as an enemy. And how do you know so much about software? In a world that didn't have it until recently. No, the oracles weren't made by me. As I said, they're part of the Sage's authority. Another possibility, which is... The easiest way to tell someone is suspicious is if they try to come up with reasons for it, instead of just saying the reason and stopping. Because you don't need to say more than the truth. But if you're saying a bunch of lies, there's something weird going on. Another possibility, that you're lying. Shirakira suddenly closed in on Vita and grabbed her right hand. Miss Kira, I've always found you suspicious. I've only now become certain that you're hiding something now. Remember you once said you didn't know what artificial intelligence was, no? As I said, how does she know so much about technology all of a sudden? Strange. Alright, you're new here, so I guess you haven't met her yet. This is Assisty. I'm asking your name. If I'm not mistaken, this is artificial intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence. This is the first time I've heard anyone call Assisty that. In that case, why do you understand the fact that they operate based on programs? Ah, you're right! We've never spoken about this topic in detail, so Vita couldn't have learned anything from our conversations, which means she already knows about technology. Ah, cat's got your tongue. You claim to be a resident of Salt Snow Holy City, and even have an identification code. Vita, who exactly are you? Oh well, I've been exposed, then it can't be helped. How do I put this? I didn't want to do this either. Now, I've already seen some parallels. I'm gonna be a tiny bit annoyed if this basically turns into the exact same plot line that happened in Star Rail. Oh, so she's beating around the bush now. What do you mean you didn't want to do this? Sorry, what I mean is... I have no choice, it's not the right time now. Wait or not, speak.
是啊，你刚刚
You
也
heard
听过
my
我的故
story
事了。
just now.
现在
Now it's
该
your
轮到你
turn
来
to
讲
tell
述自己的
yours.
故事了。
同意。
I
至于
agree.
你是否具
We'll
有
decide
恶
if you have
意，
malicious
我们
intentions
会在
after
听
we've
完
heard your
后进行
story.
评断。
因为之前大
Because all
家已
of you
经
have
讨
already
论了很
discussed
多，
it, so my story is
所以我
actually
的
pretty
故事
simple.
倒是讲起来很简单了。简而言之，我确实不是这个世界炮里土生土长的居民，只是恰巧在使者大人颁发识别代号的时候，就已经生活在了圣城而已。
Simply put, I'm not a native resident of this bubble universe indeed. I just happened to live in the holy city when the envoy was handing out identification codes.
而我的上一个家
You've
乡，
already heard of my previous
你们刚刚
hometown.
也已经有所耳闻了。
Is she a native from the other bubble universe? Oh, wait. Is she from the Fallen Star? Huh?
就是刚刚绮罗讲述的那个
Hey,
被
she's
毁
from...
灭的世界
Okay,
炮
that makes a lot of
凋零
sense.
之星。
The ruined bubble universe that Kira was talking about just now. Fallen Star.
什么？
Huh? What?
喂，你可
Hey,
别信
don't
口开
spout
河！
nonsense.
我
That
的世
universe
界
has
都
been
被毁灭
destroyed
100
more
多
than
年了。
100 years ago. Time doesn't flow in a straight line in bubble universes. I swear, this comes up so much in the story. We already know. In the Sea of Quanta, time is not a straight line.
看吧，我就知道现在这
Look,
个
I
时
knew
间
that
点
all
说
of you
出来，
wouldn't believe me
肯
if
定
I
会被你
talked
们认
about
为是
this
在胡
now.
说八道嘛。不过
I'm
我
really
真的没
not
有说
lying.
谎。绮罗，你们遇到的查特博士，他也是我的朋友。
That Professor Charter who you all met. He's my friend too.
我说，你不是顺着我的故
You're
事
not
在
making
编吗？
this up with my story, are you?
我知道，空口
I
无
know,
凭。
these are empty words.
啊，对了，
Oh,
刚
right.
才你说查特博士有一张没
You
写
said
完的
that
纸条，
Professor Charter
上
had
面
an
写着一句
unfinished
格
note
言，
that
对
had
吗？
an aphorism written on it, right?
是有这么回事，不过
You're right, but
那句格言是不是永远对
was
明
that
天心怀
aphorism?
希望，
Always
永
hold
远
hope
做
for
好每一天的
tomorrow.
自己？
Always live as yourself every day.
我以为永远对明天心怀希望之后写的是永远积极乐观。
I thought always stay optimistic would come after always hold hope for tomorrow.
等等，我好像没
Wait,
对任何人
I
说
never
过
even
他
told
的纸
anyone
条
what he
上究
wrote
竟
on
写
the
着什
note.
么。而且，那支笔
And
上
the
的
V on the pen.
所以
So,
Vita，
Vita,
你
you... Because the other possibility, and again, I'm hoping they don't follow the Star Rail route because I don't want to see the same storyline happen in 2 of their games. The other possibility is that this is just Saw fucking with them. And if this is just Saw fucking with them, what the fuck? I don't want the same plotline in 2 games.
很抱歉，我只能用这种方式尝试重新赢得大家的信任。
I'm really sorry. I can only try to regain everyone's trust this way.
新延历199年最后一个傍晚，
On the last
大
evening
爆
of the
炸来
year
临的不到1个小时之前，
199 of the Starlight
那同时
calendar,
也是新星球
an
勘
hour
察队
before
的
the
第一
Great
次起航。
Explosion, that was the first time that the new planet recon team had set off.
新星球勘察队，
New planet recon
是
team?
的，
Yes.
查特博士从来
Professor
没有
Charter
放弃
had
过
never
寻找
given
未
up
来
on
有可
looking
能
for
性的
hope
希
in the
望。
future.
他
It's
就是
just
那
how
样
he
的人。
was.
查特博士和阿特拉斯里的其
Professor
他几位
Charter
科
and
学
the
家
other
一直
researchers
在
in
秘密
Atlas
制造
secretly
能飞离
created
凋零之星的航
transportation
行
that
器，
could leave Fallen Star.
而我
And
因为
I,
一些
for
特
some
殊的
special
原因，
reasons,
恰巧就是
happened to
最
be one
初
of the
被选
first
中的船
members
员之一。
selected.
我永远也忘不了
Can never forget
那
what
天
I
我
saw
看到
that
的景
day.
象：凋零之星
And there's the
我们赖
picture
以
they
生存的
spoiled
家
us
园，
with.
在瞬间就被大爆炸的火光淹没了。
A fallen star, the home we relied on, was instantly swallowed by the flare of the great explosion. I wonder if that great explosion happened because they tried to leave.
那些曾经带给我们温
The
暖
light
和
that
希望
once
的
brought
光，
us warmth and hope, the
心
light
灵
of
的光芒，
starlights, became such an
此时
ominous
就
and
成为了
frightening
不祥而
waste.
可怖的幽冥鬼火。因为事出突然，
That
除
happened
了
so
正在航行器
abruptly,
上进行
aside
维
from
护的
me,
我，
who was
其
performing
他人都
maintenance
没
for
来
the
得及登船。
aircraft. The others weren't able to board in time.
那一刻，我知道，
I knew then that
我
I
再
had
次失
lost
去
my
了自己
hometown
的故
again,
乡，
become a lonely
又成
drifter
为了孤
again.
立无援的漂泊者。后来，经历
After
了漫长的
drifting
漂
for an
流，
arduous time,
我
I
幸运地来
fortunately
到了
came
这
to
个世
this
界。
universe. My
我的
aircraft
航行器
crashed
坠入
into
了
the
岩雪圣
wilderness
城外的荒
outside
野。
Salt Snow Holy City. So you're telling me there's a vessel that can travel the Sea of Quanta outside the wilderness of Salt Snow Holy City? Could potentially have been something important to know when you're trying to find a way to connect universes.
岩雪圣城的居民们接纳了我
The
这个来历
residents
不
of
明的
Salt
外
Snow
乡
Holy
人，
City accepted me,
把我
an
当成他
outsider
们
of
的家人
unknown
朋友一样
origin.
看待，
They treated
让
me
我
as
非
their
常感
friend and
激。
family. I'm really grateful for that.
从那以后，
From then on,
我
I
就决
decided
定
to
在
live
这里
here
安稳地生活
peacefully
下去。
until I met all of you.
直到后来，我遇见了你们。至于神使为什么
Or
会
why
袭
the
击
oracles
我，
attacked me.
我猜
I'm
测
afraid it's because they
恐
can
怕
tell
是
that I
因为他
don't
们能
belong to
看
this
出来我原本
universe.
并不属于这
So
个
they
世
are
界，
instinctively more
所以本
cautious
能的
of
对我
me
有
for
很
the
多提
safety
防，
of the Holy
想要
City.
确保圣城的安全吧。
虽然这样追问或许
It
有
may
些
be
无
rude of me
理，
to continue pursuing
你
this
刚才
matter,
说
but
自己再次失去
said
了
that you
故乡，
lost your hometown
也就
again.
是说，你
That
原本也
means you're
并
not a
不是
native
凋零之
resident
境
of
的
the
居民，
Fallen Star
对吗？
either, right?
是的，不
Yes.
过在之前的故事，我可就真
But
的
I
空口
really
无
have
凭
no
了。
evidence for anything that happened before that.
比如说，
For example,
最
the
初
world
孕
that
育
I
了我
was
的世
first
界，
raised in was
并不
not
是地
Earth.
球。
无论岩雪圣城还是凋零之星，他们也都不算地球吧？
Be it Salt Snow Holy City or Fallen Star, they aren't part of Earth either.
我不是这个意思。
That's not what I meant.
比如说，
For
对各位
instance,
而言，
to all
查
of
特
you,
博士、
Professor
凯莉
Charter,
爷爷、
Grandpa
伊斯
Kay,
奶奶、
Grandma
潘卡
Izzy,
叔叔，
and
他
Uncle
们都是世界
Pankaj
炮
are
的
all
居民，
residents of this bubble
并不属于所
universe,
谓本真
not
世
the
界，
real
对
world,
吧？
right? But this bubble universe is a reflection of Earth, technically, from what we know.
怎么？你想说你不是这样？
Why, do you mean that you're not like them?
我的情况
I'm
的
truly
确与他
different
们不
from
尽
them.
相同。用你们的语言来
In your
说，
words, I think,
我想，孕育了我的那个
the
世
world I was
界
raised in was
叫做金星。
Mars. Oh. So a world... That's interesting. See, I wasn't sure if it was accurate because we know it was Senti fucking with Kevin. But while Senti was fucking with Kevin, Kevin ran into a bunch of visions of all the worlds in the solar system and how they used to be alive. They used to have people. But the Kakuna finality went to that world, did the same thing it was doing on Earth, trying to find someone until the world ceased to exist. And that Earth was apparently the final planet that it had to look through. So it leads some possible proof, though it could also be just an alternate timeline where people lived on Mars. But that would definitely mean her bubble universe is very far separated, because we know the bubble universes are connected to the physical location.
金星？
The-
难道是太阳系八大行星里的那个金星吗？
Actually, no, that's true. I heard that there was a typo and they mistranslated something. So it might have actually meant Venus. I don't remember if it was Venus or Mars that it actually is. I think it might be Venus. But we'll see. Let me look. Honkai. Yes, it's supposed to be Venus. Venus is the right planet to say, not Mars. So she is from Venus. They mistranslated the first line. But yes, this could make her from a time way further in the past. And even still, she could still be from a bubble universe of that place, right? Just because the world itself has crumbled and there's no life on it doesn't mean there isn't still bubble universes of that planet that still have life, right? It's still possible. But yeah, so Venus, not Mars. Venus. Venus, like Venus and the 8 planets of the solar system?
我们的文明在很久之前就被崩坏
Our
摧毁了。
civilization had been destroyed by
那时
Honkai
我们还
long
没有
ago.
任何星际
Back
航行的
then,
能力。
we didn't have the ability to travel across planets.
作为幸存者，我在量子之海
As
的
a
深渊
survivor,
中
I spent an
不
endless
知度
amount
过
of
了
time
多
in
少
the
时
abyss of
光
the。Sea of Quanta.
不，
Now
仔
that I
细
think
想
about
来，
it, there's no
那
concept
种
of
环
time
境
in
里
that sort
根
of
本就没有
place.
时间这样的意义。
Yeah, time doesn't flow the same way.
总之，在外部的世界不知过了多久
Anyway,
以后，
after much time had
因
passed
为
in
一
the
次极其
outside
偶然的
world,
机会，
I was able to
我从
travel
金
from a
星附属的
space in
空间
Mars
中
to a space
跃
on
迁到
Earth
了你们
thanks
地
to an
球附属
extremely
的空
rare
间里。
coincidence. Coincidence that may possibly be related to Project Stigma?
与我们那边不同，你们的文明似乎极其繁盛。
Unlike
在漫
us,
长
your
的时光中，
civilization
孕育
flourished
了无
more.
数投
Over the
影。
long period of time, you guys were able to create countless hollow projections. I'm assuming by hollow projections, she means bubble universes?
在旅行的途中，我曾在某个帝国的都城见证了世界的轮
During my
回，
travels, I once
也造
witnessed
访
the
过由可爱的
samsara in a
人偶
certain
们主导的
kingdom,
迷你世
and
界。
visited cute puppets that led a miniature world. Again, we know that the bubble universes in imaginary space don't have to make sense. I mean, hell, we have the sugars, for Christ's sake.
当然，也有像凋零之星这样的
Of
悲
course, there
伤
were
故事。
tragedies like the Fallen Star, too.
我记得之前你
I
们很
remember
诧
that
异，
you all were
为
surprised
什
that I
么我会
found
觉
the
得
people
岩
in
雪圣
Salt
城
Snow
的大
Holy
家都
City
很有
very
趣，
interesting.
为什么我会喜欢
The
这里
reason
所有
why I
的
like
人？
everyone here is
我想，
perhaps those who have lost
或
their
许正是永
hometown
远失去
forever
了故乡的
cherish their
人，
new neighbors more.
他们会额外珍视自己的新邻居吧。
Nobody spoke. Venus was very distant from Earth, but everyone here recalled some of their own experiences. I'm going to read Mars as Venus from now on because, again, they've mistranslated it. I remember hearing this before getting here, so it's good to remember that, or it's good to know that they mistranslated some stuff. A drifter in the Sea of Quanta, a survivor of the Great Eruption, an orphan who had lost her home. We cannot change the past, but we can change the future. After the short collective silence,
刚才在薛定
Peter,
谔
we
博士的
managed
启
to
发
find a
下，
basic plan
我
to
们得
save
出了一个
Salt
拯救
Snow
岩
Holy
雪圣
City
城
and
和沙
Country
铁
of
国
Iron
度的基
Sand.
本计划。
With Dr.
那么，
Schrodinger's
以他
discovery
同为
just
量子
now,
之海漂泊者的
then,
你，
as someone who is also a drifter in the Sea of Quanta,
能够从这个角度
can you
上
provide
为
everyone
大
with
家提
additional
供什么
help?
额外的帮助吗？
这倒是有
That's
些令
tough.
人头痛
Although
呢。
Professor Charter's
虽
aircraft
说
is
查特
still in
博
the
士的航
wilderness
行
outside
器
the
至
city,
今还沉睡
we
在圣
can't
城郊
rely
野
on
的
it
荒
to
原上，
reactivate and help
但
everyone
我
in the
们也
Sea of
根本没法
Quanta.
指望它能重新起航，在量子之海中帮助大家。
I really hope Vita doesn't just leave the story after this. She is way too interesting of a character right now for them to get rid of. If she disappears after this little Sele arc, they've wasted a character. We're literally talking about a character with a completely different descent of everyone else that we know, right? Like, didn't come from Earth, didn't have any influence of the Cocoon of Finality when it was at Earth. She had to deal with that shit on Venus, which... Does anyone remember the order? The order of the planets being destroyed? 35. I would have to go look it up again. I'd have to go rewatch my VOD. I don't remember the exact order. I'm going to assume, with her still being alive and saying this, that it was probably the last one. That it was the one before Earth, but... knows. It's also interesting, though, that she says that her people did not have the ability to travel the universe, which means that they're not the ones that built the stuff on the moon. We still don't know anything about that. If it was just a previous era or if they came from somewhere else. Oh, right.
干涉仪，
Interferometer.
干涉仪，
Interferometer.
是什么？
What is that?
使者大人原来不知道
You don't
吗？
know about it either.
就是一
It's
种
a type
可
of
以植入人
nanochip
体
that
的
can
纳
be
米计算
implanted
设
in the
备，
human body.
可以对短期未
Perform
来进行重
exhaustive
置演算。
algorithm on the near future.
原理据说是
Theoretically speaking. Oh, so this is where her luck comes from. She has a chip implanted in her that protects her from the future. That's actually kind of funny.
对指定空间中所有可以选择的历史进行历史求和。
Earth was likely... Oh, yeah, I know that. Most likely for, like, hundreds of thousands of years. But we also know that Finality's power is just going through time. So... who knows how many times and how that relates to the times in the other planets. Like... I think the weird thing about thinking about the time, if Finality was going to a planet, trying to find a specific person or trying to influence history in a way, and it kept rewinding time and restarting over and over again, and then when that world crumbled, it goes to another planet, it's entirely possible, even though Finality has technically been on Earth for, like, possibly millions of years, right? Because it kept rewinding time, it's entirely possible that in time, in terms of, like, the planets relating to each other in the universe, Venus was destroyed just a few hundred years ago, or, like, a few decades ago, depending on when it left and how long it took for us to get to the point. Like, it's entirely possible that all these planets were very closely together destroyed. Which is probably how she makes sense. Time travel makes stories very confusing if you don't understand time travel. I love time travel stuff. I understand why people hate it, because, oh my god, does it make your head hurt. Can sum up all possible choices in a specific space.
对，
Yes, I
好
think
像
that's
是这
what
样
it
说的
does.
呢。
Professor, do
博
you
士，
know a
你
lot
也很
about
了
the
解干涉仪吗？
interferometer too?
准确的说，
More
数十
accurately,
年前，
decades
医
ago,
生小姐
Miss Edison once used this sort of device in front of me. But Prometheus, as the strongest AI of the previous
作
era,
为前文
you
明
really
最
know
强大的
nothing
人工
about
智能，
this.
你竟然完全不了解他吗？
我很意外，你为什么觉得我会了解这种
I'm really surprised. Why do you think that I'll understand a device that only seems to work theoretically? If there's a chance, I'd like to get a sample for research.
也许等我们
Maybe
拯
you
救
can
世界
take
之
a
后
look at me
你可以检
after
查
we
检查我的身
rescue
体。
this universe.
我是还
I've
在
already
军训
been
的时候
implanted with
就
an
被人家干
inframeter
涉
when I
仪
was
植
on
入了体内呢。
Venus.
这么说起来
That means
，Vita 之前说自己
Vita
运
once
气
said
比
that
较
her
好，
luck is better
反应
and
比
her
较快。
reactions are faster.
难道
Is it
都是
because
因
of
为
this
这种来自
technology
金
from
星的技
Venus?
术？
Exactly. She has a chip in her that is checking everything that could happen to her in the next few seconds, and she is trying to go to the best one all the time. Paradox in parallel worlds and you have a nightmare? Welcome to Honkai Impact. Honkai's story is so confusing for people to try and jump into. Because as much as I like calling like Honkai and whatnot a multiverse, it is technically not a multiverse when you actually think about how everything works in Honkai. Technically, well, I guess it's a multiverse in terms of bubble universes. But it's technically just a really big, complicated universe with imaginary boundaries between the planets and stuff like that. In theory, the imaginary tree itself is the universe. It's fun to think of as someone who's interested in this stuff, but I guarantee you, there's people listening, they're confused. And I don't blame you.
好像是这样呢。
Oh, it would seem so.
所以 ，Vita，
Oh, Vita, you can control the interferometer in you to perform some specific calculations for us.
我不敢
I
打
can't
包票，
promise anything.
但如
If
果
you
有
can
办法
implant
在
some
我的体
program
内植入一些
plugins
程序
into my
插
body,
件，或
maybe
许
you
它
can
也能
use
够
it
被
as a
当成
quantum
量子计算机
calculator.
使用。
如果你不介意，我们现在就可以进行这方面的尝
If you
试。
don't mind, we can try
它
that.
会对
It
我
is
们
very
事先
helpful to
考
the
虑的
plan we
计
have just
划很有帮
discussed.
助。
I hope nothing happens to Vita.
那真
Oh,
是太
then
好了。
great.
等等，要现
Wait,
在
are
就
we
开
gonna
始吗？
start now? Just as Miss Dunn had left without a word, Prometheus took Vita, who was a Venusian, away to investigate without explanation.
普罗米修斯的行动力突然变得好强。
Prometheus is suddenly very motivated. Susanna, Prometheus is a 52,000-year-old computer that just found out that a theoretical thing is real. She is like, ooh, new technology, must learn.
看到这世上
Looks
也有
like there's
他
still
完全不
things in
了
the
解的
world
东
that
西
she doesn't
还挺有
completely
意思。
understand. Interesting.
不过，
But
黑白
things are
世
getting
界的
worse
情
by the
况每分
second
每
for
秒
the
都在
black and
持
white
续恶
worlds.
化，
We can't go
我
on
们也不能
discussing
一
new
直只是谈论
theories.
道理。
正如之前所
Yeah.
说，
As mentioned before, to connect this twin bubble universe to the real world and prevent its inevitable demise, we must act
我们必须
immediately.
立刻展开行动。苏珊娜，
Susanna. Hey. Lusmia, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Huh? Yes. I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying the story. Enjoying the time shenanigans. I understand a lot of people are probably going to hate this chapter. Now that I've gotten to this part, this feels like the kind of chapter I'm going to see like Twitter posts and Reddit posts of people complaining about how complicated it is. But I love this shit. I love time travel and paradoxes and crazy stuff. Pretty good.
我发现你似乎一直在做笔记，能向大家重新总结一遍
Notice that you've been taking notes the whole time. Can you summarize our plan to everyone again?
由我来吗？
Me?
你是一个认真刻苦的
You're
孩
a
子，
serious and hardworking child. You'll do fine.
是啊，自信一点，苏珊娜。
Yeah, be more confident, Susanna. This is a 3D model? Yeah, this is a model I made. Oh, alright.
那我就班门弄
I'm gonna go for it. Nana opened the notebook she had been using nervously. It was crammed with words and even had some unique drawings. Then, I shall summarize the direction of our operation and our
就由我来
individual
总结一下本次的
responsibilities.
行动方针和人员分工。本次行动的主要目的是将两个世
Okay,
界以盲
so
点
this
突破，
was...
并发射
I
出
kind of
本
called
征
this
事件
last time, right? I kind of called this that this art didn't actually mean anything. They were describing what they needed. And so this is art representing what they're doing. They need a being as strong as Kiana to stabilize the two planets. That's all this image means. It's not actually Kiana doing anything. And I do art sometimes, maybe not as often. I made all my emotes too. I wouldn't say I'm like the best artist ever, but I have fun trying to do creative stuff. The main objective of this operation is to stabilize two worlds with anchors and launch them back into the real world.
最终，借助 Kiana 的力
Ultimately,
量，
by using
两个
Kiana's
世界炮
power,
将
the
获
two
得稳
worlds
定
will
的结
gain
构，
a stable
摆脱
structure
自身
and
注
be
定毁
saved
灭的
from
命运。
doom. Okay, so they are kind of hoping to get Kiana's help as well, though. Which also, by the way, just... Is there any errors in this image? Is there actually no errors in this image? Usually, if you look at the edge of the images for these chapters, there's a single row of glitched pixels. And I don't know why, they've always had it. Don't mind me while I turn this into a wallpaper. That is awesome. I'm just gonna paste it into my art program. I'll save it later. I'm not done at all, but I got most of what I need. Like, overlay I've got now I made myself too. Just simple. Okay. Saved. That is a gorgeous shot. I am probably going to make that my background. At the moment now, I have other focuses. I really need to get content out. I gotta work on my video stuff. Which I'm planning to do this weekend. I have a lot of plans for this weekend. But...
为此，我们首先要做的就
To
是
do this, we need to
找到
first
分
find
布
a
于
number
两
of
个世
basic
界内的
anchors
若干基
distributed
本
across
锚
the
点，
two worlds,
然
then
后将
connect
它们
them to
连
an
接到轴，
axis,
也
which
就
is the
是这座
Sage
贤者
Tower.
高塔上。这样一来，我们就
This
可以
way, we'll
构
be
筑
able to
出世
construct
界
a
级锚
world-scale
点，
anchor, which is essentially
也
obtaining
就
a
相
rope
当
that
于
can pull the
获得
two
了能够
bubble
牵动两个世界
universes.
炮的牵
Right?
绳，对吧？
没错。
That's right.
那么，接下
Now,
来
for our
就是人员
individual
分工。
responsibilities, I'll
我
talk
先说严雪
about
圣城
Salt
这
Snow
边。
Holy City first.
首先是夏，因
Oh
为
my
他不能
god,
离
cute
开高
art.
塔太长时间，所以主要负责利用贤者的全能，为我们定位基本锚点的
I'm
位置。
fine for now. If I ever needed... you can type exclam socials or it's down below. But if I need art, I'll go looking. Yeah, you can send me a link or something on Twitter. You need to. Or even just a DM. But yeah, when I'm looking for it, I'll send messages to people. First, it's Sele. Because she cannot leave the tower for long, she is mainly responsible for using Sage's authority to locate the basic anchors. I love how she's the radio tower.
交给我吧，这的确
Okay,
是只有
leave
我
it to
能
me.
做到的
That's
事。
indeed something that only I can do.
接着是11绮罗前辈。
Next is
前辈
Kira
会打算
Senpai. She'll try to
尝试联
contact
系
her
伙伴
comrade
尼古拉
Nigroth
斯
and the
和休格斯
Sugars.
一族吗？
I don't know if she said that, but yes, she needs to do that. They would help.
虽然我的
Although I
前辈
don't
能长我
expect
的
much
勇
from
气
Elder
没抱太
Competo
大
in
希望
terms of bravery,
但如果
if we
能
can
得到
get their
他们的帮
help,
助，
it'll
一
make
定可以
things
让我
twice
们
as
事半
easy.
功倍。换一个
In a way, it's not troublesome to make contact with them. You can treat me as a standby unit and assign tasks accordingly.
好的，这些我都记下
Oh,
来。
got it. I'll write all these down.
然后，
And then...
是我自己。
And for myself, I'll do my best to
我会
do
尽
all
可能
errands
承
and
担
note
所有
taking.
的杂
Let me
物，
know if
还
you
有
need
记录工
anything.
作。大家有什么需要，请尽管开口。之后
And then there's
是
Miss
普罗
Prometheus.
米修斯小姐。
She's doing research.
我的任务就是为你们提
Wait,
供
she's
需要
back?
支援和
What?
状
I
况
thought she
分
ran
析
away.
和往常一样。
My job is to provide information and analysis of the situation just as before.
那接着是
Yeah, and next...
普罗米修斯小姐。
Miss
你这么快
Prometheus,
就
you're
回来
back so
了？
soon. Yeah, I was gonna say, when the hell did she get back? On the 0.2 megabytes hotel Wi-Fi? Oh no. Oh no. I hope you enjoy your pixels.
我也很惊讶呢，他几乎在一瞬间就完成了对干涉仪的检查，还帮
I'm
我
really
植入了
surprised
可以
too.
更
She
有针
completed
对
her
性的应
analysis
用
of
它
the
的插件程序，
interferometer
真是太
instantly
厉
and
害
even
了。
inserted some specific plugins for me to use it. She's amazing. Wait, to use it? You're saying Vita can control her ability to sense the future now? What?
总之，我已经准备好贡献自己的一份力量啦。
Anyway, I'm ready to offer my help.
丑话说在前头。
Just a disclaimer, we don't fully trust your explanation from before. Oh my gosh, Kira. You don't fully trust. Calm down, Kira.
啊，绮罗真是严格
Oh,
呢。
Kira, you're so
因为
strict.
我又补
I'd
充说
already
明了
given
各
various
种各样的细
details.
节。
That's alright.
不
I'll
过没
prove
关系，
myself through
我会用行
actions.
动证明自己的。
I really hope Vita stays in the story. I can check it after. I'm busy with the story.
你确定自己能帮上忙吗？
Clear that you can be of help.
它的确很有用。
She is very useful indeed. You'll see later.
那我们接着来
Then
看
we
米斯
can
特
look
林
at
小
Miss
姐。
Mistown next.
米斯特林已经在
Miss
努力
Town is
行
already
动
moving independently. I'm sure she has her own ideas. From past experiences, we can ignore her for now. We'll reach a common goal in the
最
end.
后总会殊途同归的。
Hello, Nightblight. How are you?
好的。那么刚才我们也一并盘点了 Vita。
And we've accounted for Vita too. Right, next I'll go through the
我就开始帮
situation in
大
the
家
country
梳理
of
沙
Iron
体活动的
Sand.
情况吧。
Is the image gonna be darker? Just cuz?
哦，终于来
Oh,
了
it's
呀！
finally here. I was getting impatient. I hate to tell you, Senti, you're probably the telephone. Your job is probably to sit there being bored and being the telephone. Poor Senti.
另一位希尔小姐，因为和希尔同为新
Oh,
任贤者，
punch,
所以
apparently.
那边的基本锚点就麻烦她来定位了。
Miss, the other Sele will locate the basic anchors there, as she's also the new sage.
小事一桩。
That's a piece of cake. The residents here are wisps. When it comes to running and evacuating, they'll be better than those living people on the other side.
接着是小石，
Next is Senti. Huh? Wait, why are you also calling me Senti? Who do you think you are? Get over it, Senti. It's your name now. Like, it still blows my mind that Senti doesn't seem to want a normal name. Right? It's like, it's either we call you Senti, or we call you the Nameless Searcher of Sentience. Do you really just want a title? Just take your name. Take it.
对不起，我是听天命的前
Not
辈
so
们
sorry.
说过
I heard it from the senpais and Shixel that I can call you this way. Oh, forget it. I'll excuse you this time, since you worked hard taking all those notes. Got it?
不计较了。听懂了没？
She's such a fucking tsundere. It's just funny because she came up with the nickname Senti. She loves the nickname, but she always gets angry when people say it without her permission.
时之律者女士的任务是清除连接锚点的
This
途中可能
Treasure of
出现的阻
Sentience's
碍
mission is to
比如
clear
两
all
个
obstacles
之海
that
的
may
怪物
appear while connecting the anchors, such as monsters from the Sea of Quanta.
那边的世界里，你们没有
On that side, you guys don't have
作为外
Prometheus
援。
for external
时
support.
之律者，
Treasure of
你身上
Sentience,
的责
you
任
bear a
也许
heavy
会很重。
responsibility.
这不是很合理的
What a
分配
reasonable
吗？
assignment of
毕
tasks.
竟从
Oh,
战斗
when
力
it
来
comes to
说，
battling,
我还
I'm
是
a
比
league
战斗
above
段位
everyone else
高上
here.
几个档次的嘛。
I kinda doubt that, Senti, but okay.
原来如此。
I see, so you're just a fighter. A job perfect for you indeed.
哎呀，
Oh my. Look, I think an obstacle has appeared
好
here.
像就有一个途中可能出现的阻碍呢。要试试看吗？
Wanna go at it?
大家请
Please
友
get
好
along
相
with
处
each other.
不然我们
We
可
won't be
没
able
法
to
完成
complete
这
this
个任
mission
务。
otherwise.
我们哪里不友好啦？
Aren't we getting along just fine? I love them so much. The perfect best friends. Lastly, it's Dr. Schrödinger.
我还是会如同之前一样，但当两个小
I'll
组
do what I've been
交
doing
流的
before. Act as a medium of
大家可以
communication
知道
between the two
也可以
groups.
提供建议。
Open a channel for all of you and provide my suggestions.
那
Then
以上这些
let's offer
就
the
是我
plan
们
we've
根据现
conceived
状
according
拟
to the
定出的
current
全部计
situation,
划了，
right?
没错吧？
你总结
It's a
的不
good
错。
summary.
时间紧迫，我
Time
们
is
这就开始
ticking.
行动
Let's
吧。
get moving.
所以要
Oh,
开始
are
了
we
吗
gonna？ start now?
我们开始吧。
Yes, we're gonna begin.
没问题。
No problem, let's go. Yeah. He doesn't seem so motivated. Like you could do anything more. Between stories, human emotions are bound to change slightly yet mysteriously. Just like the country of iron sand that had lost its order, uncertainty and panic rose up in Celia's heart. Yeah, she didn't seem very certain about that. As the consolation of souls persisted, the discomfort from before relieved over time. The bubble universe was still approaching destruction, and it was clear who held the sage's authority. That was more like a curse till the end. The helplessness born from being unable to share her pain was more unbearable than being separated by space and time.
万众的信仰与无私的心灵
The，faith of the
只会催生
masses
出
and
必
a
然凋
heart
谢
that
的
is
花朵。
selfless would
它
only
的芬芳
conceive
固
a
然纯
flower
美，
that would
可
surely
若是
wither.
想要嗅闻，
Its
就得
fragrance
做
is
好
rich,
直
but
面
to
死
smell
亡
it,
的
one
准
must
备。
prepare to face death. And though she knew those were merely words meant to sow discord, they weighed heavy on her heart like a curse and struck her with fear. But it was not the time to think about those inner struggles. And so, it only let out a long sigh, as if she could exhale all those depressing emotions. Right then, she heard an echo from deep within her soul.
别担心，希儿，
Don't worry, Sele. Even though she hid all her concerns in her heart, the other her could still feel wisps of her emotion.
高塔隔绝了世界炮崩
The
溃
tower
对
has
我产生的大
alleviated
部分
most of the
影响。
effects of the Bubble Universe's destruction from me. I'm fine.
你不需要专门安慰我，
You don't have to deliberately comfort me. I know what you're going through.
我真的没有
I'm
勉
really
强
not
啊。
putting up a front.
非
I
要
must
说起
say,
来，
now we're
目前的这
stronger
些
than
状
when we
况
were lost in
比
the
我
Sea
们
of
在上次
Quanta.
之海里迷路
And
的
there's
时
so
候
many others
还是要
helping
强很
too.
多呀。而且还有这么多人都在互相帮助。 那倒是。
Yeah, that's true. Celia muttered her reply as the frown on her face eased. It seemed like Celia's words had helped to relax her nerves. And so she had the mood to joke around.
更何况，这个
Plus,
世
you
界
hold the fate of this
还有我的未
universe and
来
our future in
可
your
还都握在
hands.
你的手上呢。接下来就靠你
Rest of
另一
is
个
up to
我
you, the other me.
笨蛋，这不是
Of
理所
course,
当然
silly.
放心吧，想
Don't worry, silly.
我们会解
We'll
决一
resolve
切的。
everything.
我会保护你。
I'll protect you,
就
just
像以
like
前的
every
每一
time
次那
before.
样。
At this point, she did not know how the tower in her heart was built upon unstable sand. A moment later in Salt Snow Holy City. For the hydrate and posture
好
check.
多怪物！
Oh boy, stealth mission. Oh. Kira observed her surroundings carefully with an unusually serious expression.
之前发往休格斯的求救通讯，甚
I
至没有
didn't
收到
ever
回复。
even receive a response from the
那它
distress
这个世界
signal
的
I
边
sent to the
界。
Sugars. Don't tell me that the Elder and the
怎么
others
会是长
also
老他们给
encountered
遭遇了
something
什么
in
吧？
this world.
不，还是先离开
No,
这里
I
再
should
考虑
leave
这
this
些吧。
place before I consider all that. I
只
can
能
only
靠我
rely on
们自己了。
myself now.
想要完全绕过敌人的活动范围，多少有些不切实际。苏珊娜，这些敌人你能应付得来吗？
It's not possible to completely avoid all those enemies. Susanna, can you take on these enemies?
我
I'll
当
do
然
my
会努
best,
力。
of course.
没关系，苏珊娜。
Okay,
就像平时
Susanna.
训
It's
练的
just
时
like
候
your
那样。
usual training.
麦克风测试啊！
Mic test, mic test. Hi, can you hear me? Kira withdrew her hand that covered Susanna's mouth and shushed her.
小声点儿，那些
Be so
怪物
loud,
对
those
声音很
monsters
敏
are
感。
sensitive to sound.
还有你，Vita，你是生怕
And
我
you,
们会被敌
Vita, are
人
you
发现吗？
dying for us to be found by those enemies?
抱歉抱歉，好久没有用
哦
过科技含量这么高的通讯工具了，不由自
啊
主就有点兴奋。
Interesting. Sorry, it's just been so long since I used such an advanced technological communication tool, so I couldn't help my excitement.
你这家伙，明明一天之前
This
还装
brat,
成一
she
副完
still
全不
was
了解
still
人工
acting
智
as
能
if
的
she
样
didn't
子。
know what AI was the other day.
那个是为了完全融
I
入
was
这
to
里的生
integrate
活，
myself into
避免
life here
自己
and
在
avoid
不必要
catching
的角度
unnecessary
上过于显
attention.
眼吧。好了好了，言归
Alright,
正传，
alright, let's get back on track.
接下来希尔会
Next,
进入未
Sailor
幕
will get
时
into
更新
consolation
正宗
mode
基本锚点的实时
and
状态，
focus on following the basic anchors in real time.
而我则会
And
根
I'll
据希
follow
尔
the
提供的
hints that
线索，
Sailor
通
provides
过
to
对
find
短
their
期未来的
coordinates
穷
by
举
using
演算，
exhaustive
帮我们划定
algorithm
他们
in
的
the
具
near
体坐标，
future.
并且
Then I'll
操纵着
control
他
the
们机器
cruising
人
robot
进
as a
行
guide.
指引。
也就是说，基本锚点的位置本身也会波动。
That means the basic anchors will move,
不过他们在每个波
but
动
they
位
will
置上
stop at a
都会停留
location
一
for
段时间，
duration after
所以
each
在短时间
change.
内还是可以
You
当
can
做
still
进程不
consider
动
them
的
as
存在。
inanimate objects within a short period of time.
考虑到效率，我会尽量选择
In
离人
favor
分
of
布少一些的路
efficiency,
线。
I'll try to
要小
choose
心
the
别被他
path
们
that
发
has
现
the
哦。
least enemies. Be careful not to be discovered by them.
看到小 V 了吗？只要跟好它就可以了。
See V over there. Just have to follow it.
我记得他明明
V?
叫
But wasn't it called...
叫
called...
叫小柱。不过，既然
Assisty,
它
but
现在
since
是
it's
我
now
操
controlled
控，
by me,
当然要跟
taking
我
my
姓。
last name.
可你也不姓 V 吧？
It's totally not your last name, Vita
别
V.
在意这些细节嘛。
Mind the details. Are they turning at all? I swear to God, if they turn. They're stupid is what they are, apparently.
第一个锚点的位置就在这里啦。
This is where the first anchor is.
这里什么都没
There's
有
nothing
啊。
here.
锚点本是大家对于一
Anchor
类
is the
特殊
general
空间
term
结
for
构
a
的
special
断层，
type of
属于
spatial
更高维度的
structures.
存在。
As higher
自然
dimensional
状态下不可
existences,
见
it's
才
only
是正
normal
常
for
的。
them to be invisible in
不
their
过没
natural
关系，
state, but it's okay.
你们只要在心底虔
As
诚
long
地
as you
祈
pray
愿，
piously,
希尔就
Sailor
能
can
用
use the
贤者的
sage's
力
power
量
to
将它
bring
们
them
转
into
化为现实中
existence.
的存在哦。
原来如此， 贤者的全
No,
能
I didn't know
还
the
可以这
Sage's
样使用
authority
啊
could be used that
有
way.
点像理
Reminds
智力者
me of the
呢。
Hersher of Reason.
那
And
苏珊娜，
Susanna, give it a
就由
shot.
你先来试一试吧。交给我吧。
Alright, leave it to me.
下，不，
There, no,
伟大的
great
贤
sage,
者，
please bring the anchors
请
into
为我们将
existence so
锚
they may
点转
connect
化
to
为
the
现实的
tower.
存在，让他们能够与高塔相连吧。
Oh. The tornado! Can't believe it, they appeared out of nowhere.
真的就是凭空出现呢。
这还真是有趣。
Interesting. Oh, it's a double tornado.
我用机器人记录了刚才的全过
Recorded the
程。
entire
即
process
便
with
你
the
再少
robot.
的时间单位
However,
观
it's
察，
impossible
都
to
无
see
法
the
看到锚
construction
点
of
被构造
anchors
出来的
even in
过
the
程。
smallest time unit.
没有过程吗？这究
Without
竟
a
是怎么做到
process,
的？
how is this possible?
说实话，我也有些搞不
I'm
清
not
楚。
sure either. Actually, I felt your prayer deep in my heart. Power flowed to the subject of the prayer on its own. It's like an instinct.
简直像是本能一样。
That's interesting that the effect over it is literally like a sound wave.
恐怕这也是世界
I'm
炮使
afraid
者
this
的
is
一部
also a
分吧。
mechanism of the bubble universe.
只要有人祈愿，就能无中生有。还好高塔贤者的全
Something
能
can
现
be
在掌握在
created
我
from
们自己
nothing
手
as
里，
long as someone prays. We're lucky that the sage's authority is in our hands.
不然万一有人祈祷说
Otherwise, if
世界
someone
炮毁
wishes
灭
for
了，
world
然
destruction
后
and the
贤
sage
者又稀里
stupidly
糊涂的表示
agrees.
同意，
别说的这么可怕嘛。
Don't make it sound
就
so
算是
bad.
前一任贤
Wasn't the
者，
previous
也有
sages
很强的个人
independent
主见啊。
minded?
不过啊，这么
If
好
we
玩
aren't
的能
in
力，
the
如
situation
果不
so
是在
dire,
天灾
this
之
cool
中紧急
ability
情
will
况
have
下，
so
一
many
定会
more
有
fun
很多有趣的
uses.
用法的。
Vita's like a freaking child now that she gets to be herself.
可贤者的能力也不是用
Sage's
来恶
power
作剧
isn't
的呀。
used for pranks.
总觉得背后凉飕飕的。
I feel a chill behind my
是
back.
错觉
Is it
吗？
just me?
总之，这里的锚点就搞定了
Wait,。the anchor here has been set.
我们出发去下一个位置吧。
But might I add, again, the power of wishes, bringing something into being, just like the Star Rock. Interesting, to say the least, and still sounds like a frickin' Stellaron. I'm gonna be connecting the two games forever. The two quickly reached the second anchor under Vita's guidance, and Shiguro Kira began to pray. Oh, we don't get a line for it this time? Oh, I accidentally hit hide.
好，这样第二个锚
Alright,
点也
we've
定位成
successfully
功了。
located the second anchor too.
多亏维塔能够一次性定位精准的方向，
Thankfully, Vita managed
否
to
则我们
accurately
还不
figure
知
out
道
the
要在这
direction
里搜索到
instantly.
什么时候
If
呢？
not, we would have had to search forever.
推演未来的能力
Amazing to be able to
真是
deduce
太
the
厉害
future.
了。虽说是利用了那种神秘的干涉
Although it
力，
requires that
但在
mysterious
这个过程中，
interferometer.
不只是普罗
In
米
this
修斯，
process, it was not
维
only
塔自己也
Prometheus,
要
but
进行一
Vita
些必须
also
的技
had
术工
some
作吧？
to do some necessary technological work, right?
还真是人不可貌相。
Really can't judge a book
看
by
你
its
之前的
cover.
言谈
How you
举止，
spoke and acted
实在
before, it's
很难
difficult
把
to
你和末
associate
世
you
的
with
工
the
程
title
师
of
或者航天员挂
post-apocalyptic
上等号。
engineer or astronaut. Fair. Yurikira was prepared to respond to Vita's retorts, but the usually talkative girl went silent this
维
time.
塔，希尔，你们在吗？
Vita, Sele, are you guys there? For a while, the bubbly and girly voice rang again.
啊，我在。
I'm here.
维塔，发生什么事了吗？
Something happened.
另一个希尔那边出
Something
现了一点
unusual
特殊情
happened to
况
the other
不过
Sele.
看样子
and
他
the
们已
rest
经
on
自
the
己
other
解决了
side.
没什么好担
It
心
looks
的。
like they managed to resolve it themselves, nothing to worry about.
虽然总觉得绮罗主要
So
想
it seems
看我
like you
之前
mean
的
to
表
say
现
that
看
I
起
was
来
very
幼稚
childish before.
不过
I still take it as a
还是理解成
compliment.
你在夸奖我好了。
Yeah? I mean, you're still childish now?
你这不是一直在听吗？
You were listening.
嗯哼。
Yep.
不过，所
But
谓的
deducing
推
the
演未来
future is actually
可
not
并
as
没有你们
difficult
想
as
象
you
的那么高
imagine.
深。 干涉仪可没有直接观察未来的能力，它只是在我们做出行动的
Interferometer
时
doesn't
候
have the ability
模拟
to
出这个行动可
directly
能
see
产
the
生的结
future.
果
It only
进行推理。
simulates possible
就
outcomes
像
when we perform a
天气
certain
预报。
action and deduces information from them, something like a weather report. So it's more like... Oh, I've heard terms for this before. It's almost like... I think I've heard the term causality engine, but it's basically... Or I guess a causality... A causality simulation? There's a saying out there that if you had every variable in the universe, if you knew absolutely everything, you could write an equation to predict the future. So what it sounds like is what her chip does is it looks at the small action that she is in the process of doing and predicts, like guesses, every possible thing that could happen around her. And then guides her towards the best possible one. The most likely one, or the best one, whatever works, I guess. But that's interesting.
好像也不太对，毕竟天气预报
That's not quite right either. A weather report can't control the weather after
我还
all.
是用这句话来概
I'll say
括
it this way instead.
时间永远
Time
分
always
叉
has crossroads that
通
lead to
向无数
countless
的将
futures.
来。干涉仪所能做的，只是计算出这些分叉的小径，并在其中找到对大家最有
Interferometer
用的
can
那一条。
calculate the trails on these crossroads and find the most useful one for everyone.
而如果这些分岔路口原本就不存
If
在，
these
我
crossroads
又怎么
didn't
可能
exist
做
in
出
the
推
first
断呢？
place, how can I deduce anything? It's wild to think that this was a common technology for the Venusians, and they still got wiped out. They literally had technology that could predict the future around them and lead them to the best possible future, and that still led them to destruction. That's crazy.
慢着慢着，
Hold
也
on.
就是说，
That means
不
it's
只
not
是
only
希尔
because
指出了
Sele
锚
brought
点的
up the
存在，
existence of
还因为
the
我们的
anchors.
确在进
It's
行
also
寻找
because
锚
we are
点的行
searching
动，
for the anchors.
才能
That's
够
why
为
you
我
can
们提供指
provide
引。
guidance. Yep. It's based on the action you're doing.
没错没错，就是这个意
That's
思。
right. That's what I
就像
meant.
一艘边
Like a
开边
spaceship
合的
that's
宇宙飞
flying and being
船。
repaired at the same time.
未来并不是单一的线条，
Future isn't a
而
single
是由
line,
无
but
数种可能
countless
性彼此交叠，
possibilities
共同
overlapping
组
each
成
other
了
to
完整
create a
的图
messy
形。
picture.
正是因为你们为我制造了
Because you
过
guys
去，
have created
我
the
才能将
past
可
for
选
me.
择的
I
未
can
来
limit the
控制
number
在
of
有限的
possible
范围内。
futures within a reasonable range.
否则的话，干涉
Otherwise,
仪
the
会被无数
interferometer will
身
be
份
drowned
和
with
不同的
countless
选择
similar
所淹
yet
没，
different
彻底失去
choices
方向。
and completely lose its direction. Makes sense. If there's too many possibilities, then it'll take forever. It'll take so long that the time will have already passed.
所以，是因为大家的心意和能力都很出色，
So
才有
it's
我们
because
现在的
everyone
这
has
些成果。
outstanding intentions and abilities. That's why we have these results now.
谢谢鼓
Thanks for the
励，
encouragement.
你还挺会说话的嘛。
Pretty good
丽塔
with words, Vita. The question is she using her technology to predict what the best thing to say is? It's actually wild to think of someone that in everything they do can always choose the best possible option no matter what.
那么，接下来
And
的
the
锚
next
点
anchor point
在
should be... Oh, we going backwards?
没什么，我们推演出
It's
结果了。
nothing. We already
跟我
have the
来
results. Come with me. Okay. Oh. Why is it already visible?
这里是吗？那么开始祈愿吧
This is。the place, then I'll begin praying. It's already there.
等等，苏珊娜，
Wait, Susanna.
怪物数量好多。
So many monsters.
锚点呢？应该不会被这群家伙破坏吧？
Anchor point. These Joe didn't wreck it, did they?
先别管这么多了，专心
What
应
about
战。
that? We need to focus on the fight.
咻咻，对不住了。太奇怪了，这个世界炮的敌人之前
Weird,
并没
this
有这么
world's
强的力
bubble
量。
enemies weren't strong as before. It's because the world bubble is about to collapse.
苏珊娜，尽量交给我吧，
Leave this to me.
期待已久。我也是。要换人吗？
Oh, they all
总
gone.
算
Or not.
快要结束了。一鼓作气，除掉他们吧。嘿，呀，好，这儿，闪开。
Damn it, got 2 of them.
拜拜。哎，对不住了。呀，
Okay. We survived.
活下来了。
发生了什么？你们还好
What
吗？
happened? Are you guys okay? Yurakira told Vita about the abrupt battle
这
just
些
now.
怪物比之前要
Monsters
强
are
得多
way。stronger than
而
before,
且，
and as
直
if
到
they
我们
were
开始祈愿，他们
activated,
才
they
仿佛
only
被
showed
激活，
themselves and attacked
显
us
露
when we
出踪
started
迹，
praying.
对我们发起攻击。如果不是因为我先一步察觉到危险，苏
I
珊
hadn't
娜
noticed the
可就要
danger
变成他
early,
们的靶
Susanna
子
might
了
have。become their shooting target.
所以锚点的
So,
位
is
置
the
就
anchor
会在
really
这里。
there?
嗯？
Huh?
抱歉，真的很抱歉。
Things wrong with the
我们这边
coordinates
演
I've
算的坐标
deduced
出现
here.
了一点问题。这里只是靠近世界炮边缘
Just
的
a
位
place
置，
close
是世界炮作
to the
用较为
border
薄
of the
弱的区域。
bubble universe,
也正因此，
where the
我
effects
们
of
受
the
的那些
universe
敌
is
人才会聚集
weakest,
在这里。
so that those enemies you talked about gathered there.
请稍等，我
Please
再
wait,
帮
I'll
我
look
们
for
重新
possible
推算
location
下
of
一
the
个
next
锚点的
anchor
可能位置
again. Yeah, that's good, as long as it wasn't because the
不是
anchor
因为
was
锚点
damaged.
遭到了破坏就好。不过，为什么会突然推断错误呢？
Why did the
这里有什么特
deduction
殊之处
suddenly
吗？
go wrong? Is there anything special about this place?
这个嘛，
That,
只是单纯的运算错误
it's
而
just a
已。
simple operation error.
让这个笨
Let
蛋
this
自己
idiot
和
explain
你
it
们
to
说
you
吧。
herself. Be attached to this spot because it's where she met them?
那个，我好像把两个数值
Well,
配反了。
I think I matched 2 values in the wrong order, so...
干涉仪里面都是些维护
The
的不知道多少
interferometer
年的
holds
表
lists
单，
from many years
你们懂
ago,
的。
so you know.
就像
Like how
苏珊
Susanna
她在写报告的
misreads
时
the
候
topic
有
when
时候
writing
也
a
会
report
出错题目，
sometimes.
对吧？
Yeah?
居然是这个原因吗？
Oh, so that's why. That's a
的
common
确是很
mistake
常
indeed.
见的情况。等等，不对，
Wait, that...
不是这个
No,
问题。
that's not the issue.
维塔，你也太理直气壮了吧！
Vita, why are you
我们
acting
刚
like
才
it's
可是因此经
justified?
历了一
We
场苦
went through a
战
tough
呢。
battle because of this just now.
抱
Sorry.
歉了。
Yurakira looked at the robot and Min bantering in front of her, sank into deep
的
thought.
确，如 Vita 所言，
Indeed, as Vita
这
said,
可
it
能
could
真的只是一次微
really
小
be
的
a
失
small
误。
mistake, but...
Duh.
But if Vita led them into a trap with the excuse of making a mistake as people who did not know the future, they would be defenseless.
如果真是那样，事情可
In
就
that
难办了。
case, things are gonna be tough. Yurakira muttered to herself for a long time and finally decided to stifle that bottomless anxiety instead.
无论如何，世界炮的
Regardless,
崩
Vita
溃
will
对
gain
他而
nothing
言
from
有
this
害
bubble
无益。
universe's
至少
destruction.
在这一点
At least
上
our，goals are
我们的目
aligned
标
in
一
this
致。
aspect.
更何况，
And
如果连并肩作战的
I
同伴
can't
都无法信
even
任，
trust the comrades
这个世
fighting
界上
alongside with
又
me.
哪里还有值
Who
得
can
信
I
任的对
trust
象
in
呢？
this world? Thankfully, there were no mistakes in Vita's subsequent deductions, so they retrieved most of the anchors in Salt Snow Holy
果
City.
然，还是我想的太多了吧？
Expected. I was just
如果
overthinking.
干涉仪的判断没错，接下来就是这一侧
The
世界的最后一处基本锚点了。
interferometer's judgment is right. The next one is the last basic anchor on this side of the universe.
只不过，
But,
怎么了，Vita？
what's wrong, Vita?
推算告诉我，这个锚点的背后可能会有
The
一些不
deduction
同
tells me
寻
that
常的
behind
东
that
西。
anchor there might be some abnormal
不同
things.
寻常。
Normal? What does
这
that
是什么意
mean?
思？
实际上，刚才另一个希尔那边也出现了
Actually,
类似的情
something
况，
similar happened to
短
the
暂
other
的和我
Sele
们
and
失
the
去了
rest on the
联
other
系。
side, and they lost contact with us temporarily.
或许是因为这个锚
Maybe
点
it's
恰好
because
处于
this
世界
anchor
炮
is
的某个
located
位
at a
置，
weak spot in this
所以它
bubble
产生了更
universe,
加贴近量子
so
纠
it
缠
creates
本
more
质的变
changes
异，
that are similar
也
to the
就是会令人
nature
产生幻觉，
of
进
the
入白
Sea
日
of
做梦的
Quanta.
状态。
It can cause people to hallucinate and enter a dazed state,
甚至
and
见
even
证原
witness the
本不可
past
能
or
存在
future
的
that
过去
couldn't
和
have
未来。
existed. Imagine fucking with time is a bad idea.
就是这里了，启动球队，我们开始吧。
Like, this is the place. Kira-senpai, let's begin. Accidents might happen when we are praying. What kind of accidents? Don't tell me it'll be those enemies from before. No, I won't be able to deal with them if they appear again.
不行不行，再来一次的话，我可……好在这是最后的锚点，只要调
Thankfully, it's the last anchor. Once we locate all the anchors, we can find a way to contact the real world. Let's end this strange journey as soon as possible and return to our original world. As a Valkyrie, I must fight against all sorts of strange abnormal circumstances. You never know what you'll encounter in the future. No, Susanna, what are you thinking about? Calm down. Last anchor, please appear smoothly. Very smoothly.
你要顺利显现，一定
Very smoothly.
要顺利。
The world lit up abruptly. A white light began to spread deep in the Valkyrie's soul. Unlike the everlasting daytime in Salt Snow Holy City, this light was invasive. Even after closing her eyes tightly, Susanna could still feel that burning light. She seemingly heard a subtle voice next to her. Susanna! Susanna!
苏珊娜，苏珊娜，苏珊娜，
Voice is that? Sounds really familiar. Susanna!
别换了，
Huh. Stop shaking.
再这样
I'm
要被
gonna
欢迎
faint.
过去了。你总算是醒了。
You're finally awake. Interesting. We'll see where this hallucination goes.
亚
Oh,
维
Peter.
特
Why are you here?
啊，
Hmm?
苏珊娜，你不会真的被吓晕了吧？
Susanna, don't tell me you were scared into a coma.
难道你连我们的任务目标
You've
都忘记
forgotten
了
our
吗？
mission objective. I love how they're using Fontaine for this.
任务
Mission?
这
This
这
place...
里，到底是什么地方啊？
What is this place? Hi, Fontaine. Well, Saint Fontaine, but same thing. A few
也
minutes
就是
later.
说，不灭之刃小队
Means
接
the
到了
Immortal
任务，
Blades have
把
received
这
a
里进
mission
行
to
调查。
investigate this place,
我
but we
们
are
却因
trapped
为
here
敌
because we are
袭
separated
和
from
因为戴尔
Durando
大人他
during
们失
an
散
enemy
了，
ambush.
因此被困在了这里。
Donna listened to Elvira's explanation, sinking more and more into disbelief as she continued.
简单来说，就是这么回事
Simple。terms, that's right.
奇怪，
Weird.
我的确
I
有
do have
受
an
困的
impression of
印
being
象。
trapped, but I
我
should
应该
be
是被困
trapped
在了
inside
世
a
界
bubble
炮之中，
universe. Why did I appear
怎么会
here?
出现在这里呢？世界炮，
Bubble universe?
我的确听你
Heard
讲
you
过
talk
类
about a
似的
similar
经历，
experience indeed.
可那都是7、8年前的
That's
事
something that
了。
happened 7 or 8 years ago. Oh, that's such a cool twist. Oh, that's cool. Remember what she said. That they'll see a past or future that could have never happened. She's literally seeing Saint Fontaine. She's literally seeing the future in 8 years of what happens. Oh, that's kind of crazy.
7、8年前，怎么会？
7 or 8 years ago? How can that be?
哦，
Oh,
所以你的意思是，
you mean that I fell
我
asleep
在
in the
世
bubble
界
universe
泡
and
里
woke
睡
up
了
8 years
过去，
later?
一觉醒来，
It's like what
已经是
happened
8
to
年后
Susang?
了，好比苏珊大
Not
人那
quite.
样。
Quite.
再或者，
Or
我
maybe
像
like
尤兰戴尔大人那
Durandal.
样，
I
在做
hurt my
任务
head
的时
during
候
mission
受
and lost
伤，
7
磕
8
到了
years
脑
worth of
袋，一
memories.
下子失去了7、8年的记忆。不，是
Oh,
一
how
类
can
事
that
情，
sort of
怎
thing
么可
happen?
能啊？
Maybe you should remember something from a few minutes ago. Everything before her eyes was so ridiculous that it was almost laughable. She could vividly remember the details of that mysterious universe, strange worlds of black and white, the legendary Valkyrie senpai, a comrade who became the sage. She couldn't see these things that had happened long ago. Every time she encountered an onerous obstacle, she would pray that she could wake up to find all those troubles resolved. But now that it has really happened, Susanna didn't feel happy at all.
嗯，
You must
我
be
一定是在做
daydreaming.
白日梦吧？
That would be awesome though if we got an APHO3 and Susanna's involved in it. Susanna and Alvider. But I'm gonna be right back really quick. I'll leave you guys with music. I gotta go washroom. And then we will continue with this. I have no idea how long this is. We could be here for hours more. Who knows? But yeah. Enjoy music. I will be right back. Ah. Sorry about that. And back. Let's stop my music. And let's see where this goes. I see we are in for a roller coaster. Susanna is getting visions of a future 7.5 years ahead of her. Possibly further, to be fair. This could literally be a teaser for APH03. This could 100% be a teaser for it, right? We have no idea. But she said 7 or 8 years ago. We know that Saint Fontaine, the events of APH01, happened 7.5 years in the future of the point we're in the story right now. So we don't know if this could be actually hinting at anything, or if they're just using it because, oh, it's the right time period. But thank you for the hydrate and posture check. Yeah, true. Possible future, not actual future. Susanna, what's wrong with you today? You're not like yourself.
喂，拿出 A 级女武神的气魄来，我
Bring
们
out
再
that
去找找
A-rank
出口。
Valkyrie spirit in you. Let's look for an exit again.
A 级女武神，
A-rank Valkyrie. Susanna's like, I haven't hit that yet.
是啊，不久之前你不
Didn't
是
you
终于
finally
通过了
pass your
A 级女
A-rank
武神的
Valkyrie
考核吗？
examination recently?
我们还邀
We
请了
even
约兰戴尔大人
invited
跟你一
Thurondal
起
and
庆
the
祝
others
呢。
to celebrate for you.
你不会连这么重要的事也不记
I
得
didn't
了吧？
remember something so important.
想不到有朝一
I
日，
didn't think I'd really
还可以
become an
成为
A-rank
A 级女武
Valkyrie. Is
神，
this for real?
这是真的吗？亚维特，快打我一下！
Alvita, quick, hit me! Alvita shook her head in exasperation, but assented and swung her fist at the girl's arm.
真
Oh,
的不
this
是
really
我。
isn't a dream. Fuck it,
那是
Susanna.
当然啦。
Of course
你通过
not.
考
When
试
you
的那
passed
一
your
天，
examination,
我
I
就
gave
一
you
模
a
一样
punch
的
like
给过
that
你一拳
too.
呢。
I still say Alvita looks like scarily like Fuhua and Senti. Yeah, I honestly think Susanna's probably as strong as a lot of the S ranks in the organization. I think it's a confidence thing, right? She just keeps screwing up and making mistakes with doing the exams. But
怎么样？这下可以相信我没有骗
do
你
you
了吧？
believe in it now? I didn't lie to you, alright? Yeah,
虽然还有很多事
although I'm
情没
still
有
unsure
搞
about a
明
lot
白，
of things, but my
但是
strength
力
is
量是
true.
不会骗
Peter
人
and
的。
I seem to
无
have
论
really
亚尔
become
维特还是
stronger.
我，好像确实都变强了。苏商大人从前说过，车到山前必有
Yu Sheng
路。
once said,
就借着这个
things
时
will
候，
eventually
一边
work
寻找出口，
sort themselves
一边调
out.
查究竟
I'll
发生
trust
了
in
什么
that and
吧。
find out what happened as I search for an exit. Alright, Alvita, although I'm not sure what happened, let's look for an exit together.
虽然不太明白是怎么回事，但我们一起去找出口吧。看好了呀，维特，在成
Yes,
长为 A 级女武神
Alvita,
的这段日
learned
子
a
里，
lot from being a
我可是学
detective
到
as
了
I
不
worked
少
to
侦
become
探
an
级别的
A-rank
调查技
Valkyrie.
巧。
What's she gonna do?
根据经验，真
Good
相
rule of
都隐
thumb.
藏在
Proof is always in the
戒指处。
details. Come with me. How much of an animation does she have? I still hope Alvita gets playable eventually too.
什么都没有发现。
Nothing yet.
这只是一次小小的失误，我们换个方向调查吧。
Just a mistake. Let's look elsewhere. Did they fix the road? They did not fix the road. The road still has a hole.
还是什么都没有。
Nothing here either. Susanna, are
你
you
的
sure
侦
that
探
your
直觉
detective
真的
intuition
没
is
有问
that
题
good?
吗？
Sorry, Susanna. I'm
这
looking at
个
everything.
我
There's some
们
clues
再
somewhere
去
else.
其他地方找找线索吧。这里呢？
Whoa. Oh, that's creepy. That's cursed. The camera's inside Alvita. Doesn't seem right.
不行了，根本什么
Oh,
线
I
索都
can't
找
find
不
any
到。
clues.
唉，毕竟在这之前，
Understandable, as we've
我们已
conducted a
经对这里进
fingertip
行过
search
了地毯
earlier.
式的搜索。通信工具没有响应，附近也找不到任何离开的线索。
Communication tool hasn't responded, and no trace of leaving is found
还有那
nearby.
些废弃的建
Those
筑
abandoned
物，
buildings, there must be
总觉得里
monsters
面
hiding
埋伏着
inside.
怪
What are we
物。
going to do?
这样下去要怎么办？
I mean, the Alviter model isn't new, right? The Alviter model's existed for a while now. But I do still kind of hope she gets playable eventually. Even if she isn't much of a fighter as far as we know. But she has been on the front lines. God, that was 13? 14? One of those chapters.
又出现了，
There's more of them.
之前就是这些怪物。
It's these monsters that cut off our communication with Durandal.
苏珊娜呀，
Oh no,
苏珊娜，
Susanna, you're such a crow's beak.
真是个不可救药的乌鸦嘴。怎么是他们？
What are they doing here?
哎，对不起，数量比在盐雪圣城的
More
时
here
候
than
还
in
要
Salt
多。
Snow Holy City.
这样下去我可应付不来啊。
That's right, I don't think I could take them on. And then she's gonna realize, wait, I'm actually pretty strong.
还不能
No, I
轻易
shouldn't
下
jump
结
to
论。
conclusions yet. If it
如果
really
真的
has
经过
been
了
8
8年，
years,
我应该
should
也
have
会有
grown
所
as
成
well.
长。不试试怎么知道呢？
Why not give it a shot?
毕竟我现在已
No, I'm
经
an
是黑
rank
金勇
Valkyrie
人。
now. Oh my god.
咻！哎，对不住了。果然还是完全不行的。敌人怎么也消灭不完，体力也
Are
快
they
要
still
被
standing
耗
up?
尽
With...
了。
I have no energy
舞
left.
蹈吧。亚维特，
Peter. Hmm?
小伤而已。
A scratch, but if this keeps
不过
up, things aren't
再
going
这
to
样
be
继续下
good.
去，情况就不妙了。苏珊娜，我们还是用那个办法吧。我明白了，亚尔维特，
I'll cover
我
you,
来掩
Peter.
护
Stand
你。
by.
准备，撤退！咻！苏珊娜，这里，
I could have beat them.
这下可糟了。小伤，
As the game, like, CCs me into oblivion and I can't push buttons. Screw you, crab. Apparently I have to run. Yeah, Tonati has taken no damage. The ruins obscured their running figures, and the clamor from the enemies pursuing them grew distant.
总算安全了。
We're finally safe.
亚尔维特，你的伤怎么样
Oh,
了？
Peter, how's your injury?
一点小伤，
Just a scratch.
简单
I'll
处理
take
一下
care
就
of it
好。
quickly.
不用担心。
Don't
对于
worry,
女武神
for
来
a
说，
Valkyrie,
战
scars
斗
from
留下的
battle are
伤
like
痕
badges of honor.
也是一种很帅气的徽章呢。
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry.
好啦，苏珊
I'm alright
娜，
now,
我
Susanna.
真的一点事都没有，
I'm really fine.
只是
Just
皮
a
肉
flesh
伤而
wound.
已。对不起，明明你才是
Alright,
伤
you're
员，
the one who got
却还
hurt,
要
but you
人
still
安
have to
慰
comfort
我，
me.
都是我太弱了，才
Oh,
会
because
害
I'm
得
too
你受
weak.
伤。
That's why you got hurt.
真
I'm
是
such
个
an unworthy teammate.
不称职的队友。这么说的话，
In
我
that
们
case,
就
we'll
是
be an unworthy
不称
duo.
职二人组了吧？和尤兰戴尔大人他们
Got
比
the
起来，
Durandal and the
我们
rest.
既
We
没有
don't
超
have
凡
any
的天
outstanding
赋，
talents or
也没
great
有强大的
abilities.
能力，连作为充人数的预备
Even
队
as a
成员
backup team members,
都
we
会和
got
主力队伍
separated
走
from the
散，
squad and lost contact
进
with
而
them.
失去联络。有时候我真的很担心，自己到底算不算一个
Sometimes
合
I'm
格
really
的
worried
武
if
神
I'm
呢？
deserving Valkyrie.
会不会
Why
一
are you
直
always
在
causing
给队
trouble
长
for
们
squad
和
captains and
大家
everyone
添麻
else?
烦？明明也和大家一样学习，
I'm always learning and training like
训练，
everybody, but there's no
却
improvement. The
总
more I
见不
strive
到
to do
成
better, the
果。
more trouble I cause.
越是想要做好，就越是容易惹麻烦。
My stomach is not happy today. I apologize. I might have to take multiple breaks, but I do want to try pushing through all the stories.
是我还不够努力吗？是我不够聪明？
Because I'm still not working hard enough. Am I not smart enough? Not brave enough?
无论如
Or
何
do
都
I
无
have a
法
flaw
弥补
that
的缺陷
I
呢？
can't make up for no matter what?
苏莎娜，
Anna.
如果尤兰戴尔大人他们在这里的话，
Rondel and the
一定可以
others were
告诉
here. They
我
would definitely be able to
这
tell
种
me
情
what to
况
do
下
in
要
this
怎么办吧
situation.
我已经休息的差不多了，
Rested enough,
亚维
Alvita.
特
You could stay
你
here.
留
I'll
在这
go
里
look
吧
around
我
again.
再出去看看情况。
Hmm?
刚才的战斗，我们虽然
Oh,
狼
we had a
狈，
tough time
但
battle
也战
just
胜了
now.
不
We
少敌
still
人。
defeated plenty of enemies.
尤兰戴尔大人他们一
Rondel
定
and the
正
rest
在
must
对
be
我们展
looking
开
for
搜
us.
救。
They'll know
看到那些怪物
that
的
we're
残
here
骸，
once they
就
see
知道
those
我们在这
monsters'
里。
corpses.
如
It'll
果
be
一直躲起来，
counterproductive if we miss
错
them
过救
because we're
援就本
hiding.
末倒置了。不愧是苏莎娜，
Expected of Susanna,
这
you
么快就又
gained your
恢复了
usual
平时的活力。
liveliness really quick.
没有啦，
It's nothing. I
其
was
实我
actually
直到
really
现在
nervous up till
还
now.
是紧张的
Because
不
of
行。
that, I want to reunite with
可
Durandal as
正
soon
因
as
为如此，
possible.
我才更想早点和尤兰戴尔大人他们会合。虽然 S 级女武神的世
Although we're
界
still
离我
far
们
from
很
being
远，
S rank
但是
Valkyries.
看着他们
I
战
feel
斗的
like my
英姿，
frustrations
我
are
就
so
会感觉
trivial when I
自
see
己
their
的烦
valor
恼
in
实在
battle.
是不值一提。
How
怎
do
么
I put
说
it?
呢？低下头只能看到沙粒，
You lower your head,
抬
all
起
you
头
see is
才能
sand.
看到星星。大
You
概是
can
这样
only
的
see
感
the
觉吧。
stars if you look up. Something like that.
这句话真的很有苏莎娜
Sounds
的
just
风格
like
啊。
you.
毕竟我来自
I'm
沙
from
漠
a
国
desert
度嘛。
after all.
啊，我不是这个
Oh,
意思。
that's not what I meant, but never mind.
不过，没关系。现在出发吗？一起去吧。
Now we go now. I'll go with you.
可是，你的伤
But your injury,
真的不碍事啦。而且，
really nothing.
听
And
过你
after I
刚
heard
才
your
的那
speech, I
番
feel
话，
like I should work
我
harder
觉得自
too.
己也要更加努力才行了。如果有朝一日你成为了 S
You
级女
become
武
an S
神，
rank Valkyrie one day.
比起 S 级女
Rather
武
than
神
just
的
being a
熟
friend,
人，
I'd rather be an
我
S
还是
rank
更想做
Valkyrie's
S 级女
partner.
武神的搭档。真的，
Will that day really come?
不对。
Now's not the
现在
time to be
还不是
thinking
想
about
这些
this.
的
Let's
时
do
候
what's necessary
先做好
first.
分内的事吧。啊，等等，
Wait, that's...
那是苏珊娜，你看，是尤兰戴尔大人和丽塔大人，他们真的找到我们了。
The fucking happy music. No, look. It's Rondel and Rita. They really found us.
戴尔大人，丽塔
Rondel, Rita, we're here.
在这里。等等，苏珊娜，小心脚下。
Wait, Susanna, watch your step. Oh, are we getting some Susanna vision? Susanna vision? Evidently, she was too excited after seeing the people who served as her emotional support. This excitement made her forget that they were hiding in an abandoned building to escape their enemy's pursuit. She fumbled on debris and fell down the building after a
这
wobble.
种时候，还是要
Times
低
like
下
this, I
头
should still
看
look
看吧。
below. Her consciousness blurred. Along with the dizziness from the disorientation of the fall, the girl felt like her body did not belong to her. Soon after, she felt the cold, hard floor. Fine snow touched her fingertips, and she regained control over her body. The girl sat up abruptly. She bumped her forehead against someone's chin, heard a groan. Nana rubbed her aching forehead and panicked, looking up at Kira, who was holding her own
喜
chin.
罗前辈，
Kira-senpai!
抱歉前辈，我不是
Sorry,
故意的。
senpai, I didn't mean to do that.
没关系，
Alright,
也
it's
怪我
my
凑得
fault
太
for
近
getting
了。
too close too.
倒
But
是
you're
你，
completely awake
这下
now,
彻底
right?
清醒了吧？我已经反应
I
过来
realized
了
what's。going on now.
喜罗前辈会在这
Your
里，
senpai's here, it
也
means
就
that
是
everything
说
that happened before
刚
was
才
just
那
a
些
dream.
果然都是梦吧？也对，
That's
一下
true,
子
it's
变成
impossible to
A 级
become an
女
A
武
rank
神什么
Valkyrie
的，
overnight.
也太不现实了。
No, Susanna, it was over 7.5 years.
将这种现象简单说成梦，
Not accurate to
其实
call
并不
this
现实。
phenomenon a dream.
他们的成因
Its cause
比
is
你
more
想象的要更为
complex
复杂
than you think.
徐丁厄博士，你们
Dr.
已经完成
Schrodinger,
任
have you
务
guys
了。
finished your mission?
那是当然，也不
Of
看完这
course,
情
look
况
at who's
是
in
由谁
charge.
负责的。 我们正在讨论刚才那些景象产生的原因哦。
We were discussing why those scenes appeared just now.
首先，
First, let's eliminate the possibility of a collective dream.
是做梦。
When it comes to dreams, I'm a master at teaching people how to dream during the day. I can definitely tell the difference.
恰恰相反，那里的一
In
切
contrast,
都是和
everything
那些
here
鬼
feels
火给人
similar
的
to
感
how
觉差不
those
多。
wisps make you
等等。
feel.
你们
Wait,
刚才
nobody
回
here
到
still
现在，
thinks that the
还有
wisps
人
here
觉
are
得
the
我们这
same
边的
as
鬼
souls
火
on the other
就是
side,
你们那边的
right?
鬼魂吧？
Huh?
不是
Are
的嘛。
they not?
傻瓜，人死不能复生，除非这个世界的居民不会再
The
真
dead
正
can't be
地
revived, dummy. Unless the residents in this universe can't truly die, why would there be souls around?
你们所说的鬼
And
火，
the wisps that you guys talked about,
严格来说，
strictly speaking, consolation is a process that gives them their personalities. And Sela and her Sure of Sentience mentioned this before. On that side of the world, there are 3 types of residents.
尚未记起的，
Those who have yet to remember, those who remember the past, and those who have already
这应当
forgotten.
就是当前状况下
I
沙铁
think,
国
in
度
the
居民
current
的完整一
situation,
生了。
these form a complete lifetime of a resident in the country of Iron Sand.
他们是因我们这边的祈祷而
They are
存在
living
的生
beings who
物，
exist to pray
或
for
者
people
说
on our side,
非人
or
之
rather,
神。
non-human
是这样吧，
entities.
普罗米修
Isn't that
斯？
right, Prometheus?
正确答案。虽然严格来
Correct,
说
although accurately speaking, they are not abnormal stigmata.
但你们的确可以
But you can
按
apply your
一种深刻的
understanding of how
思想
abnormal
方式去
stigmata
理解
exist
它
on
们
them. 'And it could be, Neko, you never know.
也就是说，不只
Which
是为
means the
灵，
consolation
连
and
刚
the
才我们所遭遇的一
nightmares
切噩
we
梦
had before
都是
are
世
all
界
part
规
of
则的
this
一部分吗？
universe's rules.
嗯，
Fucking Savannah.
你们到底在说什
What
么？
are you guys talking about? I
难道
wasn't the
说
only one who
刚才
entered an
不止我一
illusion
个
just
人落入
now?
了幻觉？是啊，刚才最后
Yeah.
的锚点
When the
生
last
成的
anchor
同时，
appeared, I was
我
pulled
就被
by
一
a
道
white
白
light
光
into an
拉进
illusion
了半
set
年后的
half a
幻
year
象
into
中。
the future.
当时
There I
我
was
正
standing
站
on
在
a
舞台舞
stage and
台
there
上，
was an
发生了一点
accident during the performance.
演出事故。
I'm now really curious about the event. Because I haven't finished. But I'm wondering if there's going to be an accident during the performance.
演出事故？
Accident during the performance?
不重要，不重要。
Not
倒是另
important.
一边的世界，
Something similar
也出现了
happened on the
差不
other
多的
side
情
of the
况，对吧？
universe, right?
除了进入幻觉之前看到的是一片漆
Aside
黑
from
以
how
外，
I saw
和你
pitch
说的没什
black
么两样。
darkness before I fell into an illusion, it's the exact same as what you just said.
那你看到了什么？
Then what did you see?
没看懂，好像是
Didn't
个小
really
行星还是
understand
什么
it.
的太阳系的
Something
边
about
缘
a small
搞不
planet,
明
the
白。
borders of the solar system. No idea.
毕竟没过多久，
After all,
我
I
就从推理
escaped
了那
that
个空间。
space after a short while.
我心想着，
I
竟然
thought,
有
how
人
dare
敢在
anyone
夜晚
mess
的
with
旅
the
程里开玩
consciousness of the
弄
Searcher of
还真是
Sentience?
活腻
That
了。
person must be tired of living.
结果
I couldn't
竟然
even
连
find
我
a
偷偷
trace
的
of
一
the
根头发都没
mastermind.
发现。
Hmm.
因为根本没有什么所谓的
As
幕
there's
后
no
黑手嘛。
mastermind behind this at all.
一醒过来就看到你
I
在
saw
那
you
狂喜
shouting
叫
at the
嚣
air when I woke up.
蠢死了。
You looked incredibly dumb.
那谢尔
And
看到了
Sailor,
什
what
么
did
呢？
you see?
没什么特别的，
Nothing
就是离开
special.
了这个
I
鬼
left
地
this
方，和
godforsaken
我照
place
相
and trained
做
at
个实
admissions
验
as
执行
usual.
任务。
这么说，谢尔看到的
Then Sailor
都
and
是
I
和
saw
我差不
similar
多。
things. Susanna shared her experience in the illusion with
不愧是
everyone.
苏珊娜，哪怕是
Expected
在
of
幻觉
Susanna.
里，也
You're
真
running
正被
from
敌人追
enemies
着跑
even in
呀。
illusion. Oh my gosh. I tried to fight them.
各位，
From
听了
listening
你
to
们的
everyone's
讲述，
experiences, I
我突然
suddenly
有
have
一
an
个想
idea.
法。我似乎明白你们看到的是什么了。
I think I understand what all of you saw.
啊？
Hmm?
说不定是
Maybe
因
my
为我之
previous
前的
mistake
失误
dragged
才
everyone
把大
into
家卷了
this.
进来。或许你们看到的
Perhaps
正
what
是
you
会发
saw
生在
was
自
your
己身上
future.
的未来。
Hearing that, everyone fell into silence. As it involved the nature of the interferometer, everybody pondered on what Vita meant.
这么说，
You said,
的确，
indeed, my illusion
我
took
那
place
边好像
7
已
or
经是7、8年之后
8
了。
years into the future. Yeah, and she was in Saint Fontaine.
那真是了不得。
That's impressive.
那可是
Even
连
false
伪神都无法
gods
操
can't
纵的时
manipulate
间。
time.
你总不会是
Are
想
you
说
saying that you just
刚
sent
才
us
是
a
你
few
把
years
我
into the
送到了10
future?
年之后的未来吧？
False gods can't manipulate time? I don't know about that one, Sailor, but that is literally the power of finality as far as we know.
我当然没有那样的能力。
Of course I don't have that sort of power, but
这里可是能够化虚为
this
实
is
的
a
世界
bubble
号
universe that can transform deceptions into reality.
化虚为实。
Transform deceptions into reality?
是说让大家
You
看到这些
mean
幻觉的
I'm
人
the one who allowed everyone to see those illusions?
毕竟根据之前的推测
According to previous
触发了幻象的
deductions,
锚点
the
恰好
anchor
位
that
于世界
triggered
炮
these
的薄弱
illusions
之
is
处
instantly located
或许正
at
因
where the
如
bubble
此
universe is
希
weak.
尔的贤者全能才会
Maybe
被完
that's
全
why
击败
Sele's sage authority was fully unleashed.
但是为什么会有人能想到关于未来的？
But why did it cause others to think of the future? Oh,
没错，在定位锚
right.
点的同
While
时
locating the
我也
anchor, I
在
was
决定思
also
考各种
fervently
未来
thinking
形
of
成
the
的可能性
possibilities the various futures can build.
虽然我的工具只能计算出有限的
Though my
可
tool
能
can
性
only deduce a limited number of possibilities,
或
maybe
许是因为
Sele's
你的能
abilities
力
affected
和
the
推演过
deduction
程
of the
中的未来
future
互相
and
影响
developed a new
产生了新的
reaction.
反应。
就算是这样，
Even so, you can barely manage to deduce things that might happen, no?
连下一秒要发生什么都不
You
知
don't
道。
even know what will happen in the next second, much less the future.
切，
Really?
的确，另一位希尔说
That's
的对，
true, the other Sele is
这只是
right.
关于未
It's
来
just
的
one
如
of the
此
many
唯一的传
possibilities
言
regarding the
很可能不会
future.
在现实
It
中
might
发
not
生。
happen in reality. She's upset, which means something happened in hers that she doesn't want to happen. Possibly it was a world where she was the only Sele.
况且，追根溯源，
And ultimately,
这
this
一
is
切都
merely a
还只是我
guess.
的
There's
猜
no
测，
reliable
但
evidence
是
for
还没
now.
有什么决定性的依据。
虽然只是推测，但的确有
Although
几
it's
个
only
可
a
以说。
deduction, there are reasonable
等
points.
到世界炮的问题
After
解
we've
决以
solved
后
the problem with this bubble
应该
universe,
会
do you
确
mind
定
if I do
会
some
出现
research
在
on
这
this
些研究吧。
phenomena?
当然，不
Of
如
course.
说，我
In
也
fact,
很
I
想
want
知
to know
道
more
的。
about it too.
未来是指 A 级女武神吗？
Future, as in becoming an A-rank Valkyrie?
如
Susanna,
果
it's more
梦
likely
中的未
than
来
you.
真的可以实现，
Future in my
好像
dream
也
comes
不
true,
坏
it'll
啊
be pretty nice.
确实不赖。
Pretty good indeed.
看来我意外给了大家一段还不错的体
Seems like I
验呢。
unintentionally gave everyone a good
强行打破
experience. I
幻觉
wonder
的
if a
某
certain
人，
somebody
现在是不是有
who,
点
can,
后悔啦？
who forcefully broke out of her illusion regrets it now.
开玩笑，
Nonsense.
我从
From the moment I was
诞生到现在
born till now,
还
I
不知
never
道后
known
悔两个字
regret.
要怎么写。就算未来是注定的，又怎么样？
What if the future has been determined? Us Hershers can change it if we don't like it.
哎呀，区区
They're
幻
mere
觉。
illusions. I can
我
create
现
numerous
在
of
就
them
能给
for
你们
you.
做10几个
I'm
出。
afraid
我害怕你们万
you
一
might
看得
lose
太多，
interest in
对
reality
现
if you
实世
saw
界失
too
去了
many
兴
of
趣。
them.
但古人都知道，我命由我不由天。
Not in the stars to
你们这些
behold
现
our
代人呢？
destiny, but ourselves. Even people of the past knew this. Modern folks like you should too.
难得你倒是说了一句
How
有
rare
道
to
理
hear
的
you
话。
say something logical.
哈？开玩笑。
Must be joking.
失之律者女士
The
说
great
这句话
Hersher
不
of
是体
sentience
面。
always speaks words of wisdom.
你刚刚说的这句话就不是。
What you just said doesn't really fit that description.
咋？你又
What,
想
are
找
you
茬？
itching for a fight again? Oh my god, these two.
哎呀哎呀，
Gosh, I
都
just
是
said
被
it was a
推测
guess.
啦
Everyone don't
大家
think
就
too
不用
deeply
深究
into
了
it.
玩笑就到此为止吧。
Yeah, with enough of the joke. Enough with the jokes. Don't let a guess like that affect our original
既然各
pace.
位成功捕捉了
Since
所有
everyone
的
managed to
线索，
successfully capture all the basic anchors, we can begin the integration test on the insides of this bubble universe.
我们也准备返回高塔了。大家会面之后，
We should return to the tower. Let's decide on the next course of action when we meet again. And I want everyone to know that Miss Dawn, who has been missing this entire time, is our plan's greatest
目前
variable.
正是整个计划中最大的变数。在这件事上，
In this matter, she'll definitely will not harm all of you.
哦，你倒是胸有成竹
It's
呢。
confident.
奇罗前辈，
Here, Senpai, now's not the time for this. We can clarify everything after we meet face to
当面把所有的
face.
事情对清楚吧。确实，
Alright, then let's make haste and
那
get
事不宜
going,
迟
Susanna.
我们走吧，苏珊娜。稍后见，希尔。
Yeah, see you later, Sele.
大家稍后
See
见。
you later, everyone. Cutting off the connection with Susanna and the other, the tower instantly became quiet. Perhaps the various tasks had taken up too much of Sele's energy. She was more silent than usual. Sele quietly listened to the other Sele's breathing as she thought about something. The next moment, a simulated room replaced the White Tower and the two people walked into the shared soul space. You gonna ask about what she saw?
希尔，
Sele?
在薛定谔博士他们得出结论
Seems
之
like we
前，
can't help much
我们
until
好像
Dr.
暂时帮
Schrödinger
不
and
上
the
什
others
么
come
忙
up with
了
a。conclusion.
自从进入这个世界
Ever
泡
since
以
we
来，
entered this bubble
大
universe,
家就
everyone
一
has
直
been
在被各
overwhelmed
种
by
事件
numerous
追赶
incidents.
着。
Now we finally have some
现在
time to
我们
ourselves.
终于有时间独处了。明明在之前
This
只
was
是再
something we
寻常不过
commonly
的
had
事
in the
情。
past. Hmm.
是啊，
Yeah.
真是难以想象，
Hard to imagine how so
短
much
暂
has
的一
happened
两
just
天
1 or
里
2
就
days.
发生了那么多事。好在至少现在
But at least we
我
can be
们可以
together
像这样
now.
在一起。
Yeah.
希尔，刚才的
Hey,
位
were
移，
you alright
你
when
一切还好吗
you？were consoling the souls just now?
贤者的力量
The
和我
sage's
越发
power is
契合
resonating
了。
with me better now.
对于我来说，
To
它
me,
已
it
经
has
逐
become a
渐变得像
natural
呼
as
吸一样
breathing,
自
and
然，
it gets less
负
burdensome
担
over
看来
time.
是越来越低了。别担心，我不
Don't
会
worry,
一
I
个人
won't
默默
suffer
承
alone
担，
in
却不告诉
silence.
别
You should
人
be able
的。
to tell that I've always been
希尔
improving.
应该也看到了，我也一直在成长呀。是啊，
Yep, you've improved a lot, and even...
希尔，
Eh?
不，没什
No,
么。
it's nothing. More thinking about the possible future she saw.
没关系，希尔，
It's alright, Sele. It's
这里
just
只
the
有
two
我
of
们
us
两
here.
个
You
人，
can say anything that's
所
bothering
以
you out
有
loud.
什么心事都可以直说出来。希尔，你
You...
是不是有什么瞒着
Are you
我？
hiding something from me?
你在关于未来的
What
幻境
exactly
中
did you see in the
到
illusion
底
of the
看到了
future?
什么？
It's gonna cut there, isn't it? You fuckers. Actually, no. Is this gonna go back in time and let us experience everything in the other side of it from the underworld? What kind of person was Sele? Oh boy, this is going into some... I'm kind of curious about this now. God damn it. I am gonna take another quick break. I apologize. I'm not feeling good, but I really want to get through this chapter, so... I'm going to take short breaks. Try to tough this out, and then I'll come back. So, I will be back again. 5 minutes or so, hopefully max. Then we will continue. Enjoy the music. Bye. Again, sorry about that. Now, let's keep going. What kind of person was Sele? Even people who have only met her once could tell. Friendly, quiet, and kind. She's friendly but not intrusive. Quiet but not cold. Kind but not foolish. The personality she was born with made her uniquely gentle. Or rather, she is the embodiment of gentle. AM Jigsaw Training Room.
作战训练模组已加载完
Combat
毕，
training module
是否开始
loaded.
训
Would you
练？
like to commence training?
希尔准备好了，请开始吧。
Ready, begin. The fuck are you punching? Thing literally just punched the air. Okay. We've seen her do that before in previous chapters. In just a few moments, Sele was able to complete the S-rank Valkyrie training.
结束了，下一项日程，
Finished. Next is...
那是
Huh? It's... Huh. Huh. Why is she here? I'm assuming this is supposed to be, like, from the future or something.
“希尔前辈真是太强了。
Really, so strong. The young Valkyrie stood before the door of the training room, her face painted with admiration. As looked at the battle record by the wall, she noticed Sele walking towards her. She frantically bowed.
早上
Good
好，
morning, Sele.
希尔前辈。早上好，你是
Good morning, you're
上个月刚
Tomito,
刚作为
the
后备
support
队
member who
员
just joined the
加入对
anti-Honkai
崩坏
special
特别
squad
小队
last
的提
month,
米
right?
朵，对吧？
So she also saw something from 7-8 years in the future.
是的，
I can't believe that's her name.
我是对崩坏小队白刃战弓箭手提米朵
Yes,
丘
I'm
特，请
Tomito
多指教
Cute,。melee striker of anti-Honkai squad. Nice to meet you, senpai.
没事，别紧张。
Okay,
比
don't
起
be
之前在
nervous.
长空室的
You've
那时
improved a
候，
lot from the
你
time
真的
back in
进步了很
Negazora.
多呢。半年前，希尔前辈曾
Half
在
a
长
year
空
ago,
室
Sele
搭
saved
救了
me
在
from
实
when I
习
was in
任务中陷
danger
入危机的我。
during an
当
internship
时真
mission
的
in
只是一面之
Negazora.
缘，想
Only
不
met
到
once. I
您
didn't
还
think
记得
you'd
我，
remember me, much less
甚
know
至
my
知道我的
name.
名字。
Her name, like, Tomito literally just means timid as well, right? Like, her name is literally timid and cute. That's literally her name. And it's literally a description of her personality, too.
因为希尔看过你们的入队
Because
作
I've
战视
watched
频呀，
videos of everyone's
大
squad
家
entry
都是很
battles.
勤奋，
All of you
也
are
很
such
出色的
diligent,
女武神
outstanding
和开战队
Valkyries and
员。
special squad members.
难道希尔前辈
Do
记
you
住了每
remember
一个
every
新人的
new
名字？
recruit's name? Just as strong and gentle as the
你
rumors
果然
say.
就像传闻中那样，既强大又温柔。之前
Never
完
thought
全
that
想
I'd
不
be
到
able
可以
to
和您
talk
搭
to
上
you.
话。
So touched. If there's any task that requires you to carry items around, leave it to me. I could serve your tea, too.
以后有什么搬东西的任务，就尽管交给我吧，端茶送水也都可以。请千万别这么说。
Interesting that she has the bracelet.
希尔也只是一个普通的战士而
I
已。
wonder if they forgot about that.
可以的
They
话
forgot to remove
请直
that.
接叫希尔的名字吧。
Please don't say that. I'm a normal fighter like everyone else. If it's possible, please just call me Sele. Yeah.
希儿，
Mito's face was flushed. She didn't know where to look, and it seemed like she'll faint any moment now. She took deep breaths continuously and finally calmed down after a few minutes. A few minutes? Just imagine these two standing there for a few minutes as one of them is like flushed red trying to calm down.
希儿前辈，我还有一个不情之请。
I still have a humble request.
其实，
Actually, after you saved me,
自
I
从那次获
can't
救之
forget
后，
your gallantry in
我
battle.
就对您战斗时的
Not
因
just
素
me, all the
念
squad
念不
members
忘。
we know feel the same.
不只是我，我们认识
哦
所以，如果您方便的话，
Alright with you,
可
can
以
you
给
give
予
us
我
some
们一些指导
pointers,
吗？
please?
拜托了。
Yeah, we don't know how far in the future this is, right? It's definitely possible they were just using models they had for this, and they should have adjusted them. But again, it's the Genshin problem, right? They don't want the game to get too big, so they don't want to add too many models.
知道谈不上，
Not so much as a
不过
pointer, but I'm
希尔
always
随
ready
时
to
欢迎你们
spar.
来切磋哦。
Alright,
只不过，
but
今天不太合
today's
适。
not a good day. I
因
already
为希尔
promised
和
a
一个好
friend
朋友约
to...
好了。没关系，希尔，你会认识很
Alright,
多新
Sarah.
朋友，
You'll get to meet lots of new friends.
你不会感到孤单的。
You won't feel lonely.
希尔前辈，您怎么
Something
了？
wrong.
您的脸色
Your complexion is...
不，
Oh, it's
没什
nothing.
么。
Billy looked away in confusion. Under rays of sunlight, there were only floating specks of dust, nothing else. Only she knew that. She intended to eat 2 servings of parfait alone. And a person was Sele, going on to the other side of things. Even people who've only met her once could tell. Friendly, quiet, and kind. She is lauded and well liked, and receives love and admiration from everyone around her. Just like when she was still at the orphanage, she treated this world kindly, and in turn received this world's kindness. Even though it has the ability to fly through storms, a butterfly still belongs in a garden. And now fate has only given her back her original life. 3 in the afternoon, Sele knocked on the doors to see his arm. Many years ago, when the incognito case in Nagazora was solved, she often did volunteer work here with Susanna.
希尔姐姐，哎，是希尔姐姐
Sele,
来了。希尔
Sele's
姐姐
here.
好。
Good afternoon. They was surrounded by a group of children once she entered through the
你
door.
们好呀。
Hello
苏珊娜
everyone.
姐姐
Miss
呢？
Susanna isn't here
她还
yet.
没有到吗？ 苏珊娜姐姐刚才正在给我们讲故事。
Miss Susanna was just reading us a story, but she suddenly got a phone call. After that, she yelled, "I'm sorry, I forgot I had to submit my mission report today,"
离开了。
and left.
可是苏珊娜姐姐的故事还没
But
有
Miss
讲
Susanna
完。
hasn't finished the story yet.
希尔
Miss
姐姐，
Sele, can you
可
continue
以继
reading
续
it
讲给
to
我们
us?
听吗？还真是她会做
That
出来
does
的
sound like
事呢。
something she would do.
她讲
What
了什么
story
故
was she
事？
reading?
是小红帽的故事。
Story of Little Red Riding Hood. Get the Veliona version. Get the Veliona version.
善良可爱的小红帽提着许多美味的食物去森林里找外婆，推开外婆家的门，
Sweet
发现
Little
外
Red
婆只
Riding
长
Hood
着
went
獠
to see her
牙。
grandma in the
原来
forest
是
with lots
邪
of
恶的大
delicious
灰狼
food.
伪装成
She
了外
opened the
婆。
door, she realized the grandma had grown fangs. It's actually the big bad wolf disguised as her
原来是
grandma.
这段故事，希儿也很熟悉呢。
This is the story, I'm very familiar with it.
谁知小红帽突然笑了起来，说：“真有趣，
Yes!
没想到
Veliona
你竟然自
version!
己送上门来了。
Best version! I love that. But Little Red Riding Hood suddenly laughed and said, "How interesting! Who would have thought that a prey would deliver himself to me?"
他挥舞着镰刀，
She
只
swung
用
her
一
scythe
击
and chopped
就把
his
大
big
灰
head
狼的
off.
脑袋砍了下来。
That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
小红帽看着刚才还在张牙舞爪
Little
的
Red
大灰
Riding
狼，
Hood sneered at the
讥
wolf
讽
that
地
was still
说
bearing his fangs and：“
知道我
claws.
的斗篷为什么是
You
红
know
色
why
的
my
吗
hood is red?”
大灰狼当然没有回
Big
答
Bad。Wolf did not
于
reply, of
是，
course.
小红
She
帽
shook
失
her
望
head
地
in
摇了摇
disappointment,
头，
picked up her
提着
baskets and
篮子，
scythe, and
拿起
began her
镰
journey
刀，
to look for
迈
even
上了寻
stronger
找更多
preys.
更强猎物的旅途。这就是小红帽通过自己
This
的
is the
努
story
力
of how Little
改
Red
变
Riding
命运
Hood
的故
changed her
事。
destiny through effort alone. That, I love that it actually told that version. Though this is probably supposed to be like Veliona's view of the future. And I'm assuming she basically lived through Cele's life without her. That's probably what this is supposed to be.
诶，猎人没有出场吗？
Hunter doesn't appear.
猎人，并没有猎人呀。
Hunter? There's no
可是我
hunter.
记得小红帽里是
I
有猎
remember
人
that
的，
there's a hunter in Little
而
Red
且
Riding Hood.
总觉得哪里有
Thing
些
feels
奇怪。
weird. Miss Cele, is
希尔
this
姐
really
姐
the story of Little Red
这
Riding
真的是
Hood?
小红帽的故事吗？
This definitely seems... I feel like this is Veliona dreaming that she is Cele. Makes you wonder what's going to happen in the future.
奇怪，
Weird.
Yeah,
Yeah, from a certain perspective, it is a little weird.
不过没关系，我还是第
Never
一次
mind.
听到这样的
Doesn't
童话
like
故
any
事，
fairy tale I've
和以
heard
前听
before,
过的
as
完全不一
expected
样
of。Miss Cele.
不愧是希尔姐姐。希尔姐姐，再给我们
Cele,
讲
tell
一
us
个吧。
another one.
啊，
Huh? Yeah, same thing happened in the past when Veliona told the kids a story. They were shockingly in love with it.
好啊，那么希
Sure,
尔就再
then
讲一
I'll
个
tell you a
自
story
己
that I'm
最
most
熟悉的
familiar
故
with.
事吧。很久很久以前，在某个国度，有一片遥
Long,
远
long
而
ago,
美
there was
丽
a
的海
certain
洋。
country with a distant and beautiful ocean.
那片海洋有多
How
远
far
呢？
was that ocean? So
遥
far
远
that
到
only a
整
handful
个
of
国
people in
家
the
只
entire
有寥寥
country
数人
knew
知道
of
它
its
的存在。
existence.
而在那片海洋的深处，住着一位
In
纯
the
真、
depths of
美
that
丽的小
ocean
美
lives a
人
pure
鱼。
and pretty little mermaid.
小
Little
美
mermaid
人
was
鱼
very
孤独极
lonely,
了
and her only friend
她的朋
was her
友只
reflection
有
in
自
the
己在
water.
水中的倒影。不对不对，希尔姐姐，
Oh,
既然小
that's
美
not
人鱼
right.
住在大海
Miss
里，
Cele, if Little
她又怎
Mermaid
么
lives
从
in
海
the
里面
ocean,
看到
how
自
can
己在
she
水
see
中
her
的
own
倒影
reflection
呢？
in the water?
这，所
That's...
以说小美人鱼一个朋友都没有了。
The Little Mermaid has no friends at all.
别担心，没有人会
Don't
因为
worry.
你的过去而
Nobody will
疏离
distance
你，
themselves from you
也
because
再
you're
不会有
past.
谁
And nobody
因
will
为
fear
奇
you
怪
because
而
you're
对你
weird
感到恐
anymore.
惧。你会被所有人喜欢。
You will
过
be
上
loved
阳
by
光普
everyone
照、
and live a
鲜
life
花簇拥
illuminated
的
by
人生。
sunshine and surrounded by flowers.
你究竟
Who are
是
you
谁？
exactly? Yeah, a future where Cele doesn't have Eliona. Children looked at her in astonishment. Cele stood up abruptly and looked around her confused. Yet all that responded to her, silence. A warm breeze swept gently past her cheek, a subtle sigh. Oh. That would be torture for poor Veli. She watched over Cele and then tried to help her and was called a demon. Slowly they grew closer together as she continued to protect Cele. And all she really cares about is protecting her host. And just imagining a future where Cele forgot her? What kind of person was Cele? and people who have only met her once could tell. Friendly, quiet, and kind. Only people closest to her knew that gentleness was akin to the sea, calm and accommodating, with an unpredictable torrent hidden beneath. Her friendliness was generosity cultivated from thousands of journeys. Her quietude was tranquility born from experiencing changes. Kindness was instinct, unchanged, even after shedding blood and tears. Destiny's chisel refined the girl's life continuously and unforgettably. Having gone through the torments of deathly dangers, she was no longer that girl who only knew to weep silently while hiding in a toy box. Your water's stuff. Celia ended her schedule for the day at 9 at night, began to return to her temporary accommodation alone. In the adjacent crossroad, a woman in a hurry appeared suddenly and accidentally ran into her. Ah,
抱歉，抱歉，哎呀，我刚才在
I'm
走神，
sorry.
没有
I
看
was
到你。
distracted and didn't notice you. Are you Miss Sele?
是之前在任务里救过的人吧？
Someone I rescued previously
只是
during a
那个
mission,
时
but at
候，
that time Sele was
希尔
still...
还
希尔小姐忘记了吗？
You've
很久以
forgotten.
前，
There was a
天桥时曾
hijacking
发生过一
incident
起
in Ark
劫
City
持
long
事件，
ago. You saved me
当
back
时
then.
就是希尔小姐救了我。我应该没有认错人吧？
I'm mistaken, am I?
比
You've
起那个
changed
时
a
候，
lot since
希尔
then.
小姐真是变了好多。怎么说呢？
How do I
那时
put
的
it?
希尔
Back
小
then
姐
you spoke
言
and
行举
acted more
止要比现
fiercely.
在凌厉
Your
得多，
personality was
性格也非常
extremely
的
assertive.
自我。
不，你没有认
No,
错。
you're not
只
mistaken,
不
but
过，希尔一直都是这个样子，从来
I've
没有
always
变
been
过。
like that. I've never changed.
至于你说的印
For the
象，
impression you have, it must
大
be
概
a
是错觉吧。
misunderstanding.
回去吧。
Go back now. Going to do yoga. Anything else here? Oh, nope, doesn't even let you go further.
希尔，
Anyway. Oh. Familiar voice stopped Sele in her tracks.
布罗尼亚姐姐，你怎么
Anya,
来
why are
了？
you here?
正好出差到这附近开研讨会，顺路来
Came
看
here
看
on
你。
a business trip for an academic conference, so I dropped by to see
布罗
you.
尼亚姐姐真是的，
Really,
怎么
why
不提
didn't you
前告
tell
诉
me?
希尔
You
呢？
must have been waiting for a
你
long
在外面
time.
来，快进屋。
Come on. Quick, come on in. Though it was only a temporary accommodation, the room was still furnished cleanly and cozily. Anya looked around the room and sighed softly. Hard to tell if it was out of relief or concern.
天色不早了，今天布罗尼亚姐
It's
姐就
late.
住
How
在
about
这
you
里
stay
吧。
over tonight? The
正
teachers at
好希尔
Sierra's
来
home
这家
gave
的
me
老
lots of
师们
snacks.
送了
I'll
我不
boil
少
some
点
tea.
心。希尔去煮一壶茶来。唉，好
It's
久
been a
没有
while
和
since I
布罗
stayed
尼
up
亚姐姐
chatting
一
with
起
you
中
over
午喝
tea.
茶聊
I'm so
天了，
happy.
真开心。先不说这个，
More importantly, how are you feeling these
你最近
days,
感觉怎么
Sele?
样？
Have you gotten used to
还
this
习惯吗？
place?
如果你愿意的话，
If you're willing, I can
我可以向
request
学
for the
院长提
principal
出
to
申
switch
请，
me back to your
将我调回到
operation
你所在
squad.
的行动小队。哎，如果能和布罗尼亚姐姐一起
Of
行
course, I'll be
动，
glad to work
希尔
with
当
you.
然很开心。但
But
布
you
罗尼
must
亚
have
姐姐
things
也
you
有
want
自己
to do
想做的
too.
事吧？现在一切好不容易走上了正轨，布罗尼
You
亚姐姐
finally
也找
managed
到
to
了
get
自己
started in the
想做的
path
事
you want
情
and。found what you wish to do.
如
I'll
果因
feel
为
guilty
希尔
if
的
I
原因
stalled you
耽误
from
了布罗
pursuing
尼亚
your
姐姐追
dream.
寻梦想，希尔也会很过意不去的。可是希尔，你
But Sele, you...
一个人，
Are you sure
真
you're
的没有
okay
问题
alone?
吗？
It's bringing this up a lot. It's constantly emphasizing alone, alone, alone. And she didn't recognize Feliona's voice. And she didn't know what was going on with Feliona. It's... So, she did. She saw a future. A lot of future, it seems like. She saw years of Sele's life without her. She probably lived it, considering how they described her. I'm assuming this is Feliona, just living through this.
布罗尼亚姐姐，你不用担心。
Yeah, you don't have to worry. After all, I've been
在
living
此
alone
之
for a
前，
long time before
希尔也
this.
一个人度过了很长一段时间。抱歉，希尔，
Sorry, Sele,
但你应该
but you
知
know
道
what
我指
I'm
的是什
talking
么，
about, right?
对吗？
I want to hear your sincere
我
thoughts.
希望能够听到你最真实的想法。我一直相信希尔，
I always believe in
也
you,
一
and
直
I've
在见证
witnessed
你
your
的成
growth.
长。
You're very mature and strong now,
希尔，
but
如今的你很成熟，很坚强，但坚强
being
并不
strong
代
doesn't
表着
mean
所
you
有
have
的
to
事
endure
都必
everything
须独自
alone.
承受。希尔，你一个人
Sele,
真的没有问题
are you
吗？
sure you're okay? Alone.
没关系，布罗尼亚姐
I'm
姐。
fine, Bronya. I'm doing
希尔
well.
现在一切都好
The，work at Chixel's
在
going
甜蜜的
smoothly.
工
I've
作
grown a
很
lot, and
顺
even
利。
made lots of new
希
friends.
尔成
Even
长
if
了
I'm
很
left
多，
alone,
还
I
结交了很
also...
多新朋友。别怕，希尔，
Don't be
一
afraid,
切都不会
Sele.
改
Nothing
变
will
的。
change, even if
即便我不在你身
I'm
边，
not by your side anymore. Yeah, I knew that's where that was going. It's hinting at a future where the two of them are separated. The gentle whispers of the night breeze blew over the girl's ears, like a wave that tried to ease her heart. Sele leaned her head on Bronya's shoulder and hid all her emotions in the dark.
是啊，布罗尼亚姐
Alright,
姐，
what do I need to do to accept
希
it?
尔要怎样才能接受这件事呢？
It's almost like she's hallucinating too. Like she's hearing the voice in her head even though it's not actually there.
另一个希尔，
The other sailor,
他已经不在了。
not here anymore. It's like Veliona's worst nightmare. I feel like Sele is more prepared for that than Veliona is. Perhaps too much of her past tugged at her heartstrings. Tonight the memories she had buried deep in her heart resurfaced in her dreams. Everything started from Kokolia's orphanage. A weak girl incidentally found out about her other self, who was hidden in the shadows. Life was full of obstacles. Through all the turmoils, her other self gained her own persona, appearance, and name. She shared the girl's life. Then,
果然，又回到了这里
as
吗？
expected, I'm back here.
支配剧
The
场，
theater of domination. Although I also wonder, because they said impossible futures, this could be a future from a different past. If they're showing the theater of domination, maybe something happened here. In this alternate future.
无论什么时候到这里来，
Something always
还是会
feels
觉得
off
阴森
coming
诡
here.
异。一个人也没有，
No one is around, it's
这里真
completely
是空
empty.
旷啊！
It's straight up just the theater. I half expected combat before getting to the portal, but okay.
是啊，就是这里。
Yes, this was the place
希尔第一次将身
where I
体的支
first
配
gave
权
complete authority over my
完
body
全交
to
给
my
另
other
一个自
self.
己的地方。
Even though her memories about the Hersher of Dominance were unpleasant, the girl still had good memories here. That was the first time she fully opened up her heart.
果然，
As expected,
You
you're not
put that
here
away.
either.
懦弱的匹诺曹，
Weak Pinocchio. Hmm? Muffled voice was heard from an unknown spot at the edge of the
是
theater.
谁？谁
There,
在说
who's
话？
speaking?
过去看看吧。
Go and take a look.
匹诺曹，
Pinocchio, secret friends.
这是
This
童话
a
故
fairy
事。
tale. Are we gonna
孤独的
are
匹
we
诺曹
only Pinocchio
藏
hid?
起来了。声音越来越近了。
Sound is getting closer. But you were getting closer to the sound. Are we gonna get a twisted version of Pinocchio? Be
害
awesome.
怕朋友被偷走。
Afraid of his friends being taken.
那是
That is a Sele voice. Also, yay mirror. Aww, I wanted to go around the mirror more.
懦弱的匹诺曹， 拥有一个秘密
Weak
朋友。
Pinocchio had a secret friend.
孤独的匹诺曹
Lonely Pinocchio
担
was
心
worried
失去
about
唯
losing
一
his
的
only
朋友，
friend, so he hid his
所
friend
以
away.
他把朋友藏起来了。即便如此，
Even so,
匹诺曹
Pinocchio
还
was
是害
afraid
怕
that his
朋友
friend
被
would be
偷走。
stolen away.
怎样才能保护好
Pinocchio
朋
thought, how
友？
can I protect my friend?
匹诺
And then
曹
finally
想
thought of a
啊
way.
想啊，终于想到了方法。只要把朋友藏在连我
He
自
thought,
己都找
I
不到
just
的
have
地
to
方
hide
就
my
好
friend
了。
in a place that even
Just
I
想
cannot
着，
find.
匹
But
诺曹
that
忘记
Pinocchio
了朋友的
forgot
所
where
在。
his friend was.
从此以后，
From then on, Pinocchio
匹
never had to
诺曹
worry
再
about
也不
losing
用
his
担心
friend.
失去朋友了。
Walking toward the mirror, Sele finally heard the full story of this fairy tale.
好奇怪的故事，
A strange
声
story.
音
Is
是
the
从
voice
这面
coming
镜
from
子
this
里发出
mirror?
来的吗？
A full-length mirror stood silently before her, like a lone door headed to the unknown. In the mirror, that was reflecting a dim light, an inexplicable sense of unease grew in Sele's heart. She clenched her fists that were damp with cold sweat as she walked toward the mirror. Not you. When she saw the reflection in the mirror, it felt like her blood had frozen to ice. She finally understood the source of that unease. In the reflection of the mirror, the girl who had always had a gentle smile had blood-red eyes. How?
我
I am...
究竟
Sele stared into the mirror with fear. The girl in the mirror had the same expression. The question was posed to her seemingly from deep within her soul. Do you really not know what's happening? Sele trembled uncontrollably. She saw countless fragmented scenes flash before her, as her dizziness and blurred vision. Devastated world, enemies that cannot be defeated. Numerous wounds, rivers of tears, arduous battles, and an abrupt farewell. Disorganized snippets of memories scattered like shards of broken glass, piercing deeply into the girl's chest. The last scene she saw in her mind was how her pure self quickly lost the shine in her eyes. Sele stumbled and held herself up against the mirror and trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Literally her nightmare.
为什么？
Why?
为什么会变成这样？
Things end up like this. Because they were facing an undefeatable enemy. Because they never found a way to victory in the end. Because destiny preferred to toy with the ill-fated.
还是因为
Or because
我
of me.
接下来就靠你了，另一个我。
Rest is up to you, the other me.
放心吧，想
Don't worry, Sally. We'll resolve
我会解决一切的。
everything.
我会保护你。
I'll protect you just like every time before.
为什么？为什么我没能进
Why
行诺
didn't
言？
I fulfill my promise?
只有我可以保护你。
The
明
only
明应该
one
是
who
这
can
样，
protect you. It's supposed to be what happens.
明明应该是这样，
That's supposed to be what happens.
明明应该是这样的。
Damn. I don't think I've said it in a while, but there's one cinematic that I've said before that as much as I prefer the Chinese most of the time, I feel like they nail the emotions and characters better. There's one that I felt like nailed a character maybe a little better, and that was Sele's cinematic. Specifically, it was the light Sele, when she was frustrated and angry and crying and smashing through the floor. That one, that was incredibly well done voice acting. Good job, CNVA, for Sele. You just pulled the exact same shit off, but with Veliona. Holy shit. I've been saying it this whole time, right? That's literally like Veliona's freaking nightmare. That she disappears, that she fails to keep Sele safe. Literally been how she's viewed her purpose. That was straight up a voice line of despair. The only one who can protect you, the only one who can save you, the only one who can let you live on. As layers of her gentle facade were peeled away, they revealed a truth drenched with blood. The crimson of the eyes of the person in the reflection was so intense that it was almost dripping with blood, as if a constantly reminder of who she really was. Like a silent taunt from destiny. You've deceived the world, even deceived your closest companion. But you still cannot deceive yourself.
不对，
No, that's not true.
不是这样的。
Not like that. I think the real question, though, is how fucked up is this future, which we're probably going to find out here. Which one of them disappeared? Was it the light Sele that disappeared, or the dark one? Did the dark one disappear and she saw the light Sele's future of living without her? Or did the light Sele disappear and the dark one went into a bit of a denial and started pretending to be both of them?
消失的不是希尔，
It's not Sele who vanished, but must be it. The only way. Body can continue to live without a shadow, but how can a shadow live without a body? So she must be the original Sele, and it can only be that Sele.
希尔，
Sele,
不就在这里吗？
right here, no? She reached out her hand and covered the red eyes of her own
没
reflection.
关系，希尔，你会
Alright,
认识很多
Sele.
新朋友，
You get to meet lots of new friends.
你不会感到孤
You
单的
won't。feel lonely.
别担心，
Don't
没有人
worry,
会因为你
nobody
的
will
过去而
distance
疏离
themselves from
你，
you because of your
也再不
past.
会有谁
And nobody will fear
因为
you
奇
because
怪
you're
而
weird
对你感到
anymore.
恐惧。你会被所有人喜欢，
You'll be
过
loved
上
by
阳光
everyone
普照、
and live a life
鲜花簇
illuminated
拥
by
的人生。
sunshine, surrounded by flowers.
别怕，希尔，
Don't be afraid,
一
Sele.
切都不会改
Nothing
变
will
的。
change, even
即
if
便我不在你身
I'm
边，
not by your side anymore.
希尔，
Sele,
希尔，
Sele,
你没事吧？希尔，
you alright, Sele?
没事。
I'm alright. Right, how can she explain such a ridiculous yet realistic memory?
你知道，希尔不再是爱哭鬼，不再
You
是
know
大笨
Sele
蛋，
isn't a crybaby and
甚至
dummy
在很多
anymore.
时候，
Oftentimes she
他表
handles
现得
herself
比
more
你还要
maturely and
成熟
bravely than you.
勇敢。这看似毫无关联
These
的
two
两件
seemingly
事，
unrelated
已使
things
你
have
产
given
生
you a
一种
vague
模糊的预
premonition.
感。万众的信
The
仰
faith
与
of the
无私的
masses
心
and the
灵
heart that is
只会
selfless
催
could
生
only
出必
conceive
然
a
凋谢
flower
的
that would
花
surely
朵。
wither.
它的
Its
芬芳固
fragrance
然
is
纯美，
rich, but to
可
smell
若
it,
是
one
想要
must
嗅
prepare
闻，
to face
就得
death.
做好直面死亡的准备。
说不定 是因为我之前的
Maybe
失
my
误
previous
才把大
mistake
家卷
dragged
了进
everyone
来。
into this.
或许你们看到
Perhaps
的
what you saw was your
正是会
future.
发生在自己身上的未来。
Even though she rebuked Svita back then, that guess definitely broke her heart. If that illusion was not an illusion, if what she saw was really the bloodied reality from making certain decisions, even if the probability was merely 1 in a billion, she absolutely didn't dare to ignore this risk.
我真的没事，
I'm really
我
fine.
只是
I
梦
just
到我们两个大吵了一架。
dreamed that the two of us had a huge argument. Oh god, stop lying. It was a hasty excuse. If the other her decided to press on the matter, she definitely noticed something wrong. She merely looked shocked for a moment before smiling again.
原来是这样啊，
I see.
那
Then
我
I
只
should
好去
apologize
未
in
来的自己
advance for
先
the
道个
future
歉
me.
了。
Sorry.
抱歉了。什么嘛？
That's
你
it.
这
What
反
a
应真
boring
是没意
reaction.
思。
What if I was lying
万
to
一我在
you?
骗你呢？那我也只
And I
好
can
被
only
骗了
believe
呀。
in that lie,
因
because you
为
must have done
你
so
一定
with
也
my
是为
best
了我好
interest in
嘛。
mind. Keep her the hydrate. Yeah? And again, we don't know what direction it was, right? We don't know what it was. We don't know if it was Sele was lost or Veliona was lost, because the way they presented it, it could have been either. The thought of Sele being lost, though, is way more painful than Veliona being lost. I feel like Sele, although she'd be heartbroken, that she could make her way through it, right? If Veliona had to live without Sele, she would be absolutely devastated. And to be fair, it doesn't matter which one of those it was, because even if it was Veliona disappearing, Veli was the one that had to live through that future. So to her, it could be either one, and she probably doesn't want to think about either, because both of those are devastating to Veliona. Yeah. His word made her feel a rush of warmth in her heart, yet when she recalled the details of her dream, that warmth was dampened immediately.
别太相信我。
Don't trust me so much, Tommy.
是啊，维塔，我们回来了。
Hey, Vita, we're back.
欢迎回来，辛苦你
Welcome
们了
back. You've all worked hard.
只是跑腿这样的小事，不足挂齿
The。small errand, don't
或者
mention it.
说，
Or
我们也
rather,
就只能
this
帮
is
帮
all
这
the
样的小
help
忙
we
了。
can give.
接下来才是重头戏。
Excuse
如
me.
果没法指望已经失踪多时的米斯特林，
Main
就要
event
靠
is just
维
about
塔
to
和谢丁厄
begin.
博士他们了。
We can't rely on the missing Miss Stone. We have to depend on Vita and Dr. Schrodinger.
是啊，如何成功与本
Yeah,
真
right
世界
now the
进行
question
连
remains,
通，
how can we
目前
successfully
看来
connect to the real
依旧
world?
是一个难题。确实，什么
Indeed,
基
just
本
listening to
锚
things like
点
basic
世界
anchors,
级
world
锚
scale
点
anchors, and axis makes
熟
my
的
head spin.
我听着都晕
可
了。没关系，既然缺乏道路，那么
It's
创造一
alright,
条
if we
道
don't have a
路
path,
就
we
可
just
以
have to
了。
make one. A languid female voice rang suddenly. The idea that had left long ago appeared before them out of the blue. Unbeknownst to them, Prometheus was already following behind her. Just like when they first met on the moon, Miss Stone approached Sele with great interest and looked around herself.
看来我来的正是时候。
That guy came just on time.
米斯特林，你的表
Now,
还
you
真
have
是走得够
impeccable
准
timing
的。
indeed. Dr. Vita, yeah, a bit of mistake. Shh.
谢谢夸奖，毕竟我向来都是一个守
Thank
信
you
的
for your
人。
compliment. After all, I've always been a dependable person.
而这一次，
And this time,
必要的材料我已经为
already
各位
prepared the
准备好
necessary
了。
materials that you all need.
各位，
Everyone, please follow me.
喂， 你自说自话的要去哪
Are
里？
you off talking to yourself like that?
建筑工地。
Oh,
如果
construction
我这样打
site.
比方，
Does this
各位能够
metaphor
明白
help you
吗？
understand?
嗨，你这样只会
No,
徒
they
增
made it
大家的
harder
理
to
解成本
understand.。
在上一次离开时，
I love how it's half the
尼斯
group,
特
but
地
not all of
说
them. Oh,
他
they're
可
in
以
the
负责寻找本
slots
真
on the
世
right.
界坐标，并
You know,
进一
she
步
left.
调
Miss
查
Dawn
所有
said
的
she
潜
could
在
take it
威
upon
胁。
herself to find the real world's
而
coordinates
接
and
下
look into
来
potential.
就是检验这一工作
The
成
next
果
time
的
she's
时
going to
机
test the
了。
results of her work. A few moments later, at the top of the tower.
是说，你有办法从这里直接构筑起
You mean you have a way to
连通
immediately
这两个世界
construct a
靠
path
一本
that
真实的
connects
道路？
these two bubble universes to the real world?
我既然身为理型，
As an
当
idea,
然
of
具有
course
一
I
些
have
非同
aspects
常
that
理
are
之处。
different from normal humans.
总是毫无过程就直接摆出结论的特殊之处吗？
A special aspect to always give a conclusion without any explanation whatsoever.
啊，启罗
Ah,
小
Miss
姐如果
Kira's
实在
really
感兴趣的
interested.
话，
Perhaps you'll be able to
或许
understand when you
等
become
你
an
有
idea
朝一
like me one
日
day.
成为和我相似的理型之后，就能明白了。
好了，
Alright,
大家
everyone
应
should
该
be
也早
used
就
to how
习
Miss
惯
Dawn
了米斯特
communicates
林
by
的表
now.
达方式。
Next, I'll help
接
her
下
explain the
来，
fundamentals
还
of
是
this
由我来
method.
帮他总结这种方法的原理吧。
普罗米修斯，
I feel like the easiest way to do it would be to use stigma space to connect through her stigma. I mean, there's at least 3 of them, right? You got Kiana, you got Bianca, you got Teresa. Take your choice. Actually, Teresa doesn't have any, Okay, no, it would just be Kiana or Bianca.
没关系，我当然会保护好你的个人隐私。
Don't worry, of course I'll respect your privacy.
其实，
Actually, there's nothing special about the method Miss Dawn uses.
他之所以要
She
单独
acted
行
alone
动
only to efficiently
只
make
是为了
use of
去
the
充
remnants
分
of
利用
Project
圣痕计
Stigma.
划的残余罢了。啊，或许启罗
Perhaps
小
Miss
姐还
Shigure
不够
doesn't
了解。
understand well enough.
圣痕
Project
计划
Stigma is a technology
原
that
本就囊括了
utilizes
一种
human
以
wills to
人的意
construct a
志来构
space.
筑空间的技术。虽然在 Kiana 成
Although
为
the
中耶
spiritual
之狱
space
者
that
的
Project
时候，
Stigma created had
圣痕
dissolved
计
when
划所
Kiana
创造的
became the
精神
Hesher of
空间就
Finality.
已经解
It
体。
left some construction
但它还
materials
是
in the
在
Sea
量
of
子之海
Quanta.
中留下了一些未被回收的建筑材料。而另一方面，
On the other hand, as an idea, Miss Down was originally one of the mediums that allowed Project Stigma to descend on Earth.
如果仅从一次性的角度
Regarded
来
as a
考
one-off
虑，
attempt, she's
它有
capable of
能力
bringing
将
these
这些
building
建筑材
materials to
料
us
召集到我
and
们
building a
身边，
bridge that connects this
为
bubble
连通世
universe
界
to the
炮
real
的本
world.
征世界这个目的架设桥梁。当然，
Of
这对
course,
他
this
来说
project is
也是
extremely
一项极
complex
为
for her
复
as
杂的
well.
工程。
Moreover, this
这座
makeshift
临
bridge
时
is
桥梁
bound to
本
have many
身也
limitations.
必然存在着诸多限制，是这样吧？
Isn't that so, Miss Down?
普罗米修斯的确
Prometheus
总结得非
summarized
常
it
到位呢。
perfectly.
总之，
All
如
in
果各
all,
位愿意
if you
相
can
信我
trust
的
my
这些努
efforts, our
力，
next step should
那么
be
我们接下来的行动就应当是由希尔将已经定位的锚
have
点
Sele give
赋
the
予我们的
located
某位成
anchors
员，
to someone
使他
here,
暂时与高塔
so
连
she's
接，
temporarily
携带
connected
好
to
这
the
两个世
tower
界
and
的轴，
carrying the
再
axes
由
of
他
the
穿过我
two
构筑的
worlds.
通道，将一切带回本征世界。
This person will then bring them back to the real world through the tunnel I created.
而如果一切顺利，
If things go according to
这个过程
plan, this
也可以
process will
绕过所有的
bypass
潜在影
Saw's
响。
potential influence.
只要此人
As
能够
long as
顺
this
利
person
返回本
returns to
征
the
世
real
界，
world successfully,
那么即使说是与中烟之
even
间
if
同
Saw
样
is
级的存
of
在，
the same magnitude
凭
as
借
the cocoon
Kiana
of
的中烟
finality,
全能，
you can handle
Wait,
Saw with Kiana's
也足以
authority
与
of
之周旋。
finality.
也就是说，你打算借助圣痕空间的度量作为临时
In
媒介，
other words, you intend
让
to
身
use
为
the
量子
metric
流
of
行的世
stigma
界炮
space as
直接嵌入
temporary
叙述中的
medium.
本征世界，
So the bubble
来实现
universe
实现
that is a manifold on the quantum side can be directly embedded into the proper world on the imaginary side, and even the cocoon of finality,
而不再需要类似圣剑这样
without
的强大
needing
化
a
中继
normalized relay node like the Holy Sword.
薛定谔博士，
Dr. Schrödinger, you can understand it that way. However, we want the others to understand what we aim to accomplish. We probably should have explained it, like Miss Down. Okay, I suppose I need to explain it in layman's terms. Poor Prometheus has been doing this for 50,000 years. She got lots of experience practicing with Kevin. You can trust Miss Down, then let her guide Sele to shape the axis of two worlds into a baton and relay it to the most suitable runner. This runner will dash all the way to the real world along the path created by Miss Down, relay the baton to the scientists over there, or Kiana herself, and thus save everything.
Oh,
Oh, I get it now. Like the runner in the Battle of Marathon I read about in history books, right? Oh my gosh, Susanna. Anna, couldn't you have likened them to someone who survived? So, indeed, the person to assume this great responsibility must be the most compatible with the real world. In other words, closest to being an ordinary earthling. So, Susanna, hi. Compatible with the real world, closest to being an ordinary human. I got it down. I hope you got it down, Susanna, because that's you. Everyone else here is weird. When Susanna lifted her head, she was confused to find everyone staring at her. Yeah, it literally rules out everyone. We have a half-alien who lives in the Sea of Quanta. We have a girl who lived in the Sea of Quanta, and her alternate personality that is a stigma. We have a normal stigma awakened. We have a robot. I'm sorry, Susanna, you're the only normal person here. Everyone here is weird. Huh? Sorry, I habitually wrote down everything I heard. You guys keep discussing, just ignore me. Susanna, we're talking about you. You're such a dull child. Haven't you realized that of all the people present, you're the most compatible with the real world? Huh? Poor Susanna is just so dense. Oh, me? You want me to take those anchors back to the real world? No way, there's no way I could do this alone. Oh my gosh, Susanna. I'm sure anyone else is more qualified than I am. Why is it me? The job is too difficult for me. Oh, I love her. Dork. I can't do anything about it. This is because... Susanna, you're the only ordinary earthling present at the moment. Go over this again. Okay, is she gonna go over what I basically just did? Among us, the two Seles had awakened their stigma and are cursed to never leave the tower. Her sure sentience, being the purest manifestation of Honkai, doesn't have a human form. I've drifted after the sugars in the Sea of Quanta for many years, which has altered the nature of my existence. And even more so for Dr. Schrödinger. Miss Down is an idea created by a stigma. Prometheus is an AI from a bubble universe. As for Vita, according to herself, is the Venusian through and through. Even if we ignore the premise of the real world, she has little to no connection with Earth. That leaves you as the only suitable candidate, doesn't it? Come on, Susanna. This bubble universe's future and our safety all depends on you. Oh my gosh, she goes into her frickin' idol pose. She's cheering her on. For years, the girl was troubled by her ordinariness. Yet when she was favored for her ordinariness for the first time, the first thing she felt wasn't joy, but panic. She panics over everything. Wait, Since we all agree to the plan and the person, we will now discuss the details of implementation. Miss Town, how long do you expect our preparations to take?
等一下，
Wait, I'm not mentally prepared at
我
all.
心理准备都没做好呢。由
In
我
charge
来
of the
负责
core
计划的
plan.
核心。大家是
Is
认真的
everyone
吗？
serious? Yeah, like, I can understand it. It's just, she would panic if she was asked to go get the food for the group. She would panic on, like, the silliest of little things. Like, oh, Susanna, here's a list of all the food we want. Make sure you don't make any mistakes. She's gonna flip. 50 minutes before the plan commenced.
计划开始的时候，
Vita, when the plan
我们还要靠你
commences,
来指引
we
方
need you
向
to guide our way.
在此
Are
之
you sure
前
you don't
你
need
不
to
稍
rest
息
before
休息一
that?
下吗？
When Vita, who was measuring something with a machine provided by Prometheus, heard Sele say that, she smiled in response.
没关系哦，我现在还电力满满，
It's okay, I'm still full of energy. In fact, I can work for 3 days without sleep.
倒不如说，这才是我
Rather,
平常
this
的
is
工
how
作
I
状
usually
态。
work.
在不同的
Jumping
世界
between
之间
different
穿
worlds
梭
really
可是
takes a
很
toll
需要
on your
体力的呀
stamina.
所以说，
Therefore,
希尔
you
不
don't
需
need
要
to worry
担
about
心，
me, I've
我早
gotten
都已经
used
习
to
惯
it.
了。
Sele nodded and looked at the tool that had begun generating data in her hand.
这是
What's this?
这个嘛，这
It's
是
a
一个
simple
简易的
didn't
数据测试
testing
装
tool.
置。之前不是因为我的失误
Didn't Susanna
让
and
苏
Co.
珊娜
got
他
into
们遭遇
danger
了危
because of my
险嘛？
mistake?
所以
So I built this
我
under
在普罗米修
Prometheus'
斯的指导
guidance.
下制作了这个。除了可以纠正因
It
为
can
粗心大
correct
意而
mistakes
带来的
caused
错
by
误，
carelessness.
这里面还
It
存储
also
了苏
stores
珊娜的
Susanna's
行动轨迹
movement
模
pattern
型。
model.
毕竟那个家伙也是个冒失鬼嘛。
You
行
know
动的
she
过
can
程
be a
中一
klutz.
定
Her
会充满各
operations
种
are
意外
bound to be full of
而预测
accidents.
并且尽量避
Predicting
免
and
这些意
preventing
外，
these accidents
这
is
不
the
就是我们作为
responsibility
后
of
方
we
成员的责任
logistics
吗？
members, right? Imagine it's like, you know, our only hope is a klutz. So we're creating an AI that can predict her mistakes before they happen. Speaking from
这也算是
experience.
经验之谈吧。
Vita，
Vita. Only now that Sele realized Vita wasn't really a naive, cheerful, and carefree as she appeared to be. On the contrary, she had never forgotten those details that she waved off with jokes.
是啊，连续
How
她的
could she
经
be a
历，
simple
她又
optimist
怎么
with a
可能是
past
一个
like
单纯
that?
的乐天派呢？谢谢
Thank
你，
you. Huh?
希尔，
Really?
我也只是做了一
I
点
only
自己
did what
力
I
所能
could.
及的事
You
情
don't。have to be so
你
grateful
不
for
需要
it.
这么感动呀。而且，
And it
我也
was
是为
also
了
for
我自己。
myself.
我大致的经历，
You know my
你们也都
past.
知道。
Throughout my long life, I've been
在漫
saying
长的人
goodbye.
生中，
Fate would always
我一
destroy
直
where
在
I
经历
called
各种
home
告别。
and take away those I grew
命运
close
总
with.
是在毁灭被我当作家园的地方。我一直在逃，
Been running
虽
away
然运
despite
气很
having the
好，
luck to outrun
一
doom
次次
every
逃过了
time.
毁灭的命运。但
Is
这
this
样真
really
的好
okay?
吗？说实话，
To be
我真的
honest,
很喜
I
欢
really
这
like
里。
it here. I've been to
即便
many
我已经去
places,
过了
but
很多
none of
地
them
方，
compare to this
但我
one.
还是最喜欢
It's
这里。
idyllic and homely,
宁静祥
like
和，
Xanadu.
人心淳朴，就像世外桃源一样。在这里，我遇到了
I
那么
met
多
so
纯
many
粹的
pure
人，
souls here,
参与了那
and
么多纯
involved
粹
in
的
so
事。
many pure things.
或
Hearing
许
this
这样
might
说有
make
些
you
矫情。
cringe.
在这里，
But here,
尤其是和
especially
希
with
尔你
you
们在
all,
一起
I
的时
enjoy
候，
every minute, every
我的每分
second.
每秒都很快乐。
Vita，
Ida,
从理性的角度来说，我其实不知道自己能做到什么。
realistically speaking, I actually don't know what I can do.
我或许经历了很多很多的事，
I may have gone
可是
through
我的
many
能力却
things,
依
but
然
I'm
渺
still
小。
weak. Unlike
不
all,
像你们，
unlike you all,
我保
I
护不
can't
了自
protect
己
the
在意
world
的
I care
世界，
about, nor the people I
也
care
保护
about.
不了自己在意的人。但这一次，
But
无
this
论
time,
如
no
何，
matter what,
我
I
都
want
想
to
为这
leave
个世界
something
留
for
下点
this
什么，
world.
哪怕
Even if
哪
I
怕不
must
得
fight
不
a
去和无
power
法
that
战
can't
胜的
be
强大力
defeated,
量对
I
抗
want，to protect my life.
我也想要保卫自己的人生。
放心吧，Vita，
Don't worry,
我
Vita,
们一定
we'll
会成功
succeed.
的。
谢谢你，
Thank
希
you,
尔。
Sailor. She pounced on Sele and
希尔
hugged
的
her.
家乡一
The
定也是一
Sele's
个很美丽、
town must
很
be
平和
beautiful
的
and
地方
peaceful
吧。
place, otherwise it wouldn't
因
have
为只有
raised
这
such a
样，
sweet girl
才
like
会孕育
you.
出希尔这样
Is
可
the
爱又
Guardian
善
gonna
良的
swing
女
at
孩
her
子们。
again?
可是现在你却要经历这
But
些，
now you have to go through all this. To say you're
说
not
不害
scared is a
怕，
lie,
或许也
right?
是骗人的。
没关系，丽塔。
It's okay, Vita.
我
My
的家
hometown
乡其实不久之
actually underwent a
前刚刚经历过一
catastrophe that
场几
almost
乎毁灭
destroyed
了
the
世界
world.
的灾难。但是，在大
But
家
we
的共
managed to
同努力
conquer it
下，
by working
我们最
together.
终战胜了它。所以这一次，我
This
也
time
会
I'll
从积
continue
极
to
的角
see our
度去看
problems
待
in a
大家遭遇
positive
的问
light.
题。丽塔，相信我们，这一次我们一定会
Vita,
帮助
believe in
你，
this.
守护好你的
This
家。
time, we'll help you
不会再
protect your
空无一
home,
人
no
了。
matter how. It will no longer be empty. Vita lowered her eyelids, possibly in nostalgia or anxiety. Recalled the night when she asked Sele to stay at her place. Had the girl before her already foreseen the whole story at that time? No, in any case, she wasn't another Vita. Her name was Sele, whose only similarity with Vita was the number of syllables. The anxiety swept along by fate had nothing to do with her to begin with. But when she raised her head again, she wore a pure
好
smile.
呀，就让我们
Great,
一起
let's
加
do
油
this
吧，
together, Sailor.
西亚。
40 minutes before the plan begins. Are we
放
gonna
心吧，
keep
普罗
doing
米修
this?
斯，不会有问题
Don't
的。
worry, Prometheus, it won't go wrong.
倒是你，
Then again,
最近
haven't
是
you
不是
been
越来越
worrying
喜
too
欢
much
操心了？
lately? This can wear a
烦恼
machine
太多
down.
的话，机械磨损可是会加重的。
Ignoring Miss Dawn's poking, Prometheus looked her in the eye with a frown.
你的计划中有不少冒险的
Your
成
plan
分，
is quite risky.
非要使
Must
用
we
这
do
样
it
的
this
方法
way?
吗？怎么说呢？
What can I say?
冒险是
Being
相对的，
risky is relative,
普罗米修斯。
Prometheus.
如果你知晓我都曾
If
做
you
过
knew
哪
the
些尝
attempts I
试，
made, you
你
will
就
know
会
the
知
path
道
I've chosen is the
我所
safest
选择
one.
的道路是最为保险的那一条。来吧，还有很多准备工作要做
There's
呢。
much preparation to be
我
done.
想
I
你一
suppose
定
you
不
wouldn't
会
mind
介
helping
意
me
给
out.
我搭把手，对吗？放心，这一次
Rest
我一
assured
定
that
会
this
把他
time
们
I will
送
send
还
them
到。
to where they belong. "20 minutes before the plan begins." Okay, we're not doing every 10 minutes.
哇，
Hey,
你能不能不要转来转去
can
啊
you？stop going around in
看得我眼
circles? It
晕。
makes my head spin.
嗨，这不是没什么事
Not
儿
like I have anything better to do. I'm just imagining Senti. You know how in like open world content, Senti, when she's running around, like kind of like surfs on her sword, on like her sheath, and just rides all over the place. I'm just imagining her doing laps around this place.
那个什么铺路的计划，居然
That
没有
road
我实施力
paving
者在
plan
人
didn't
手的
need
机
my
会。
help. Can you believe it? So here I am admiring the scenery and doing nothing else.
我不管你想做什么，但是能不能
I
不
don't
要在
care
我的
what you
眼
want
前
to
玩
do,
行
but
为
can
艺
you
术？
not make a scene in front of me?
还是说你
Or
更
have you
想要
gotten
从这个
tired
世
of
界上
living?
消失？
还真是麻
What
烦
a
的家伙。
troublesome one.
好吧，既然
If you
如
want
此，
it so
就让
badly,
善解
this
人意的
considered
石之律
treasure
者
of
送你一
sentience
句
will
金玉
offer
良
you a
言。
piece of advice.
如果你不想让希尔担心，就最好把
You
幻
don't
象里
want
发生
Sele
的
to
一切
worry.
忘个干
You
干净
better
净。
wipe everything you saw in the illusion from your mind. Yeah, Senti knows. Right? You can't keep secrets from Senti. You
放心，咱没读你的意
Relax.
识。
I didn't read your mind. Probably just reading the way she's acting right now.
你那点小心思都写在脸上，
All
有
written
什么
on
猜
your
不到的？
face. I don't even have to guess. Your
我就
senpai
再
will
给你
offer
几
you
句
with more
来自
advice
前
to
辈的
make
忠
your
告
life
吧。
easier.
控制意识的
The
根
key
本
to manipulating
并不在于
minds doesn't
改
lie
变
in
意识，
changing the
而
mind,
在于
but gaining
取
trust.
信于人。只要能让人相信，再荒
You
唐的
can
幻
make
想
people
都能
believe
发挥超乎
even the
寻
most
常的
absurd
力量。
illusions can
而
exert
反过来，
extraordinary
如果所
power.
有人都不相信，
Conversely, if no
那即使
person
是实际
believes,
存在的力
then
量，
even
也
existing
可能会
powers
什
may
么都
be
做不
unable
到。
to do anything. Yeah, I love these two together.
所以，一个人如果能
Therefore,
够
a
意识
person
到
who
自己
realizes
所处
they're in
的
a
环境
fake
并非真
environment
实，
is largely
就能抵消
unaffected
大
by
部
the
分幻象
illusion.
所产生的影响，
It's the
这
first
就完
step
成
in
了脱离
breaking
这些
free
枷
from
锁的
it.
第一步。 不喜欢的东西不看，不爱
Don't
玩的东
watch
西
what
不
you
玩，
don't like.
垃圾就送
Don't
到垃
play
圾
with
场，
you
烦
don't
心事儿
like.
就找别人帮忙。
Dump garbage into the
只要
garbage
自己一
dump.
身轻松，
Ask others
谁
to
又能
fix
奈
your
何得了你？
problems. Who can bother you when you have it easy?
所
So,
以，
whatever you saw in the
无论你
illusion,
在幻象之
the
中见到了
malice of
什
the
么，
world made you
那
believe
都是
it.
世界的恶意
No
想
matter
让你
how
相信
real
它
it
而已。
seemed or how accurate
无
it
论它再
reflected
真
your
实，
inner fear,
再贴近
just
你
an
内心的恐
illusion.
惧，那也只是幻想。
This is probably the coolest thing Senti has ever said in her life. Senti actually sounds mature for the first time in her life. This girl has 50,000 years of memories. And she's finally using it for something good.
只要认识到了这一点，幻象就无
Once
法
you
伤
have
害
that
谁，
figured out, the
更无法
illusion
影响
can't
现
hurt
实。
anyone, much less
你
influence
甚至可以
reality.
说，这
And even say this
就
is
是
the
实
limit
质
of
全
the
能的极
authority
限
of
所在。
sentience. Lele stared at the Hersher of sentience in disbelief. She never expected to hear those words from her, right? After a while, she suddenly turned her head and spat out a word she wasn't used to using rather childishly.
谢谢。
Thanks.
终于说出来了，等了你半天。
Finally said it. I've waited long enough. They gave her Sele's like shy.
不如再多说几
It's
句。
so weird
由衷
seeing
感
that
谢
on
引
that
领生活
model.
全知全能的实质律者。怎么样？我就爱听这个。
Go on, will you? Say I'm forever indebted to the wise and noble Hersher of sentience. I love hearing that. Oh, you wish.
你
You.
有毛病吧？
What's your problem? Please go back to Sele talking to Sele. Please go back to the two of them. 10 minutes before the plan begins. Come on.
建立坐标，
Of course
我
not.
传一部分数据，然后转向
Establish
这边行
coordinates.
动。
Transfer partial data block. Turn to this
苏珊娜，
side.
先停一停吧。
Lana, stop
不
for
对
now.
接下来
Oh,
得
I
向
need
左，
to turn
不
left.
能停
I
下来。
can't stop.
我是说，
I mean,
你
stop
先
what
把
you're
手头的
doing
事情停
first.
下来。
奇罗前辈，别扯我的
Listen,
脸。
stop pulling my face. It hurts.
怎么样？这
You
下你
wakened
彻
up
底
from
从
the
笔记里
notes
清醒
yet?
了？
Yeah.
不对不对，奇
Uh,
罗
no,
前辈，
Kirsten.
现
This
在可
isn't
不是
time
后
to
面的
unwind.
时
The
候啊，
operation will
马
commence
上
soon,
就
so I
要
need
开
to
始行动了，
familiarize
我必须
myself
对
with
行
it.
动的过程再熟悉一些才行。让我再看一遍笔记。
Let me go over the
一遍
notes
就
one more
好。
time.
唉，你呀，
Know
可
what to
真是
say. Looking at the overly cautious girl, Shigura Kira smiled in defeat.
倒是让
You
我想起
remind
了
me
自
of
己的
my
经历，
past
还有不久之前的那场
and
幻
the
境。
illusion that happened not long ago.
幻境。
Illusion?
对了，奇罗前辈，
All right, I
还
still
不知
don't
道
know
你
what
在
you
幻
saw
境
in
中
there.
见到了什么呢？
这个嘛，
I saw
我
myself
看到
standing on
自己
stage
重
as
新
an
站在
idol
了偶像舞
again.
台上。
奇罗前辈
Senpai
真的
really
很喜
likes
欢偶
idols.
像啊！像奇罗前辈这样
A
强大的
Valkyrie
女武
like you
神，
must be able
一
to
定
deliver
可以
the
创造
perfect
最完美的舞台
performance.
效果吧？
We'll see what happens eventually.
很遗憾，
Unfortunately,
猜
you're
错了。
wrong.
那场演出
That
简直
performance
糟透
sucked.
了
It sucked so much that I
糟
wanted
糕
to
到
dig
让
it
我
out of
恨
my
不得将
brain
这
and
段
bury
经
it in the
历
depths
从
of the
自己
sea
脑
of
子里挖出
Honkai.
来，然后埋到量子之海的深渊里呢。
啊，
Huh?
一直没有告诉过你吧？
I haven't told you.
其实作为偶像，
Actually,
我有
I
一
have
个
a
致
flaw
命的
that's
缺点
fatal
啊，
for an idol.
我完全不会唱歌，
That I can't
比一
sing.
般的五
It's
音不
even
全
worse than the
还要
usual
更夸张
tone
一些
deaf.
呢。
What?
这是我人生之中最
My
大的秘
biggest
密，
secret.
你
Please
可一定
keep
要
it
替我
for
保
me.
密啊！毕竟对于偶像来
After
说，
all, an idol who
不会
can't
唱
sing is
歌
unacceptable
这
as
就
a
像入
Valkyrie who
神没
can't
有战斗
fight.
力一样致命呢。曾经的我尝
I
试过
once did
各种
everything
努
I
力，
could to
想要
become a
成为
perfect
心目中的
idol.
完美偶像，但是
But no
无
matter
论
how
我怎
hard
么
I
努力，
tried, idolhood
偶
remained a
像就像
star
一颗
hanging
遥
in
远
the
的
height I
星星，
couldn't reach.
永远悬挂在我无法触碰的地方。关于未来的幻境，
That illusion of the
告诉了
future
我相
told
同
me
的
the
答案。
same thing.
我
I
我或
may
许能理
understand
解
how
奇
you
罗前辈
feel,
的感受。
Kira.
我真的很想成为像队
I
长
really
大
want to
人、
be
副队长
competent
大人
Valkyrie like
或者苏
Durando,
珊大人那
Rita,
样，
and
能够独
Sushang.
当一面的女武神
I've。been watching their
所
backs,
以
like they're stars
我
in the
一直注
sky.
视着他们的背影，就像望着天上的星星一样。 可是，当我
After
拼尽
giving
全
my
力
all, I thought I
不
could
断努
finally
力，
touch them,
以为
but
自
the
己可以
reality
碰到
was
他们
they've
的
left
眼
me
睛的
far
时候，
behind again.
却发现他们又前进到了我不可触及的地方。我想，绮
I
罗
think
前辈
Kira-senpai
一定
must
也
be
能够
able
理
to
解这样的
understand
心
how I
情吧。
feel too.
是啊，
Yeah,
每个人都有擅长和不
everyone's
擅长
good
的
at
事
and，bad at
这是
something.
与生俱来的
This
天
is something
赋，
we're born with
是
and can
永远
never
都
be
没有办法改
changed.
变的现实。
绮罗前辈，我
Kira-senpai,
们真的只能这样
this
了
is all
吗？
we can do. I can't accept
可
it.
是，好不甘心啊！
没关系，
Alright,
苏珊娜。
Susanna.
虽然因为天赋，
We may
因
never
为
become
经
who we
历，
dream
因
to
为
be
各种各
because
样
of
的
our
理由，
talents, our
我们无法成
experiences,
为
and
自己
many
所
other
向往的那个样
factors.
子。但我们
But
也
we
可
can
以
also
无
get
限接近
infinitely
自己向
closer
往
to
的
who
模
we
样啊，
dream to be
并且
and do
做到
great
一些
things
即
that
使是他们也做
even
不到
they
的事。
can't do.
这也是那个幻境告诉我
That
的。
illusion also told me this. Kira smiled. Although she was talking about failure, her face was not at all gloomy. In that vision that reflected the future, she still couldn't become the perfect idol as her companions expected. Yet even though they saw her hidden imperfect side, they weren't disappointed in her. I guess we'll find out when I finish the event story. Because I am assuming this is literally straight up just describing what happens in the event. Of course, this included the girl in front of her. Thus now she was only pouring out the gratitude and realization she felt at the
虽
time.
然那的确是一场失败的演出，
Although I
但并不
was
是糟糕的
failed
演出。
performance, it wasn't a terrible
在幻
performance.
境里，
In that
我所逃避
illusion,
的一
what I
切
ran
也
away
没能
from
变得
didn't
更好。
become better. My
我的
singing
歌
still
声依旧
sucked,
很
and my
难听，
dancing was
舞跳
serviceable
的
at
也只是差
best.
强人意。
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
但是观众们都很开
The
心。
audience enjoyed it. I
我发
realized that
现，
even if I
即
sing
便
off
五音
key,
不
even
全，
if I'm a
即
clumsy
便只是一
idol,
个
there
笨
are
拙
still
的偶
people
像
who，love
也
me.
会有人喜欢我。他们和我一起合唱了
They
我的
sang
歌
my，song with me.
虽然
It
依
still
旧不好
sounded
听，
bad, but I
但
could
是我
feel
能
their
够感
love
受
for
到，
me and their
他们是
love
喜
for
欢
my
我的，
stage.
也喜欢着我的舞台。而这才是
Isn't
偶
this
像
an
的本
idol's
质吧。
job?
所以，我没
In
有
the
变
end, I
成
never
心目中
became
的
the
完美偶
perfect
像，
idol, but I
却已经
became
是
a
一个
true
真正的
idol.
偶像了。大概
Maybe
这才
this
是
is the
所谓
truth to
梦想的
dreaming.
真
As
相
long as
吧。
we look ahead
只
and
要
do
坚
our
定地看着
best,
前
our
方，
dreams
一
might
直
come
努力，
true in an
说不
unexpected
定
way.
梦想就会以一种谁也想不到的方式实现了呢。所以，苏珊娜，
So
不要
Susanna,
紧张，
don't be
也不
nervous
要
and
害
don't
怕，
be scared.
只要倾尽全力，做
If you
到自己
dedicate
能
your
够做到
heart
的
and
最
soul to
好，
something,
你
you
将
will
一定
surely
能
achieve
做
something
到
that
一
no
些
other
其他任
person
何一个
can.
人都做不到的事。说不定到那个时候，你就会发现，你已经成为一个出
Who's
色
to
的
say
女
you
武神了。
haven't already become a competent Valkyrie by then?
绮罗前辈，
Here, senpai.
好啦，时间也差
It's
不多了，
almost time. Let's
最后
relax
放
one
松
last
一下，
time and get ready
然
for
后精神
action.
满满的开始行动吧！加油哦，苏珊娜！
Go for it, Susanna.
毕竟
After all. He winked at
这个世
Susanna.
界炮的未来，
This
还有
bubble
我们的
universe's
安危，
future and our
一
safety
切
all
都
depend
靠
on
你
you.
喽！
Yeah,
谢谢你，绮罗前辈。
thank you,
我会
Kira.
努
I
力的。
won't let you down. And for the plan to go into action.
大家准备好了吗？我
Is
们要出
everyone
发
ready?
了。
We're heading out. I'm half expecting a difficulty thing to pop up at some point. The prompt from a stone, everything in their sight began to diffuse like ink in water. Black and white gradually dimmed, and new colors spread out before their eyes.
苏珊娜，你还好吗？
Susanna, are you
没
okay?
什么，就是有
I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. Ugh. And we've seen this. This is like the corridors in the Sea of Quanta.
为什么每一次
Why is
进
it so
出世界
nauseating
炮
to
的
enter
交
and
通
exit a
方式
bubble
都
universe
这么
every
刺
time?
激啊？
不过米斯特林小
And
姐
this,
真是厉害，
this stone
没
is
有使用任何
amazing.
工具就成功把我
He
们送
sent
出
us
了
out
世
of
界
the bubble
炮。
universe without using
旅
any
行这
tools.
种
What a
存在
magical
真是
existence an
很不可
idea
思议呢
his.
只是借助圣衡空间使用了一点小把戏而已。
A little trick
这一
aided
点
by the stigma
绮罗
space.
小姐应该很熟
Miss
悉吧？
Shigure must be very familiar with it. Ever since entering the space, Shigure Kira had remained silent, seemingly suppressing her anger. Having finally reached her limit, she squeezed the weapon in her hand hatefully, as if it was Miss Stone herself.
当然熟悉的
Oh,
很
I'm。so familiar with it. first I thought Miss Down was talking about the fact that Kira can travel between worlds too. I'm only now realizing she's talking about the fact that she used it on Kira to send her flying. Oh, poor Kira.
拜你所赐，
Thanks to you, I wandered in this kind of space for days before I found a way to exit it. Yes, this is the spatial gap in bubble universes, and now I will pave the way to the real world for you.
而现在，按照之前讨论的计划，
According to the
我将
plan
会
we
通过预
discussed,
测
I'll
告知
predict
米
and
斯特
tell
林
Miss
小
Down
姐
the
通向本
optimal
真
route
世
to
界
the
的
real
最佳
world
路
to
径，
help you
帮
avoid
助大家避开
unnecessary
不必要的
risks,
风险。如
including
果
the
可能，
elusive saw
也
if
包括那个
possible.
神龙见首不见尾的梭。至于剩下的部分，就要
The
看你
rest
们
is
啦。
up to you, Shigura,
十一
Kira,
起
and
罗，
Susanna.
苏珊娜，加油呀！
作为与本真世界
Someone
联
is
系相当
relatively
密切的
closely
成员，
connected to the real
在
world
没有
but
携带
isn't
锚点
carrying
信
an
标的
anchor
情况下，
beacon.
我会
I'll
尽力
accompany
送
you
你
as
到
far
我
as
可
I
以
can
前往的
go.
最远位置。接下来，我会将
Next, I'll temporarily bind all anchors of the two worlds to Susanna. We're counting on you,
剩下的
Susanna.
就拜托你了，苏珊。
Silver glows gathered around Susanna. She clenched her fists and nodded vigorously.
我知道了，
Understood, I'll do my best.
不要太在意这次行动的成
Don't
败，
worry too much
只要
about
做
whether
到
this
对你自己
operation
来
is
说最好
successful.
的程度
Just
就
do
可
what
以
you
了。
can,
就像之前说好的那样。
like we agreed on.
是，奇罗前
Yes,
辈。
Kira
说
senpai.
到底，这只是一
In
场
the
实
end,
验。
this is only an
就算它没有
experiment.
办法成
Even if
功，
it doesn't work,
凭
we
借
have
我
the
们这
wit
么
and
多
skill
人
to
的聪
find
明
another
才智、
solution.
奇妙能力，
No need to
也
feel
肯定不至于
stressed.
坐以待毙。你尽管放心吧。
I'm half expecting Susanna to just suddenly appear up on the moon and Kiana's playing video games. Kiana's just like, where the hell did you come from?
谢谢你，
Thank you,
丽
Fita.
塔。话虽如此，
Still, it's almost
想要
impossible
完
to
全
not
不
feel
紧张
nervous. Everyone's
也
future
是
is
一
in my
件
hands.
困难的事啊。大家的未来可就握在我的手上呢。那么，
Well then,
开始
let's
吧。
begin.
不过有一件事需要
I
提
must
醒一
remind you
下
that，this path must
这条
be
通
the
往世
outside
界
of the
炮
bubble
之外的
universe,
路
neither
深度
precise
有
or
限，
enduring.
能够
You
维
two
持的
must
时
make
间也并不
haste.
充裕。
She stopped smiling for once and raised her flag at the end of the road.
理念は高値。
With ideas as a chisel, with willpower as a snout. This how
世界を
the
構
path
築
of
する
building
道
a
を
world
作
is
りなさ
paved.
い。
Both of
Away.
you, please. Oh, I kind of hoped that they'd show a little more to that.
走吧。
Let's go. Okay, it's literally the two of them. You see the directions I've marked?
只要沿着路标向前走就可
Just
以
follow
了。
the signs and you'll be a-okay. I'm assuming the signs are supposed to be the yellow dots, which has always been there, but... Wait, this is literally... This is literally the world we've been in before. They didn't even make a new one. This is literally the one from, what was it? Chapter 32? 32? 33?
奇罗前辈，你看那里，似乎有什么东西。
Look, here, Senpai, I see something over there.
苏珊娜，
Susanna,
离它远点儿。
stay away from it.
那种空间扭曲下，隐藏着量子之
Beneath
海的
that
区域
spatial
起点，
distortion lies the
应
Sea
该
of
是米
Quanta's
斯特林
curvature
强行开辟
singularity,
道路的副产物之一
which。should be one of the byproducts of Mistress Forced opening a path. Mistresses? Mistelns? I just realized that, interesting, typo. That is one hell of a typo. Damn. What was the translator thinking when they wrote that typo? We know who you're into, translator.
虽然这种规格的曲率起点，严格来说基本无害，也无法自我维持太长的
Although
时间。
curvature of singularity on this scale is basically harmless and can't maintain itself for
但具
long.
体到这次任务的性质，
If we
如果
take
与
the
他们
nature of
接
this
触，
mission
我
into
们
account,
可能会
making
从当前的
contact
道
with
路
them
中
might
被弹
eject
出
us
去
from the，current
那
path,
可就前功
thus
尽
ruining
弃
our
了。
efforts.
因为这一层危险，
Due to
我
this
们一定要
factor,
和
we
他们
must
保
keep
持
our
距离。
distance from them.
我知道了，奇
I
罗前辈。
understand, Kara-senpai. Okay, so we're going this way then. Oh, hey, look, it's actually a bridge. It literally looks like a bridge made out of chunks of, like, some imaginary structure. that Miss Stone would have made. That's actually kind of funny. Like, the platforms literally have a theme like her. Cross the danger zone safely.
怎么样，苏珊娜？
What do you think,
在
Susanna?
亮子
Isn't
之
it
海
fun
的
to
夹缝
weave
中
through the
穿
Sea of
梭，是
Quanta?
不是还挺好玩的？
Thank you for the hydrate.
前辈，
Senpai, it isn't fun. I'm so nervous I might
我
puke.
紧张的感觉都要吐出来了。但你从没有停下自己的脚
You
步，
never stopped
不是
running,
吗？
did you?
可是，在危险
But
的
to
环
run
境
and
里
run
不
in
断奔
danger
跑，
is an
也是人的
instinctive
本能反
response,
应啊
right?
那可不一定哦。
It's not always the
对
case.
初担大任的
It's
战士
normal
来
for
说，
soldiers on their
在
first
战
big
场
mission to
上
be
下到两脚
petrified
发
with
软，
fear on the
手里抽
battlefield.
筋，
Their legs
这
might
都是很
cramp,
正
for
常的事情。
instance.
在压力之下，
It's easy for people to blank out under pressure. It's like their power got cut off, so they don't know what they can do or remember what they should do.
与这种情况相比，
Compared to
苏珊
them,
娜还
you're
是很
coping with
擅长
stress
应对
quite
压力
well,
的，
aren't
不
you?
是吗？是这样吗？
Is that so?
我一直觉得自己心
Never
理
thought
素
of
质不
myself
是
as
很好
mentally。strong. I'm a
明明
Valkyrie
是
who's
武
too
神，
scaredy and
却胆子
sloppy.
很小，
I fumble
做事也
easily,
粗
and
心，
when
一遇到
anything
什么
comes
事
my
就容易
way,
自乱阵脚。
but you keep moving
为
forward.
了看起来姑且还
In
行
order to
吧
look
能
like a
好好完
Valkyrie who
成
can do
任
her
务的
job
女武
properly,
神，
I had to
我
repeatedly
只好反
practice
复
the
练
most
习那
basic
些最基础
subjects.
科目，
Write down
把
every
任务
mission
中的
detail
所
in
有
a
情况
notebook.
都在笔记本上事无巨细的记录下来。前辈之前不是还
Didn't
奇
you
怪
wonder why I was working the
明明任
notebook
务马
before
上
the
就要
mission
开始
began?
了，我
Or
为什
seemed
么还要对
pointless?
着
It's
笔记
'cause
本
I
做
found
无意义
solace
的
in
临阵
doing
磨
it.
枪嘛？傻瓜，你这不是心理素质
Idiot.
超级好吗？
Doesn't that go to show how tough you are mentally? Huh?
因为你明明有这么多缺点，
Many
明明
shortcomings
总
as
是
you
在怀
have.
疑自己，
Much as you doubt
却仍然在
yourself,
内
you
心
still
深
believe
处
deep down
相
that
信
you
自
can
己能够进
progress
步，
and are willing
愿
to
意
work
付出
several
数
times
倍
harder
的
than
快乐
others
努
to
力
reach
来
your
达成目
goals.
标啊。要我说，换作是
If I
我，
were you, I'd
那
have
早
given
就
up
放
long
弃了。
ago. If I had a
在之
choice
前
in
的
that
幻境里
illusion,
如果不是被逼
I'd
无
never
奈，
have thrown a
我可不
concert
敢
with
在
an
嗓子受
injured
伤的状
throat.
态下开演唱会呢。你仔细想想，
Just think
一个
about
人
it.
明明
The
家里
girl
又
is
有
born
城
with a
堡又有
silver
矿山，
spoon, her
这样
family
肯定
owning
享受
castles
幸
and
福过上
mines.
奢华的生活。可他却偏要因为
But
内
she
心的
had
一
to
丝
devote
冲
herself to one of the
就投身于
deadliest
这世界
professions in
上
the
最
world
危险的
because of
职业
some
之一，
dream.
而且任劳任怨，从不懈怠。如果这样的人也算是
She's
心理素质
considering
过好，
mentally
那
weak,
这个世界
and
上
nobody in
恐怕
this
就没有
world is
心理素质
mentally
好的人了。
strong. Meeting Kira might be the thing Susanna needs to actually kind of smarten up. Because the last Susanna event had Susanna kind of get stronger and have more faith in her combat ability. Which is part of why she properly became a Valkyrie and started doing missions. But she still doesn't believe in herself. This might be the thing that kind of tips it for Susanna and helps her focus more.
是的，你胆小，
Yeah, you're
粗
scaredy
心，容易自
sloppy
乱阵脚
and trip over your own
但你
feet,
总是
but
能
you
想
always
出
come
针
up
对
with
他们的
ways to
感情
improve
方
on
法
them and
最
eventually
终
get
把事情
things
做好，
done.
不对吗？比起那些动不动大脑
That
空
makes
白
you so
或
much
者两
better
手
than
一
those
摊
who
的人，
easily blank
比
out
你
or
要强
give
太
up.
多了。 七罗前辈，
No, senpai.
好啦，
Okay, it's gonna take you some time to digest all
恐
that
怕你自己
praise.
都一时半会儿消化不了吧？没关系，
Don't worry, as long as you keep moving forward at your own pace, one day you'll be amazed by
你也
yourself.
会有发自内心去赞叹自己了不起的时候。所以，接下来的
Therefore,
路
let's work hard
我们一起
together on the
加油
path ahead,
好不好？
okay? Why is breakable crystal here and why can I not break it? Also, why is the bridge still here? Over there. Like, we literally moved very little distance. Oh boy. The hammer hallway! No! Oh, well that was a little slower than I expected. I don't even know if that one actually would have done anything to us, but it didn't look like the hammers were going the whole way. Oh. Oh boy. 2.
这一段路线还真是复杂。
This route is rather complex. I can't find any landmarks. There isn't any. You're in chaos right now, Susanna.
还好绮罗前辈也在这
Luckily,
里。
Kira Senpai's with me, or I'd have gotten lost.
我一
等等，苏珊娜，
Wait, Susanna, let's split
我们
up
在这里
here.
分开吧。
Oh, good timing. Huh?
绮罗
Kira
前辈，
Senpai, I'm not ready.
抱歉，我原本还
Sorry,
能再
I
陪你
could
前
have
进一段距离，
accompanied you some more,
只是
but
喂喂，你们还好吗？
oh, are you
这
okay?
边的预测数据开始
Forecast
出
here
现
is
大量的
fluctuating
波
more
动
violently as we
这变
speak.
得
Have
越
you
来越不稳
encountered
定
enemies? Can you
没有
hold
观
them
察到
off?
敌人，能撑得住吗？
你的预测也太迟了吧？
Forecast is way too late.
没时间
No
了，
time. I'll stall
我
them
在这
here.
里拖住他们。
You keep
苏
on
珊
going
娜
down the
继
route
续按
planned
照
by
维塔规
Vita.
划的路
Quick.
线前进，快！别忘了，我们
Don't
最重
forget
要
our
的任
primary
务
mission
是和
is
本
to
城市
establish
取
a
得联
connection
系。
with the real world.
这件事只有你能做的，也
This
必须由
thing
你
can only
来
be
做。
done by you, and must be done by you.
而且，之前米
Besides,
斯特
Miss
你也交
Down
代
said
我，
this path will only
这条路
last a
能
short
够维持的
time.
时
I
间
don't
比较有
trust that
限。
woman in the least, but since we've
虽然我
developed this
平
plan
常完全不
together,
信任那个女
we're going
人，
to treat it with the
但
utmost seriousness.
既然这是我们一起制定的计划，我们就要用最认真的态度来对待它。怪物的追击就
Leave
交
the
给我来
monster's
应付吧。
pursuit to me. After all, that's why I
毕
came
竟
with you.
我就是为了这个来陪你的嘛。
绮罗前辈，你
Kira Senpai, will you
一个人
be
没有
okay
问题
alone?
吧？
苏珊娜，
Susanna,
你管
worry
好
about
自己就行了
yourself.。
再怎么说，我可不能让你白叫我一
You
声
call
前
me
辈
a。senpai for a reason.
不就是阻击战吗？我可熟悉的
The
很呢。
blockade, right? I know how to handle this.
来吧，
Go.
这可是
哦
绮罗前辈为我争取到的时
Senpai
间。
has bought me some
绝对不
time.
能
I
浪
can't
费。
waste it. Oh, animated. Interesting. They need to do more of those. Just short little animated segments. It's interesting that it almost feels like... Whereas for a while,
只要小心避开它，就没有问题。
for quite a while, it felt like a lot of the budget was going to Honkai. With these last few chapters, although it's not like they did a bad job of
好用
it.
的，苏珊娜。
Like that, Susanna. It almost feels like more of the budget's going to Star Rail. Keep going at that pace.
怎么办？越来
Keep
越多了。
coming. What do I do? Oh. It's a stealth mission. What? What? Well, that's not fair. Come back. Thank you. I love how this is straight up like the Shattered Dimensions / Chapter 32, 33 thing. Isn't any better? Where's the portal?
完蛋了！
Oh, if
这样
this
下
keeps
去，
up, I'll be
我
surrounded. I
很快
don't
就
know
要
where
被
to
包围，
teleport to.
不知道要传送到哪里了。
苏珊娜，这边，这边。
No, no, over here. Oh,
虽然进去之后会有些绕路，
some
但至少
detours
可以
once
避
you're
开
in,
眼
but
前
at
的
least you
障
can avoid any obstacles in front of you.
我明白了，维塔。
Got it, Vita. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? That thing came flying at her? I struggled forward the other side. Shigeru Kira was trapped in an endless battle. Oh, and it's going to this part again. Wait for it to come out. Oh, and of course another one does it.
闪开！
Oh, I thought that was the third one.
啦啦啦！
Jeez, you're not very tanky, are you?
看招！
Ah, there's a lot of you.
后穿杨！
I see the other one went underground immediately.
闪开！啦啦啦！
怎么没完没了？
What? That was weird.
还好让苏珊娜离开了。
Good thing we let Susanna leave.
不过这样下去，我也会
This
撑不
keeps
住了。
up, I won't be able to hold out. I feel like Miss Stone might be the one that ends up saving her. I feel like these crabs are acting in a way I haven't seen them act before, which is really weird.
接住了！百步穿杨。
Ah! I see you're back. Why'd you do that in the air? The hell?
瞄准你的心脏哦！要换人吗？闪开！啦啦啦！
That thing moved fast. Jeez.
这些怪物就会
Give
向
all
苏
these
珊娜的方
monsters
向
back
涌过
those
去。
swarms, Susanna.
那
Can't
肯定
let
不
that
行。
happen.
目标锁定。
Not what I want to aim at.
看来只能解封那东西了吗？
I come down to my last resort.
钓鱼如果可能，还真是不想这么早
Help
就
it,
帮
I'd
你
rather
底
not
牌
play
呀。
my trump card just yet. Hmm?
支援完成。
Hmm? Sugar farm, maybe? Oh,
目标锁定。
that's one way to help.
许龙，快！
Here, quick.
旅行之种可以替你抵挡一段时
Speed
间。
of idea can help keep you safe for a bit.
趁现在，快点从那里离开。
All you
这
can,
里
Miss
有
Stone
办法
can
解
deal
决
with
这些
these
怪物。
monsters.
目标锁定。咻，知道了。
Whoa. Got it. Okay. She's hinting at using her secret trump card. I wonder if that's them hinting that we might actually get that in the future. Evacuating along the path that Miss Stone left for her, Yurikira's vision suddenly darkened and then brightened. After seeing her surroundings, she was dumbstruck. She had returned to the
我怎么
start.
回到这里来了？
Why am I back
这不是很
here?
好吗？省去了
Isn't
回
this
程的
great?
时间
It，saved you from
也
taking
避
the
免了
return
迷失
trip
在
and
量
getting
子之
lost
海
in
的
the
深
depths of
处
the。Sea of Quanta.
确实很好。那么
Great, alright. Then you
你也
shouldn't
不介
mind
意
me
我问你一
asking
些事
you
吧？
some questions.
根据你的说法，这条通向
According
本
to
真
you,
世
this
界的路，
path to the real
只有
world
像苏
only
珊娜
lets
这样
pure
纯粹的
humans
人
like
才可以
Susanna
通行到
through.
的。可既然如此，
That's the
为
case.
什么
Why
你
did
的
your
旅
seed
行
of
之中
idea
会突然
pop
出
up
现
in
在
the
路途
depths of
深
our
处？
journey?
这好像有
Conflicts
点
with
矛
what
盾
you
吧？
said.
米斯特林，你究竟隐瞒了
Tom,
什
what
么？
are you hiding? You
你说
said
自
you
己
could
可以
handle
解
the
决那些怪物，
monsters, but how?
具体又打算用什么办法？
Oh
真
my.
是的，
She smiled softly. Somehow her porcelain skin appeared a little
我还
pallid.
以为以企鹅
But you
小
would
姐
have
这样
guessed with
聪
your
明的头
clever
脑，
mind.
一定可以猜出来呢。我之所以能够做到
I
那
was able to do
些，
that only
只是
because
因为这条通往本真世界的
this
道
path
路，
leading to the real world is
就是
paved
由
by
构
the
筑
same
我自身
material
的
that
材料
built
所
me.
铺就啊。万一出现了你们二人无法
There's
应
an
对
enemy
的敌
too
人，
much for the two of you. So long as I
只要我
detach
将
this
身体
part
的
of
这
my
一部
body
分
into the Sea of
踢入量
Quanta,
子之海，
everyone will be safe. Isn't that
大家
right?
也就自然而然转危为安了，不是吗？
米斯特林，
Miss Town.
怎么了？十
What
几
is it,
号？
number 17? You rarely
难得
show a
看到你露
surprise
出这么
face. I
惊讶
find
的
it
表情呢，
fascinating.
倒是还挺有趣。
不要明知故问，
Don't ask the
手里
obvious.
铺就道
You will
路。
pave the way.
这句
What
话
does
究
this
竟
even
是什么
mean?
意思？
就是字面上的意思呀。我会
Take
将
it
有形的
literally.
母
I'll
体，
convert the mother
也
of
就是摄恒
ideas,
空间，
which is
转
the
化为
stigma
建筑材料，
space, into building
由此
materials
构
and
筑出
construct a
通向
path
本
to the
真世
real
界的
world.
道路。虽然一般的旅行可能提供
General
不了这么
ideas
多的
cannot
材料，
can't produce enough materials, but remember,
我
I
还
have
拥
the
有
legacy
甚
of
痕计划
Project
的遗产
Stigma.
呀。
From a technological
从技术角度
standpoint, this
讲
isn't much different
这
from what
和
I
我
did
在
on
月
the
球上
moon.
做过的那些事也没有太多区别。
原理我能够明白
I，know the principle, but I don't understand.
我无法理解。圣痕计划早已
Project
结束，
Stigma is long over.
如
Doing
今
this
再这么
again is
做，
putting your life at
你
stake
等于把自
again.
己的生命又放回了赌桌。
那也没有办法嘛。
It can't be
毕
helped,
竟除此之外，
because I'm incapable
我
of
确实
anything
什么
other
都
than
做不到
that.
啊。在你们忙碌于整合锚点的
While
时
you were
候，
busy
我
integrating
也尝试了
anchors,
各
I
种
tried
方法，
various methods.
试图
I
像以
wanted to
前布置
establish
陷阱
connection
时
with the
那
real
样
world as I
与
did
本真
before
世
when
界
laying
取得联系。
traps.
然而，那些方
However,
法全部
those
失败
methods
了，
all failed.
不是无法连通，就
They
是在
either
连
couldn't
通之
connect
后
or
迅
caused
速出现意
accidents
外，
after connecting
无
and
法
aren't
实际应用。
practical. Maybe we're
或
actually
许
up against a
我
rather
们真的在面
terrifying
对一个
enemy.
相当可怕的
His
敌人
name's
呢。
Saw, if I can
我
recall
记得是叫
correctly.
做苏，对吧？毕竟那群孩子是因为
All
我
in
的
all,
缘故
those
才会
children
被
are
困在
stuck
这个
here
地
because
方。
of me. They get
万
lost
一
in the
害得
sea
他
of
们迷失在
Quanta,
量
or
子之
even
海，
me
甚
with a
至遭遇
grave
不测，
misfortune. I'd feel very
我
guilty.
会十分内疚的。所以，眼下
Therefore,
看
this is
来，
the best method
这
under
的
the
确是最好的方法，
circumstances.
对吧？放心吧，
Relax,
17
number
号。
17.
说到底，
My body is only
这只是
being
一时
borrowed
借用我的身体
temporarily.
罢了。
I say I'm taking less
所
risk
冒
than
的
a
风
woman
险，
giving birth
比
to a
起人类生
child.
孩子的情况，或许还要更低一些呢。
Of course they had to use that analogy. Of course they gotta bring that up.
难道你不应该对我多一点信心吗？
Can't you have more faith in me?
正因为是喜欢随性乱来的你
I，don't have faith in you
我才
because
会
you're
没有信
spontaneous
心
and
啊。
whimsical, Miss Down.
米斯特林。
Recalling that conversation, the AI known for its logical analysis had a rare urge to make a wish.
希望一切最终顺利。
I hope everything goes smoothly. Is that gonna cause something to happen? We already know that we're dealing with something that can grant wishes, but there's a negative cost to them all.
贤者的全能，感受到了普罗米修斯的愿望。
Mage's authority sensed Prometheus's wish.
普罗米修斯、
Prometheus,
苏珊娜
how
他
are
们
Susanna and
现在情况
Chloe
如
doing?
何？
Prometheus looked to the mechanical assistant used for contacting Vita. The coordinates were shown on the projected screen.
目前来看，
Been minor
虽然
mishaps,
发生
but
了
things
一
are
点
going
意外
well.
但
Prometheus stared at the projection without blinking. He seemed to be carefully choosing her words before explaining the
希
situation.
尔、维塔，
Layla, Vita, listen to me calmly.
苏莎娜的定位
Sana's tracker
消失了。
disappeared. How did things come to this? When Susanna was a child, she already noticed that fate had a penchant for toying with her. A painstakingly made cake dropped on the ground at the last moment. A meticulously rehearsed dance ruined by a sprained ankle. Went stargazing and ended up being accidentally locked on the rooftop for a whole night. These were part of her daily life. Yeah. She is the legacy of Project Stigma, right? So it sounds like she is literally carrying them to Earth herself, pretty much. But it wasn't until becoming a Valkyrie that she completely understood the cruelty of fate. It could undo years of hard work in an instant.
完蛋了，
I'm done for. I don't even know
究
where
竟
I
是什么
am.
地方啊？
Only thing she knew was that she was far away from the path Miss Dawn paved for
这
her.
下要怎么办呢
What？should I do now?
该不会
I can't be
回不
stuck
去了
here
吧？
forever. Huh? Perhaps fate was more lenient with her today. The communicator in her hand beeped timely.
你现在人在哪里？
Anna, where are you? Answer me, Susanna.
我不
I
知道
don't。know. Susanna looked around in bewilderment. She was amidst a vast
刚
emptiness.
才我撞上
I
了那
ran
个
into
鼓包的
that
东
weird
西之
thing.
后，
I got
就
thrown
被
into
扔
this
到了这片
unfamiliar
完全陌
space.
生的空间。维塔，接下来要怎么办？还能
Vita,
来
what
得
should I
及
do
吗？
next? Can I still make it?
别急，苏珊娜。
Calm down,
只要
Susanna.
知道你当前的大
As
致
long
位
as
置，
I know your
我就可以
approximate
通过干
location,
涉
I can
仪
calculate
计
your
算出
travel
你的行路
history
径和精确
and
所
exact
在。
coordinates through the interferometer.
虽然对米斯特林来说或许有些辛苦，
Will strain Miss
但从我们
Stone,
还能通话这一点来
but
看，
given that we
只要
can
能够
talk
确定
over
你
the
的坐标，
communicator, we
我
can
们就能
pave
为
you a
你
new
铺下
path
新
to
的
the
通
real
往本
world
真世
once
界
we
的道
find
路。
your coordinates.
家正在想办法推算你的位置。
Estimating your location. Can you tell us anything
你目
about
前有
it?
什么信息可以告诉我们吗？
我去找找线索。
I'll go look for clues. Part of the map are we at? Ah, we're up here. Okay, I know where we are. Oh,
怎么样，苏珊娜？有什么发现吗？
Anna, did you find
抱歉
anything?
这里的景象实在是千
Alright, the
篇
view
一
here
律，
is
我
unchanging.
什么
I
都
didn't
没
find
找
any
到。
clues.
想要找人。
There's been instances where you wanted to find people and landmarks, but only found
的
utility
确存在
poles
这种情
instead.
况呢。
Vita told the joke to lighten the mood, but neither of them could manage a
抱歉，
smile.
维塔，
Sorry,
我再去
Vita.
更
I'll go
远一
look
点
in
的地
farther
方找找看吧。
places. But not much farther.
这里
There's
什么都没
nothing
有。
here.
不过，先测定一下这附
First,
近
let's
的
do
各种
analysis
参
of the
数吧。
surrounding neighborhood.
记录下来
Can't
也
hurt
没
to
有
make
坏
a
处。
record.
这边也是。
Here too. The center platform. It's a weird way to go. Okay. It's funny that I still remember this map. I've told people this before. I'm very, very good with directions. To the point where there's games that I played when I was a kid that I can still, like, remember the map completely. I might not remember every little detail, but the basic structure I still remember. And it's funny when it comes in handy in moments like this. Like, I remember this. I remember this whole area. And it doesn't look like they changed the shape of it, like, at all. They removed a few, like, moving platforms and stuff, but they didn't change much. They also added those pink platforms everywhere. Time ticked by, yet Susanna couldn't find any clue to help her locate herself. Her hope dwindled and her eyes began to
我要
water.
被困在这里
We're
了
going to
吗
be stuck here.
这样的话，
So who can
希
help
尔他们怎
Sele?
么办？他们明明那样信任
They
我，
trust me so much
愿意
that
将这么重大的责任，
they gave
过去
me
只有
this
用来
huge
戴尔大人办
responsibility,
保护的事
which only
交给我，
Durando has fulfilled in the past.
可我却
But I...
却
Anna covered her mouth and sobbed quietly. Nothing had changed. She was still the newbie who just joined Shixel and got ambushed by Training Mecha. Only this time there was no retry button for her
都
to
是我
press.
的错，
All my fault.
都是我的错。
All my fault. I've been
如果
more
我小
careful, I
心一点
wouldn't
的
have
话，
screwed
这一
up.
切就不会被搞砸了。都是
All
我
my
的错。
fault.
苏珊娜，
Anna, are you
你在哭
crying?
呢
没有，
Not, I'm just
我只是
anxious.
一
Because
直
I
没有
haven't
找
found
到
any
线索，
clues.
有点着急。
别气馁，即使没
But
有
your
更多
hope
的
up.
数据，多
Even
花一
without
点
more
时间，
data, we'll
我们也一
eventually
定
find
能
a
找
way
到
to
另外的
locate
办法。
ourselves.
你在
You keep... Oh, and it's gonna cut off.
发生
Vita,
什么
what
事了？
happened? Vita,
没什
nothing.
么，
It's just
只
Miss
是
Stone
你
needs
特
some
里他需要
help.
一点帮助。你稍等。
Please wait, I need to deal with some things on my end. Sorry. Vita was in too much of a hurry to finish, but it was enough for Susanna to guess what the matter was. Miss Stone, who was paving the way to the real world, ran into a problem, and its cause
一
was
定是我
obvious.
的原因。
Must be me.
为了这次计划
I，tried so hard to make
大
this
家都
work,
付
but
出
my
了
mistake
相当多
completely
的努
ruined
力
it.。Yes, your mistake of a black
因为我的
hole
失误，
sprinting
害
across a
得大家的
platform
付
to
出
get you.
付之东流。
Totally your fault. Indeed, it was her fault. Only... That was why she was in no position to feel bad about herself and do nothing.
没错，
Yeah,
苏珊娜，
Anna, this isn't
现
time
在
to
还
cry.
不是抹眼泪的时候，至少
At least
要
I
想
need to
办法
try
弥补
mending
刚
my
才犯下的
mistake.
错误。维塔、
Vita,
米
Miss
斯特林、
Stone,
西尔、
Kayla,
奇罗
Kira,
前辈，
they're counting on me.
大家
I
都
can
在
find
等
a
着我，
clue.
我一定能找到线索。吗？
Can I? Guided by fate, something fell out of her
这
chest.
是
What's
我的
this?
笔记。
My notebook. Camera, can you please not do that? Oh my god. Looking at the tiny writings on her notebook, Susanna didn't know whether she should smile
记
or
录了
cry.
那么多的笔记，
So many notes,
做
and
了
did so
那么
much
多的
homework,
功
but none of
课，
it paid off in the end.
我还真是个糟糕的
Such
学
a terrible
生啊。
student. Shook her head and was about to close and pocket it. Her gaze fell on one page.
本次行动的主要目的是将两个世界
Main
与锚
objective
点
of
固
this
定，
operation
并
is to
发射回
stabilize two
本周
worlds
事
with
件。
anchors and launch them back to the real world.
最终，借助
Ultimately,
Kiana
by
的
using
力量，
Kiana's
两
power,
个
the
世界
two
炮
worlds
将
will
获
gain
得
a
稳
stable
定的结
structure
构，
and be safe
摆
from
脱自
doom.
身注定毁灭的命运。
I still can't get over the fact that this looks so much like the attack. I'm actually curious. One sec. I'm to check something. Can I find it? Oh, I was thinking it would be backwards. It's not backwards. It's the same order of light on top, dark on the bottom in front of it. I wanted to see image of Fentilia's attack again. It's very similar to this, except that her hand is underneath it instead of on either side.
为此，我们首先要做
To
的
do
就是
this, we need
找
to
到
first
分布
find a
于两
number
个
of
世界
basic
内的
anchors
若干
distributed
基本
across
锚
the two
点，
worlds, then
然
connect
后
them
将
to an
它们连接
axis,
到
which is
轴，
the Sage
也就是
Tower.
这座贤者高塔上。这样一来，我们就
This
可以
way, we'll be
构
able to
筑出世
construct a
界
world
级
scale
锚点，
anchor, which is essentially
也
obtaining
就
a
相
rope
当
that
于
can pull two
获
bubble
得了能够
universes,
牵动两
right?
个世界炮的牵绳。牵绳，
Rope, finding
寻
different
找不同的
anchors.
锚点。难道说
Could this
这
be
样也
another
可以？
way? Indeed, for Susanna, who was lost in the Sea of Quanta, she knew no more about her whereabouts than a droplet that fell into the ocean. Here and now, she still shouldered the rope that could pull worlds. Her location alone was difficult to mark, but when the entire rim of a bubble universe shifts under her pull, it would most definitely be observable in the Sea of Quanta. The data that she habitually recorded happened to be solid proof. Finally realized that what she did out of cowardice wasn't meaningless.
维塔，打断你一下，我或
Nina,
许知
sorry
道
to
自己
interrupt
现
you.
在
I
的位
might
置
know
了。
where I am. About 5 minutes had passed. In these 5 minutes, Susanna reported all the measurements on her notebook to Vita orally, which was the most primitive way. About 5 more minutes passed, just when Susanna thought her idea was nothing more than a wild goose chase.
我准备好了，
I'm ready, Susanna.
你可以开始了。
Here, let's begin.
太好了，路通了！
Awesome, the road is clear.
加油，苏珊娜！米斯
Not
特林
this,
就是不要
Susanna.
开
Miss
走
Stone won't
这可
be
能
able
是
to
我们
last
最后
much
的机
longer.
会
This could be our last chance.
希罗前辈，
Sure, Senpai. You went back too. That's great.
不说这个
Yep,。
现在
enough
好像
about
发
that.
现了
Sele's
什么
found something.
苏珊娜，从你那里可以
Susanna,
看到一个
can you
远
see
方
a
的光
light
点
in the
吗？
distance from where you are? There's a small dot in the middle of the screen, I think.
看到了，
Oh, yeah, I see it.
那应该是我们这边与本真世界的
That
连
should
接
be the
点。
connection point between the real world and here. It is getting bigger. Oh? Also, I'm not touching
是
anything.
的
It's auto
苏
running.
珊娜，只要你跑到那边
Eh.
我们的计划就基本成
Susanna,
功
you
了。
can make it over there. Our plan will succeed.
好，看我的吧！
Alright, just watch me.
这种不需要动脑子的事，我最
No
擅长
brainer
了。
like this will be a walk in the park. Oh, it's above you. She'd forgotten how long she'd been running. The road behind her let out one threatening roar after another, but she couldn't care about what was happening behind her, because merely lifting her legs mechanically had drained her attention. Must go faster, even faster. Must save time for everyone in the real world. Her lungs stung with every breath, as if her alveoli were gasping for air. The lack of oxygen caused her vision to darken. In fact, she couldn't tell if she still had vision at all. Only a faraway and hazy light was in her sight. Somehow she remembered her childhood running. Although she began practicing dance from a young age, she lacked in physique. She couldn't jump high enough, run fast enough, and always tripped when she leapt. Yeah, ever since then, whenever we ran together, I fell behind the other kids. What did Dad tell me back then? Don't calculate the distance between you and them. That'll only get in your way. Just focus on keeping up with the one nearest to you. Focus on the star ahead of her. Right, if I keep running and running, I can do it one day. Aww. Little Susanna. I can catch up to them. Learn this dance. And become a Valkyrie. That summarizes Susanna really well. She basically believed that if she kept trying, she'll get there eventually. Which is a damn beautiful mental state to keep. Time, I can do it. Gosh, am I going to die? Oh my gosh. I'm still split. Is she gonna, like, suddenly run into someone? Like, is she just gonna run out and then there's gonna be, like, a bunch of Valkyries around looking for her and Seele? Is she gonna run out on the moon and just interrupt Kiana's gaming? I want to see something funny happen. Oh? That sounded really familiar. Already hearing things. No. I can't fall here. What she was shouldering wasn't the success or failure of one person, but the future of an entire world. I haven't been there for a long time, but that world is a real world, and its residents are living humans. Not to mention that those staying in the bubble universe included her trusting and caring partner and friends. She suddenly recalled a joking remark she made. Oh, I get it now. Like the runner in the Battle of Marathon I read about in the history books, right? If I'm going to die, let me die on the other side. Oh, Susanna. In 490 BC, the alliance of Greek city-states fought against the invading Persian Empire at the Battle of Marathon. After Greece defeated Persia in this battle, the Athenian soldier Phidippides ran from Marathon to Athens to announce the Greek victory and died of exhaustion. Suddenly, possibly a hallucination caused by the dizziness, Susanna felt the light in front of her enlarge like a mirror. In a split second, white light occupied her vision. Coordinates confirmed, establishing connection. Looks like the other side is trying to reach us as well. Channel established. 3, 2, 1. Action mode activated. Finally found you guys. Glad to see you again, Susanna. After you went missing, we've been looking for you and Seele. I had a feeling. What happened to you two? Why did you suddenly leave the real world? Where's Seele? Isn't she with you?
别急，慢慢说。
Take it easy. What universe collapsing? Hurry, help, quick.
爱因斯坦博士，情况紧急，我们需要立刻让牙医他们来增援。
Einstein, it's an emergency. We need to get May to help.
没问题，我来负责。
No problem, I'll contact
苏
them.
珊娜，
Well, Celia's on the other end of this passage, right? Yes. Be quick.
大家放心吧，
Don't worry.
我这就用
I'll
理
use
智
her
理解的
short
全能。
reasons authority. The sirens in the lab suddenly rang out. Einstein dashed to the central console and operated for a moment, and her face paled. Same time, to Suzanne and Branya's horror, they discovered the channel that led back to the real world disappeared. Meanwhile, on the other side, I'm going to assume she passed the fuck out. Hey, we did it! Hurry! Oh,
维塔，你怎么
Vita.
了？
What happened? Is the
联
comm
络系
system
统出现故障了
malfunctioning?
吗？维塔，
Vita,
维
Vita!
塔，奇怪，联络系
Hey,
统
there's
好
a
像出
problem
现
with
了
the
问
comm
题。
system. Vita, who planned to help Miss Dawn stabilize the passage, noticed that her connection with the tower was cut off by a mysterious force. Evidently, Miss Dawn's face was drained of color. She looked like she could collapse at any moment.
这难道是？
This be Saw? Miss Dawn nodded reluctantly. It seemed that she too was unsure of the situation. Shook her head. When she was about to say something, her gaze froze and her face showed
米斯
panic.
特林小姐，
Miss Dawn, what's
怎么了？
wrong? Kara's also...
还有几？
Only then the Vita noticed that they were staring solemnly at herself. Tragedy always struck when people expected the least. Such as now, her body was disintegrating in the winds, like a weathering statue. I said it earlier, if they waste this character and just get rid of her, that is one of the biggest mistakes they've made in the story. Because this is such an interesting character that they could continue forward.
这具身体
Body really can't escape the
果
fate
然
of
无法逃
perishing.
脱。出，
Soon
很
I'll
快
meet them, my
就要和
family.
他们见面了吧？
I hope not.
ごめんね、ゼーレ。
Sorry, Sela and
それにみ
everyone.
んな。どうやら
I
別れを告げるし
have
か
to
なさ
say
そうだ。
goodbye.
我是维塔，
I'm Vita.
我爱你们。
I love all of you. Is that where they're gonna end it? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Unless I ran out. Did I run out of stamina? That's current. Oh no, that's side story. I'm still hoping that that's bait, because I still think Vita is an interesting character that they could do more with. But again, we'll see, because considering what Hersher Sele is, they might try doing something crazy with that, something silly with that, of bringing Vita back, or at least a Vita back, even if it's not the same one technically. I don't know. But I really like that character. And it brings forth so much possibility for the future. I don't mind some of it, but it does feel like some of it was very lazy and cheap. And like I said, I said it a little bit ago, right? That for the longest time, it's felt like all the budget in Hoyoverse went to Honkai Impact, right? You see the chapters from chapter like 21. Actually, I think it started in 20. 20 or 21 onward, the budget went skyrocketing, right? Like everything looked better. And I'd say that's been mostly true until this 1.5 arc, where it's still pretty good, but I feel like they're improvising and cheaping out as much as they can. I wonder if the budget's going into Star Rail right now. I don't know. But, like, we got a lot of info. We got a lot of interesting things happening in the story. Again, I hope that's not actually the end of Vita, because that is a really good character. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with the next one. I don't think that was a good cliffhanger, though. Like, I think as much as, again, I feel like the budget didn't feel good, at least the pacing felt good for most of the chapters. I think this chapter is the first time that it kind of felt eh? Like sure, okay, it wasn't a bad chapter, but I feel like part 1 and part 2 ended better than part 3. I feel like it would have been more exciting if it had ended when Susanna got to the doctors. And then we had to wait to figure out what happened with that, right? Them throwing that extra little bit of, oh, Saw found us, Thanos snap, character gone. That's... what? I don't know. I want to believe that something else is going on there, because if something else isn't going on there, that is probably one of the laziest things they've ever done in this game in terms of story. Oh no, the dream things was obvious, right? That I didn't mind, because I really liked that, actually. Because that was something that was explained before it happened. Before it happened, they said that, oh, you might see images of the past or future that didn't happen yet. That didn't actually happen. I like that part. I like that stuff. Especially because they used that possible future of Veliona to do character development. And for people who didn't care about Sele and didn't know Sele and Veliona very well, they damn well know them now, right? They know the dynamic between the two of them and how they feel. And I think it was overall pretty interesting. It's really just the ending. The ending felt rushed, like they didn't have time to finish it. Like, you look at some of the previous ones and they had fancy cutscenes at the end. Well, not a dream. The whole event would have been a possible future. Now, whether that possible future actually happens or not, I don't know. But it's literally a possible future, not a dream. Even Senti said that if it was a dream, Senti could have controlled it. It wasn't a dream, it was just an illusion of the future. It was time messing with them. And the fact that it's a possible future makes it more interesting. And it's good for character development, like I said. It's kind of interesting that they chose to put Kira's in an event instead of in the story. But it is very clear that that is probably what the event was her possible future. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that ending. I will go do this final side story, which... the end of chaos. Chaos is the power it is. Again, these all sound like authorities. Jeez, I gave myself way more than I needed. Oh, and it looks very different. Exclusive red inscription. Well, I'm gonna do this. See what happens here. Billy and Co. were still exploring Salt Snow Holy City. Why didn't they give us the sprinting version? Oh, now you give me the running version.
这是
This is surprisingly voiced.
我会全力以赴，对不住了。嘿嘿速战速决。速战速决。
Right, and this was before they reunited, so she doesn't have
我来帮忙。
Sele.
应该是这边。
This way. I mean, again, it's still a possible future, right? I don't think it's a bad thing. If anything, it means that that's something that could happen in the future. And it's just something that they won't show again in the main story. It's just something we'll assume that, oh, you know, we saw something similar happen.
小心！
Maybe it will happen.
哎，对不住了。
Well, that thing went down fast. Jesus. And back to Zele, of course. We have... Okay, so this is going to be like a combination of all the puzzles, probably. And we probably just have to interact with everything once. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Don't worry, game. I know. I see the button. Is this something I'm going to have to turn? Apparently I can't yet. I can see the button. I know how to use the gravity magics. Never know now? No, we'll probably will. We'll probably hear references to it in the future of the story. Where's the button for this? Oh, or I can rotate it, but this is in the way, so I have to use this just to move the block. Okay. Whee. See, this is what I wish we had more of. I think every single one of these event stages should have included elements from the previous one. But now we just get the one thing at the end that has all of them. Don't you control my camera, game. I'll look where I want to look.
这是
This. We gotta do this shit again. Collect rusty crystal shards. Oh boy, and we have a time thing to go through too. Why is this so far? Two. Okay, and we just gotta find the other one. Oh, hi. I don't know if where I need to go is on the other side. Oh. Well, I guess it has to be, because I'm kind of stuck here, huh? Okay. Oh, and then the door over there opens. Is there anything over here? I guess it's probably just recycled tiles, so some of these just exist because they were used before.
等等，前面
Right,
那是
that's...
又消失了。
disappeared again. Described Whisper Chaos. After a short delay, release a random Shadow Drinker and Light Chaser inscribed with skill in succession. Almost. Come on. Oh! That thing just exploded and did over 5 million damage. It's still interesting to me that it's, oh, when releasing a Light Chaser skill, it accrues more trauma and an denudation state. When releasing a Shadow Drinker skill, the explosion caused by its denudation state deals more explosion damage. After releasing Shadow Drinker skill, deal fire, ice, and lightning damage as a bonus. The fire damage did 500,000, or did the 5 million. I didn't see the other two numbers. But, huh. Interesting. Yeah, I... Inscribed Whisper Chaos. You can activate Light Dark Resonance with any inscribed whisper. Okay, makes sense. You'll randomly release Shadow Drinker and a Light Chaser inscribed whisper. Leveling up to a specific level, inscribed Whisper Chaos will immediately gain a new inscription. No need to smelt. Huh. What this sounds like is that this is, like, absolutely broken. What do these do? Stun and deal a bunch of damage. Rhyme trauma. I do believe I like this one a little better. Oh yeah, they like their random bonuses. It's kind of how gear in this game works, though those are mostly stats. It is kind of annoying, but eh. But yeah, the only thing I can gather from these, from the side stories here, is that it's showing off authorities, which makes sense considering, you know, these sound like, it sounds like we're trying to create a Quantum Hersher. But, I don't know. I'm curious to see what Saw is. Well, I guess we'll figure that out next chapter. But they have done it again. They've made it so that the new character is going to come out before the story that includes them. They did the same thing with Kiana, they're doing it again with Seele. We're getting her next patch, and next patch is where the story that she gets that power is going to be. Which is kind of annoying. Before the last few patches, They always released the character after revealing them in the story. I don't know why they've changed that. I don't like it. But, yeah. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. It's a weird feeling. I liked the chapter. I genuinely liked the chapter. I liked part 3. It's just the ending. The ending felt like a non-ending. The ending sounded like we're gonna get a part 4, right? Like I'm waiting in a few days for a part 4. That's what that felt like. That didn't feel like the end of a chapter. That felt like the end of a part. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with the next chapter. I am definitely a tiny bit disappointed with how they went with that, though. Yeah. The ending was definitely a bit empty. Again, in my opinion, it also... I'm hoping they didn't do that thinking they'd get an emotional response. I liked Vita as a character. I did. I really like Vita as a character. If she's actually gone, they just wasted character development. Because she hasn't been around enough and trusted enough for players to feel an emotional response, right? Like, if she was around for another chapter or two, maybe. But she's basically a brand new character, and we only just found out who she is in part 3. So literally a few hours ago, I found out who she is, and then they're gonna try and pull some emotional card out with it? Like, that's not how that works. I don't know. I'm hoping they have their ideas put together, but that was probably one of the most disappointing endings to a chapter I've had in Honkai in a long time. And I mean, geez, Star Rail ended in a cliffhanger, but I was okay with that cliffhanger because to me, that cliffhanger means like to be continued, right? The Star Rail story has more to come from that chapter. It's not actually over. This feels that way, but I know there isn't, right? Like, I have to wait until the next patch to get the ending of... They have to get a new chapter. This chapter itself doesn't feel like a complete story, which every chapter before it has felt like a complete story. Pretty much every chapter has ended at a good point. I don't know, it's weird. It feels really weird, and thank you for the hydrate, by the way. But it feels weird. I've always praised Honkai's writing and storytelling. This feels like the first time that I've ever genuinely just been like, what the hell are they doing? I don't know. It's a weird feeling. Hopefully the payoff is good, though. Hopefully the payoff ends up good. I am curious to see what becomes of Sele's powers and what she does with them. We've all seen the name. They've been shoving the name in our friggin' face, right? So, who knows, maybe with those powers, she'll be able to do something that she shouldn't be able to do. Because again, the whole idea that the dead can't be brought back is based on what they know of their world and the imaginary. But I don't think anything in the story has really covered quantum very much. So, it'd be interesting if, you know, she died in quantum space. Maybe her soul is drifting around and Sele fishes her out or something. I don't know. We'll see. And I see they haven't changed the art. The interesting choice. See, this art should have been shown after this part. I still think their client is broken, and that it's supposed to show a different piece of art at the beginning of each section, and that they are giving it to us in the wrong order. I feel like this is the art that was supposed to be shown after part 3, but for some reason they fucked up and they showed it at the beginning of part 3. Like, that's just all I can think, looking at these arts that they've been shoving at us. The last few chapters, all of the arts have felt spoilery. It's so weird. But, oh, news. It's been long enough, apparently. And yeah, I'm excited for the Siren stuff. No, I was thinking it'd be something else.
恭喜你，
Stop.
这周的工作都顺利完成了。有我作为助手的感觉不算坏吧？
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's mostly the soul, and I think specifically the wording is you can't bring back the pieces of... Like, the fact is, you can't piece a soul back together if it falls apart. But we don't understand fully what goes on in the Sea of Quanta. We have different bubble universe rules going on, whatever. Who knows? I feel like it would be weird for them to try and go back on that and then suddenly say, oh yeah, but there is exceptions, and then you can bring people back. I don't know. But yeah. In general, though, I'd say, again, I liked the chapter. Just ending weird. How long is it until the next patch? Is it like 2 weeks? Actually, I can check in the game, can't I? We're gonna have clashing music for a second. 2 weeks, yeah. Just under 2 weeks. Because the battle pass always ends after the new patch starts. So, less than 2 weeks. Hopefully, in less than 2 weeks, we figure out what the hell's going on. They post the story. Like, the story starts immediately when we get there. Yeah. But we'll see. But, other than that, I do think I'm gonna end it there. I need to find something to eat for dinner. Thankfully, I'm starting to feel a little better after the few tiny breaks. We'll see what happens. I do still need to finish the Kira event. Gotta figure out what happened with that alternate future, now that we know what that most likely was. I'm still gonna have to get caught up in a few other things. I talked about it before. I do want to do the new Hildebrand stuff in Final Fantasy on stream, so that'll probably be sometime next week. We'll see. It looks like next week things might actually slow down a little bit. There isn't as much new things right now. So, I'm gonna start getting stuff done. I think I have a very simple... I know what I'm gonna do this weekend. Expect on the main channel this weekend. Thinking of, I should probably throw the video stuff up, huh? But, the VOD's channel, today or tomorrow, you should start seeing a bunch of videos popping up. The channel isn't fully verified yet, but as far as I know, it'll fix itself over time, and even if I post videos, it should still work. It's just that some links might not work. Like if you look in the description, the links to my Discord or something might just be something you have to copy and paste until the channel verification goes through. But otherwise, the videos should work fine. on the VODs channel. So the VODs are going to start going up. I'm going to try and get the last like 3 weeks of VODs up first, because those are the ones that are partially uploaded already, and then I'm going to keep adding more. And then expect me to start slowly figuring out old stuff to put up. I'm also going to try and cut a few chunks, some of the more exciting parts of the story from Star Rail's chapter, the new story we just got. So things like the big boss fight and the cutscenes around it, some of the exciting stuff that happened with Dunhang, stuff like that. I'm gonna focus on just putting up like a 20 to 30 minute clip, probably unedited, uncut, just literally that little 20-30 minute clip around an exciting moment in the story, and I'm just going to throw those up on the main channel. And then for people who want to see everything that happened in between, the VODs channel will be there for that. And I think that's how I'm going to handle stuff, because I suck at editing, I don't want to do editing, so I'm going to basically I'll just give the exciting stuff, because that's what people want to see anyway. I'll put the exciting stuff on the main channel. So yeah. Eventually I'll figure out what I want to do with editing shorts and TikTok stuff. That takes a lot of time and effort compared to just grabbing clips. But other than that, I also have my socials, Twitter and Discord. It's where I announce my streams, hang out, chat with people. Love to see some more people in there. I will probably be in my Discord server I don't know how long. Within 30 minutes to an hour. We'll see. It depends what I make for dinner, what I eat, how long that takes me, what else I get done. But I will probably be in there. I will probably play some games and do dailies, whatever. Maybe play stuff with people. We'll see. So if you want to hang out, that's where I'll be. But other than that, let's see. Ooh, streaming. Ooh, that actually sounds exciting and very different. You know, this is something I wouldn't normally stream right out of Honkai. This is someone I rated earlier in the week because they were doing Final Fantasy stuff. Of course I got mad. But Busy, who is a Final Fantasy streamer, and I usually raid after doing Final Fantasy XIV endgame content, is currently doing Criterion Dungeons. Criterion Dungeons are basically like super hardcore endgame dungeons that you want to bring in a stacked group with you and figure out the mechanics. Think of it like a raid, but with half as many people. Something they started doing a while back. I haven't done any of these, but they're cool to watch, so let's go and see how Fizzy is doing with that. As usual, you guys don't have to follow. You don't have to talk in their chat if you really don't want to. I appreciate you coming along for the raid. Spread the hype. Get them excited to get a few new faces in there. If you'd like to do a raid message, and you have my emotes, you can use the fox with the heart, my love emote. Otherwise, you can just rawr. That's what I do. In chat is my raid message. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. Love you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Ah.